Come on. Come on.
Put your emojis together for Auntie Miracle B.
I'm too small in this shit, look at my Pico. Hey, drugs, guns, murder, that's all we know. Hey, I jumped off the porch, I was a preteen. Yeah, running through my city like a track meet. Years in this shit, I got them running up. I'm turning around to a brick, I'm trying to run it up. Mama gotta pay the rent, I gotta run it up. Nobody never gave me shit, I gotta run it up. I was born in this shit, I had it hard. Plus her ass working like 3 jobs. Teachers told me I was one to beat the odds, but I was learning math and learning how to ride. So my first time decided I was lying. For my first bag, ran into a 9. From school, I'm a tracker full of time. I turned the stick up on my like a bitch around. Ducking through the city, got to count me up. Get out, bullet, brother, brother. Shit.
Put your hands together. The Mac Boy Fly.
Yeah, you changed on me. You changed on me. Yeah, you changed on me. Changed on me. Yeah, you changed up. Yeah. I couldn't see it coming. How you changed on me. I thought that you was solid, cause that's what you showed me. I thought you was my brother, how you changed on me. We came from the gutter, turned goofy, you showed me. You changed on me, you changed on me. You changed on me, yeah, you changed on me. I couldn't even believe it, yeah, you changed on me. You changed on me, you changed up. Yeah, I ain't even see it, why you changed on me. You supposed to be my brother, we came up some shorties. Now I got the blicker, cause niggas is phony. You went against the grain, yeah, that's what you showed me. Remember all the days we struggled and couldn't eat. We sitting in the trap, we grinding with no heat. And I'ma catch a plug, these niggas is gon' see. Never thought my partner would switch up and cross me. Heard you going state, now that's where you lost me. It's codes in the street, you know it's so boss up. And you can't be around, you niggas is not us. And we don't do no favors, you niggas is not blood. You know we can't protect, why you change on me? You know we out together, why you change on me? You changed on me, yeah, you changed on me. You changed on me, why you changed up? Yeah. I couldn't see it coming, how you changed on me. I thought that you was solid, cause that's what you showed me. I thought you was my brother, how you changed on me. We came from the gutter, turned goofy, you showed me. You changed on me, you changed on me. You changed on me, yeah, you changed on me. I couldn't even believe it, yeah, you changed on me. You changed on me, you changed up, yeah, yeah. How you changed on me, how you changed on me. You changed on me, yeah, you changed on me. Changed on me, how you changed up, yeah.
All right, there we go. I'm sorry, y'all. You know, it's been a minute since I've been on here, so you know, I don't have no sense, and I keep talking while I'm on mute. Anyway, y'all can hear me now, right? Y'all can hear me now? Okay, I think Kimberly is saying yeah. Yeah. Am I muted? Am I muted? Y'all can hear me? Okay, fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. All right, all right, all right. Yes, Merry New Year to everyone. I hope that y'all enjoyed that garbage that I played for you guys. Again, that's a shout out to Reddit. You know, Reddit gets me right with all of my crazy videos. Before we get started, we're going to be doing the Brooks part 2. So it's going to be the cross examination. Before I get started, I want to put out a disclaimer to everyone under the sound of my voice. This is a commentary channel. If you do not like commentary, you need to go to the top right of your screen, and there's a big X there. Click it. And then you can go to Court TV or Law and Crime and watch this video without commentary. But if you want to hear commentary, you're in the correct place. So please enjoy yourself and make sure you smash the like button. If you don't like it, you can get the hell out. Okay? Okay. Thank you. If you don't like it, you can leave. Nobody's forcing you to be here. It's freedom of speech, and we all, you know, allegedly, we all have freedoms here. So get the hell on. Please and thank you. Anywho's, you said Don Woods. Anyway, welcome to everybody who's in the chat. I missed all of you guys so much. I've been vacationing and chilling, and I've been sick too. But I got to go to Gatlinburg and go to the spa and went to the Museum of Crime. Everything was fabulous. It was absolutely fabulous. But yeah, I've been sick too. I've been sick as a dog. Please make sure y'all smash that like button. You said Chuck Paisley Barks, Lord. Oh yeah, I am drinking a mimosa. I don't know. You can play a drinking game if y'all want to. You know, I just feel like listen to Darrell. I mean, you need to have some libations because he's just impossible to listen to. Oh, where is Munchkin? Paisley, where is Paisley? Oh, he's right here. Oh, let's try to see my co-host Paisley. Come here, Munchkin. I know you don't feel like being bothered. Here's Munchkin. Here's Paisley, and his little shark onesie because you know he's a little land shark. My little sock girl, like, hey, Munchkin, look at my little Munchkin. Hey, everybody. I've been kind of good and kind of bad. I stole mommy's socks today. I stole her socks and I ran off and hid under the bed with her underwear. But I'm cute, so it's okay. All right, Munchkin. Here you go. All righty. Well, anyway, let's go ahead and get the party started so we can enjoy. And I'll open up the panel later on. Let anybody wants to come and chit chat, since you know we don't have to get up and go to work in the morning or anything like that. So we're gonna have a good time laughing at this dumbass. All right. Okay, let me see which button we can hit. Okay, there we go. Hey everybody, Jeff, Monica, Angela, Vicky, Tony, Super Kelly G, Al, TY Roll with OCOV, Chantal, Grandma CC, Kayla, Ian Richards 04, Sadie, Kitwana, all of my newbies and my oldies. Welcome. Let's see everybody here. I'm not going to read all the way up. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. All right, let's get started. Now y'all ready for the main event. See this dumbass. Let's go. And y'all let me know if I'm too loud. I'm trying not to be as loud in my videos, so the mic is a little bit further away. So y'all just let me know if y'all having trouble with the sound. All right, let's go. Thought I had it queued up to the right spot. Here we go. Here go. There go basic duty in the house. Duty. Basic duty. Oh, well, good. I'm glad. I'm going to come live tomorrow, but I didn't know, because I'm not doing anything for New Year's, but laying down. Then when you're old, you stay in the house. So I said, I'll do one on Saturday. Look at this ugly bitch. Man, it's cold in this motherfucker. It's cold in this bitch. Oh, but I can't lift my arms up because my shit stank. But I don't want people to know that I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't want people to know I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna just sit here. I'm practicing. I'm a third-party intervener, and I object to being called that name. I accept for value, return for value. All the charging documents. I don't even know what I'm reading right now. I'm just confused. I'm so confused. Like, why the fuck did I do this? Why the fuck did I even do this to myself? I'm embarrassing myself. I gotta continue on and go with it. I gotta go with it. I gotta just sit here. I just gotta listen to these white folks, these damn white people. Look at these bitches. Oh, my nose. Oh, yes. I gotta get that snot rocks. That's right. They rocking my snot box, right? Yeah. I'm digging up deep in there. I hope I don't hit brain matter. I hope I don't hit brain tissue.
On the record and state versus Brooks appearances are as they were before. Just want to make a quick record. It's not something we need to address right at this moment. I provided to the parties the pattern jury instruction 152 related to jury view, and then an instruction I drafted based on that. And I say based on that because this has to do with the view of the vehicle, because I view a view of a scene differently from a view of a vehicle, which is evidence. So again, we don't need to go over this now, but I at least wanted to give those to the parties so that when the appropriate time comes, we can discuss whether the court should say anything regarding the view of the vehicle, if that is in fact still the request of the state, and then if so, what that should be. So I've provided that to both the parties in written form. Go ahead.
Actually, I appreciate that, and I wanted to bring this up this afternoon so we can plan. Obviously, I don't know if the mics are on.
It should be. Yes.
Okay. I'm soft-spoken. I'm sorry.
Said no one ever.
I'm gonna chopper.
Oh, that was all loud. Sorry.
So, with the court's permission, we would like to schedule the jury view to occur at 12 Darrell. Now, we may not be through testimony at that point with the state's case, but like we did with the interpreter.
Now, keep in mind, this was after the Marquez debacle, when they called him out of turn, the Marquez, and he got escorted out the courtroom and timeout. And so now he's back looking stupid as per usual.
There's obviously some planning that needs to take place by the sheriff's office. The tow truck needs to be arranged, and I believe the maintenance division needs to assist in some way as well. So what I'm learning is that it's best if we just pick a certain day and time and set it, and then
y'all make sure y'all smashing that like button. I got 93 viewers and 55 likes. Make sure y'all smashing that like button, please, and thank you.
only to accommodate that.
In regard to that request, I know I had internal discussions with the sheriff's department because they're in charge of security over the trial. And I don't frankly know how much we've talked about this previously, but it is in a secure location, or will be. I've made arrangements, or I've instructed the sheriff's department that because of the location that we will be in, it will be that anyone can just follow us to, but contemporaneous recording will be made and then placed into the record so that the public is aware of what happened, but after. So I did want to add that to the record. In terms of the request, Mr. Brooks, this relates to the viewing of the vehicle that was recovered by the Waukesha Police Department. There were preliminary discussions when you were still represented by counsel, and the request is being made that the viewing of this.
Now you know that he don't know what's going on. What you're talking about? Look at him.
First of all, accept for value
There
and
you
return for
go.
value this
Mhm.
paperwork.
There you go.
I guess I'm still confused as to why there needs to be a jury view.
Why?
I can have the state put their request on the record again.
I hate his freaking face. I hate his freaking face. Why we have to have a jury view? Well, you're the only person I know who literally will say that the murder weapon, and that you are literally holding the murder weapon, is irrelevant.
And I'm responding to their request. So go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Yes, Judge, and I believe the court has already approved this request. A motion was filed and ruled on by the court previously, but as Mr. Brooks has been charged in every count with acting while armed with a dangerous weapon, we believe it's relevant and appropriate for the jury to view what we're alleging to be the dangerous weapon in this case, that is the 2010 Ford Escape. It's essentially would be no different than bringing a firearm into the courtroom during a shooting case.
And I would just simply note the first degree intentional homicide and first degree recklessly endangering safety charges are what carry the enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon. Of course, the hit and run does not have that enhancer, nor do the bail jumping and batteries. But with that caveat.
That's a good question. If he has on jail flip-flops with actual shoes, I hadn't even thought of that. Yes, I bet you got on them little orange slides with dirty socks. That's a good question.
Yes, thank you for that correction, Your Honor.
All right.
Hey, everybody, I just got here. Welcome, everyone.
I'm confused to that too.
I know you're confused, bitch.
Why are there only certain charges that have an enhancer?
Well, the court's not going to answer that, sir. Those just happen to be the charges. The state is tasked with proving each one of those charges and any special verdict question that goes along with it. Beyond a reasonable doubt, they bear the burden of proof, as was spelled out in all of the preliminary jury instructions. So that's how I'll answer that. In terms of the jury view, I did grant the motion previously. It was unopposed.
Are you right on time?
And I'm not hearing anything that would cause me to reconsider that. In terms of the time that's being requested, do you have any position on that?
Do I have to be present for this?
I would like you to be, and yes, we're making arrangements for you to be there, sir.
Do I have to be present for it?
So you're your own attorney, right? Wouldn't it behoove you to go and see the evidence? Wouldn't that help your dusty ass with your defense if you actually had came up with one? Wouldn't it be good to go see the murder weapon so you can, be thinking of, okay, how can I lie? What can I say that I can try and spin this to where da 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 da? That's what I would think personally, but I could be wrong.
And also, for the record, I don't consent to the name that's being referred to.
Shut up, Ho.
I'll use this opportunity, sir, to ask what name you prefer to be called, because we now have evidence in the record where you provided your name to, upon questioning. There was video from when you were taken into custody. And then, of course, Detective Carpenter has testified about that as well. Again, I try to refer to the parties by name because that is how I believe I demonstrate respect and decorum in this courtroom.
Now, if she had called you a black ass bitch, then you would have wanted to call Al Sharpton and NAACP down there on you. So she trying to call your dumb ass by your name, which is Darrell or Darrell, whatever, Edward Brooks Jr. So now she's trying to respect your goofy ass, and you got a problem with that. Pick a side. Pick a side.
So and we've been given no other name, sir, by which to call you by. And I
welcome
must,
everyone again in the chat.
At that point, go back to what.
And make sure y'all smashing that like button
on the criminal complaint, which is the initial charging document. That is what was filed in order to initiate the case.
With all due respect, the record should be corrected. I didn't put anything on the record that was.
I didn't state that.
Bitch, you literally said your name. Like when the police came and they had your hands up and they said, "What's your name?" And you said, "Brooks, Darrell." And then in the interrogation video with Carpenter, he called you Mr. Brooks and Darrell, and you responded. Look at him. Basic duty. He's on basic duty for real with this Bible. Waukesha County Jail. That ain't even his own Bible. That's the jailhouse Bible.
I said there's evidence in the record.
Well, evidence, what
your name?
You referred that evidence to me.
Yeah, you. Oh,
so there's evidence in the record, but be that as it may, I'm just letting you know I'm going to keep referring to you sometimes as defendant, sometimes as sir, sometimes as Darrell Brooks, sometimes as Mr. Brooks. I understand you may still have an objection, but I've been given no other name from you by which to call you.
I follow, but there's still a lack of understanding.
Yeah.
Are you referring to the name that was in all caps on all the filings?
Of course,
because every filing that I have,
I find the response to be kind of disingenuous, sir.
So there was
this is, I believe, a tactic by you to create some type of confusion, which I don't believe there is any about who you are and what name I need to refer to you as.
I never said you had to refer to me by any specific name. That's
what they gonna call you then. If they can't refer to you by no specific name. Black bitch, black ass bitch, high yellow. My light skinned friends. My light skin, I mean white. A southern turn by his skin tone. Another skin tone thing. He high yellow. Okay? High yellow. That's a southern thing like that. That means that he's very, very, very light skinned. High yellow.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that every filing that has ever been filed was in capital letters. That's a fact. I have paperwork to prove that. I don't recognize that name, nor do I know any individual by that name. That's all I'm stating.
Well, let's assume.
Even though your ID has that name in all caps, but you were carrying it. So clearly you recognized it, did you not?
For a second that it's not in all caps. Do you recognize that?
No, I do not.
No, I do not.
We have our answer then. We're going to keep going, sir. We're a little bit off topic. In terms of the request by the state, I'll give you one more opportunity to answer that. They've requested that whatever we're doing tomorrow morning, whether it be their case, whether it be if you are calling witnesses, that we pause about 11:45 in order for the jurors, the court, and the parties to be taken to that secure location for that jury view. Do you have any position as it relates to that?
Yeah, my position was when I answered, I said, do I have to be present?
I'm requiring you to be there, yes.
And what reason do I have to be present?
Unless you're willing to go through a colloquy with this court and intentionally waive your right to be there, because then I'm going to require you to be there.
And that's not explaining why I have to be there, though.
Because I'm requiring you to be there, sir.
And you just made that decision now?
Right. He's not answering the question that I asked him. We will pause at approximately 11:45 tomorrow morning. for that jury view of the vehicle to take place as soon as we're able to walk over there. But I think given the logistics of everything, it is on campus, but it is in a secure location. That will take place approximately at noon. And as I indicated, the court will require the sheriff's department to make a contemporaneous video of that view, which will subsequently be made part of the record to capture that.
Don't I have rights though, Your Honor?
All right, then with that.
Could I ask another question?
Go ahead.
Scheduling, Your Honor. Could you please indicate your intentions as to how late we will proceed this afternoon so we can line up witnesses?
Sure, I'd like to try to, we had a little bit of a long day yesterday, so I try to balance that out for the jurors. So generally between 4:30 and 5 is when I would like to break, depending on where we're at. If we need to go a little earlier because of the witness, or if we need to go a tad later, that's fine as well.
Okay. And then the last item, Your Honor, is that, to my knowledge, we still have not received anything from Mr. Brooks as to the date and time when he would like his witnesses ordered to appear. I don't see anything was e-filed. So if he is still requesting the assistance of the state to secure the appearance of those witnesses, we will need that information, Your Honor. He does not have to give us the exact order, but if he could tell us, as you had suggested, either morning or afternoon, and what day of the week he wants these people here. We have served the subpoenas that he requested at his request in order to assist him. And these witnesses obviously have jobs and other commitments, so it's reasonable to be able to give them a time frame on when they need to be here.
With that, when do you expect to rest?
We're still hoping to rest by the close of business tomorrow, Your Honor, unless something unforeseen happens.
So we're talking about Thursday and Friday at this point.
Yes.
Which is what I suggested from the beginning yesterday.
Shut up.
But Mr. Brooks, we need to know which particular witnesses on which day and whether it's AM or PM. Don't need to give me the order. We'll have them come in groupings, but it's not reasonable that they all come on the same date.
I never said it was.
All right. So,
But you are saying it was because they're asking you, just tell us in the morning time, you want A person, B person, C person here in the morning. You have A person, B person, C person here in the afternoon. You don't have to give us the time, but you need to give us blocks so we can get them here and tell them an approximate time to be here. Bitch, clearly you have never had a job in your lifetime, not a real job, to where you have to give notice of the time frame that you're going to be out. I mean, I don't understand any of it.
you need to provide that to the DA.
How am I supposed to provide that to the DA?
Write
write
the
that
shit
down.
down.
Or you can put it orally on the record right now.
I'm
I
not gonna
me to bring
put
it with this morning, and I didn't cover that this morning, so you were put on notice of that. But I'll give you until,
I was put on notice of what?
let me ask Attorney Opera a question.
stupid.
Would tomorrow morning first thing be
Thank you, Chantal.
sufficient for the state to make those arrangements, given that you don't believe you will close your case until the end of the business day tomorrow?
Yeah, embrace the curl.
I understand what the court's saying. I think that's reasonable, with the understanding that if somebody needed to give notice to an employer and it can't be accommodated, then that may affect things for Mr. Brooks. But I think
So she's trying to tell you, Mr. Brooks, don't fuck around and find out. You playing this game with me, like, I don't know this case, and you trying to hold the cards to your chest, you don't want any of us to see your hand, even though you are calling witnesses that they rejected and told you don't call, or whatever. You're gonna fuck around, and this witness or this your witnesses, the people that you're calling on behalf of you, make them get off work. And where's your case gonna be then? That's what she's telling y'all. Make sure y'all smash that like button.
24 hours notice is generally reasonable, and we will do our best. We can assure the court we will do our best to get them here. But
I
don't
can't
know
make
if
no
we'll be able
promises.
to exactly accommodate the timing that he may or may not want.
She's like, I'm gonna do the best that I can, but I'm not going out of my way to help this dumbass. I'm trying to get his black ass put in prison. I'm gonna do the absolute bare minimum to assist him, to say that I assisted him, and he just gonna have to take these cues. Otherwise, he gonna be in the jailhouse for the rest of his life, and I'm gonna laugh like the rest of us.
All right. So, Mr. Brooks,
Objection to that, because when the subpoenas were served to them, I'm assuming that they would have let any employers or anything know that they were expected to testify in a trial. I don't understand why it will become a problem at the last second.
Well, if you recall, sir, near the end of last week, I don't recall exactly what day we were on, but we knew we weren't going to finish with the state's case at some point. And we had a discussion on the record. If there was any objection by you, if the state told those witnesses they didn't need to appear on Friday, so it obviously had to have been before Friday, that they didn't need to appear and that they would work with those witnesses to provide them with a
grandma. It would also be beat the shit out of her, beat the shit out of his mama, threaten to kill his mama, threaten to kill his nephew and niece, nephew, and being just a ain't shit bitch. That's his career, being an ain't shit bitch.
more definitive time. So now is the time when we need to provide them with more definitiveness.
Welcome everybody who's in the
by
chat.
The start of court tomorrow, you need to bring with you, either in writing or be prepared to put it on the record orally, which witnesses you want. We'll start with Thursday morning, then Thursday afternoon.
Sheila Jackson Lee. No, thank you. No, thank you. If you don't compare me to a bitchy female, please make it cute. Can you compare me to who's a bitchy female? I guess maybe Mariah 15 years ago, or who's a bitchy black female? They don't play a bitch, but it's an actual bitch. J-Lo, let me be one of them. They look decent. Sheila definitely is not cute at all. Please don't do me like that, y'all. Don't do me like that, man. Please don't do me like that. Look, my mimosa is not bottomless, sir. Don't do me like that. Let's continue. What the hell? Oh, hell, what I do? Damn it.
Referring to on the 14th Amendment.
Oh,
I'm not going to explain that any further, sir.
I'm sorry, y'all. I blame Matt for this. I blame you, Matt. This is your fault, Matt. I blame you. So if anybody want to throw some tomatoes at Matt, you can blame him for this. All right, hold on. See where we at.
Want to do that in front of the jury or just with me?
I wasn't sure if the defendant would have any objections that would need to be heard off the record or outside the presence of the jury.
Well, can you have them hold for a second? Do you have any objection to Exhibit 82?
Yeah, I got objection.
What's the objection, sir?
What is the relevancy of Exhibit 82?
82 is your interview with
Thank you, John.
Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern. Your objection is to relevance?
That's for you, Matt. That tomato right there. That's for you.
Your objection's noted. It's overruled, and I will receive Exhibit 82.
Let the jury know that when they come in.
Are
Yes.
you overruling the fact that the
Yes.
true nature and cause has not been presented to me?
Shut the fuck up. Yes, it's never a mannequin. I am very much out. Hey, everyone, everybody in the chat, welcome. I'm sorry, y'all. It's been a minute. I'm sorry, y'all.
That I don't know what the true nature and cause of the charges are?
You've been watching videos, you running folks over, but you don't know. That's right. Ignore her.
You can have them brought out
This
now.
bitch ignoring me.
All right, thank you.
Look at him. He reading back and forth like a typewriter. Ding. All right. Ding. I'm
Your
so
Honor,
deep.
may I see a sworn affidavit of the nature and authority of the court? Or is that a judicial determination? You won't answer that as well.
I'm gonna show this bitch. I'm gonna show this white bitch that this jury, I'm gonna let them know all of the bullshit you white motherfuckers is doing to me. I'm gonna let all of these other white folks know what you white folks doing to me. This is unfair, y'all. This is unfair. This white bitch is embarrassing me in front of these other white bitches. I'm gonna let them know though.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I hope the record reflects that.
Uh-huh. Because, bitch, you know I know more than you. Bitch, you know I know more than all you motherfuckers in this room. Y'all know I know more than y'all. But y'all trying to play. Y'all trying to act like, you know, because I'm black, I don't know nothing.
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Record will reflect that Detective Carpenter is back on the witness stand following the break for the lunch hour. And Mr. Brooks, you may start your cross-examination.
I don't consent to being called that name, Your Honor.
Your objection's noted. It's overruled. Please ask your
Can't be
questions.
overruled.
Can't be overruled. No, come on now. Don't be like that.
Detective Carpenter.
See, he ready. See, he mad because he trusted Detective Carpenter. Why you would protect the police? I don't freaking know. But he trusted him and thought that Carpenter was his friend. So he is upset about that. He doesn't care about the other shit, about running over people and people dying and people being injured and traumatized for the rest of their life. We're not concerned about that. He cares only because he trusted Carpenter and Carpenter lied, even though he was in the midst of multiple lies. That's irrelevant. Carpenter lied. So because Carpenter lied, that's why he's mad. I thought we was cool, man. I thought we was cool. It was gonna be me and you.
Did you attend the parade that evening, November 21st of 2021?
Look at it.
Yes,
In what capacity?
as a member of the Honor Guard.
And what time did you arrive?
I don't recall the exact time.
What time did you leave?
I don't recall the exact time.
Doesn't freaking matter. And Carpenter can't stand your bitch ass. Carpenter, little shiny forehead, cannot stand your bitch ass at all. And you know what? I love that Carpenter has baby skin, though. I'm gonna give him props for that. But he hates you. Let's continue.
And when you left, where did you go?
Look at him.
Our temporary police department.
Make sure y'all smash that like
Explain what do
button.
you mean by temporary?
Well, explain what you mean by temporary. Can I get my likes up, please? I got 143 watching, 83 likes. Can we get my likes up? Can I get them up to 90? Please, 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 please. Let me be in algorithms, please. Let's continue.
So at the time of the incident, the building we are in currently, which was our main building, was under construction. So we were displaced.
What do you mean by at the time of the incident?
What?
At the time of the parade.
The time to kill people, that time.
And so the regular station was, what did you say, under some type of construction or something?
Yeah.
Correct.
And so what were you guys using for the temporary police station?
Your ass! Look at him. I think this is Carp's attempt to not say immediately what's on his mind. So he takes a sip of water. And I think that's brilliant. That's something that I think that I would do, because I have a tendency to say the first thing that pops into my head. And as being, you know, a melanated goddess in the workplace, that might not be a good thing to do. So you have to, you can't just blurt out the first thing that's on your mind. And especially if you're a melanated goddess like myself, you definitely got to take a step back and say, hold up. Somebody asked me a dumbass question or send me a dumbass email. Before I respond, that's how you do it. That's wisdom.
The city annex and
Wisdom.
city hall. We're in two different buildings.
Take a step and respond. That's it.
Does any of those buildings consist of a room for interrogation?
There is at the annex.
All right, look at my lights. Yay.
And so when you initially interrogated the suspect, why was the annexed interrogation room not used?
Y'all heard that right. Number one, suspect. Bitch, we know it was you. You in the video, we see your face, we know it was you. So it's not a suspect because it's you. And number two, you said annexed with the T. Annex with the ends in X, A-N-E-X. But you added a T to the end. Annex. Annex. Okay? Annex. Yes, that's very biased. I'm being biased. B-I-A-S-T. I'm being biased. You know what the hell I'm talking about.
Well, when I interrogated you, Mr. Brooks, the annex room was not used because the situation was very fluid. There was a lot of information being learned. We knew this was going to be drawn out. There is no municipal lockup facility at the annex, so it could not be utilized.
And so the police holding room in the hospital was more sufficient.
You asked to go up there for medical clearance.
Uh-oh. Come on.
So the police holding room in the hospital was more sufficient than your temporary station, which would have been
What?
more suitable.
But you asked, you said that you got slammed down by the police and that your shoulder was hurt. So they're supposed to do, take your goofy, dusty ass to the hospital. And so they held you in a room at the hospital to interrogate you. How is this complicated, y'all? I'm confused.
Yes, it was more sufficient.
And why would a hospital police room be more sufficient than the actual police station that you were utilizing at the time?
As I stated in my previous testimony, there was no secure lockup facility at the station.
Yeah, make sure y'all put that annexed with the T in the district Darrellism library. Put it in the library.
In addition to that, you requested medical clearance at the hospital.
So was there sufficient lockup at the police room in the hospital?
We had areas in the hospital. So when you were being treated by the doctor, you could be handcuffed to a bed. There is no place in the interrogation rooms you referred to at the annex to handcuff you to anything. And the doors did not lock sufficiently.
And to the best of your knowledge, would a detainee have that information that you just stated?
Y'all, he came up with a new word, detainee. Detainee. Bravo. detainee. You got suspect and detainee. So if we're gonna play a drinking game, let's drink to either suspect or detainee. We'll drink to suspect and detainee. If anybody's partaking in libations. Oh, thank you, Laura. Mr. Brothers, I went national. Okay. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I just need y'all to hit my light. That's all I need. Y'all be quiet. Yes, we're gonna drink to detainee and suspect.
No.
Mm-hmm. I cannot be.
So
Mm-hmm.
how come the suspect couldn't be handcuffed
Suspect
at the annex for the interrogation
mm-hmm.
without having to be handcuffed to a specific bench or whatever you refer to it as?
Oh, y'all can't hear me? Hold on.
Well,
I guess
Y'all still, I'm cutting in and out. Shelly, can y'all hear me okay? You scared of that? Are you? I'm fine. Okay, I'm fine. Come here, Munchkin. Come here, Munchkin. Come here. Yes, I'm fine. Come here. Come here. Come over here. Look, I need you to threaten. Okay, I'm okay. Okay, good. I need you to threaten Matt. Look here. Don't be starting no mess, Matt. Don't be starting none of your stuff. I'm gonna come through the screen and I'm gonna bite your ankles. I'm gonna bite your freaking knees. Okay. We want to make sure. Okay, let's continue.
I guess essentially what I'm asking is, could the suspect still be properly detained while being interrogated at the annex versus the police holding room in the hospital?
He's so stupid.
so let me make sure I have this straight. Your question is about detainment. Do I have that right?
I think the question was very clear.
Look at him. That attitude, I think it was very clear. Like, you're the dumbass that you don't understand my meandering, nonsensical question. It's your fault you don't understand what the fuck I'm saying. You're the dumbass, not me. It's clear.
I can't answer it if I'm not going to get clarification.
Uh-oh. Oh, Munchkin. Quit trying to jump off my lap. There you go. Chantal, he don't know what he's looking
And
for.
where was the suspect taken
Suspect.
upon being detained?
You were taken, Mr. Brooks,
Uh-oh.
upon the time you were arrested,
Mm.
down to the substation on Les Paul Parkway in Waukesha.
And do you recall if the suspect was put into a holding room?
Suspect.
Yes.
And do you recall if that holding room had something that would secure a detainee?
Detainee?
Yes.
So why couldn't the interrogation happen there if the suspect can be secured at that location?
Suspect.
Well, there are various reasons, and one of the most important reasons is when we took you to the hospital, Mr. Brooks, for your medical clearance.
See, Carp said, I'm not gonna play with you. I'm not gonna play the radio with you. You know, and I know it was you. I'm not going to play this game where you talk in the third person and I go ahead and I confirm this nonsense. No. It was you, Mr. Brooks. When I took you, Mr. Brooks, when I saw you, Mr. Brooks, when we did this with you, Mr. Brooks, perfect. That's exactly what I would have done. It's perfect.
There were now a total of 4 officers there, myself, Detective Stern,
You
and eventually the 2 federal agents.
mm-hmm.
the situation was still very fluid. When I began the initial the initial questioning, it was 11:04 p.m. and there were still a lot of unknowns. So the determination was made to start questioning you, see what information you might be willing to provide us. Because with 4 of us, we were confident we would be able to keep you where you belonged, where we needed you to be, as opposed to risking another unnecessary transport. Because and it's not just personal against you. Any transport of any prisoner, there's a risk. So there's no point in taking that risk of that transport when we had the ability to do the interview there, especially when there was such limited information that we had.
So FBI agents were present at the substation that you referred to?
They arrived there at one point, yes.
Was that known to the defendant?
I don't recall.
Yeah, it was known because when they said the FBI, you like, for real? FBI? I ain't never seen one of y'all alphabet boys before. For real? Like, he was impressed, you know, by the sheer power of his fuckery that the FBI came to investigate him. You know, like, I'm up here with Al Capone and Tony Montana and the rest of the Goodfellas. Because, you know, thuggish black guys idolize Tony Montana and the Goodfellas for some reason. And Michael Corleone. They love Scarface and The Godfather for some strange reason. So he was like all his Godfather feels. It's like, yeah, I'm Michael Corleone. They sent the FBI fucking I. They sent the F motherfucking BI for me.
Is it fair to say that the detainee could have been
Detainee? Come on.
Is it fair to say that you could have made sure the suspect was contained while at the substation, seeing as how that there was multiple officers present?
Judge, I think this has been asked and answered.
I think he's referring to the substation versus the hospital, so I'll allow it.
That's one of the truest statements I've ever seen. He is definitely Fredo. He is not Michael. He's either Fredo, he's Sonny, or he's Connie's husband, the one that got killed at the end of one. I can't remember his name, but he's one of them 3. He's one of those 3. Or maybe he's Mo Green. Oh, Mo Green. He's Mo Green.
Overall.
Carlo. Yes, Carlo.
You were contained initially at the substation, Mr. Brooks, but you requested medical transport, so you were transported. So what I'm explaining to you in my prior testimony is,
yes,
I didn't know at that point if you'd end up going straight to the county jail or what have you.
Thank you for
every transport, as I stated in my earlier testimony, there is a risk. There is a danger. It's not just personal to you, it's any prisoner. So the decision was made to start the interview there based on not knowing where you'd end up for sure, not having all the information, that we weren't going to take the risk of an extra potentially unnecessary transport back to that facility. You couldn't be held there. You couldn't be held at the sub. There's no beds.
You referred to interrogation starting at a specific place. I'm referring to the substation. Is it fair to say that there was no interrogation that took place at the substation?
Right. Carlo.
Yes.
Yes, that's fair to say.
There was no interrogation at the substation in Waukesha.
I can't stress enough at how stupid this is, that this guy is here talking, cross-examining the detective that interrogated him, and he has not prepared not one question. He has not thought out what he is trying to elicit from him, what he's trying to debunk from him, that he didn't even think, he didn't even bother all of this time to even go through his statement, look over the interrogation, and then subpoena his the protocol and procedure. This is where he was going, because one of the things that you do when you're an attorney, if you've ever noticed these trials, that the attorney, especially if the defense has no defensible defense, is always to attack the police work, to attack the victim. So just like with O.J. Simpson, it's clear that O.J. did that shit, right? O.J. did it. We all know O.J. did it. But his attorney was able to successfully attack the police work to get him off. So I think that Darrell thought that he could do a Johnny Cochran on the fly, but he didn't read nothing, right? This is something that you have to like develop in order to attack the police. You can't just be like, okay, how come the police didn't do this? No, you have to actually know police protocol and procedure in order to attack the police and their, the way that they conducted the investigation. So you don't know anything about how a police conducts investigation, then there's really no point in even having this line of conversation, because you don't know. So you can't, there's no gotcha question to this, because you don't know the answer to none of the questions. Let me continue. I'm sorry, y'all. This mimosa got me feeling right. I'm gonna be quiet, y'all. I'm gonna be quiet.
Do you recall what information was obtained at the substation?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Do you recall what that was?
Yes.
Can you state for the jury and for the record what information you obtained at the substation?
Why the fuck would you ask that question?
Yes, sir. Basic biographical information. So I obtained your first name, Darrell Brooks, your last name being Brooks, your full middle name, I should say, being Edward. I learned that you were a junior, the date of birth, February 21st, 1982. Additional information obtained was your home address, which was you provided as 4014 North 19th Street in the city of Milwaukee. Phone number, your emergency contact, which you provided as Dawn Woods, whether you were employed, going to school. I remember talking with you about your tattoos and other physical marks that might be on your body, your hair color, eye color, photographs were taken.
Another thing I want to point out, that Darrell does not know how to do a cross-examination. You're supposed to ask questions that's going to elicit a yes or no response. You're really not even asking questions. You're making statements that, you said this, then you say this, and it should be a yes or no. You should not be giving them the opportunity to explain anything on cross. That's why his cross-examinations are very ineffective and stupid, because he doesn't know what he's doing. You don't ask open-ended questions on cross. Y'all know this. Y'all know. My people know. Y'all know. You have to ask open-ended questions on direct, so it won't be like you're leading them to an answer. But on cross, you really just hitting it, just da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yes, no. You trying to get yes and no, yes and no. All this other shit that you allowing him to do, you know what the fuck you're doing. That's why the prosecution is not saying nothing. They letting this ride. I would let it ride too. He don't know what he's doing. And he's putting himself, his own head in the noose. And he has already walked to the edge of the plank. And he's going to himself pull the lever and hang himself. He's doing it all himself.
Things of that nature.
Kept mentioning that name, pretty slick.
Pretty slick, bitch, it's slick. Hold on.
Things of that nature.
Kept mentioning that name, pretty slick.
That's your name, ho. That's your name.
Sure, disregard that last statement. Sir, please ask questions. You'll have an opportunity to testify later.
Oh, I got a lot of questions.
He's like, bitch, don't you tell me nothing. I got questions, and I'm gonna ask these bitches. I don't need you to tell me not shit. Don't tell me.
And at that point in investigation, what did you initially know?
At that point, we knew that the red Ford Escape had driven through the parade route.
Damn.
And that you'd been identified as a suspect.
And why was that information not provided at that time to the detainee?
Detainee.
The information at the time wasn't presented to you, Mr. Brooks, because as I stated in my earlier testimony, it was still very fluid. It was very chaotic out at the scene. There was still a lot more that needed to be learned.
So is that standard procedure to not tell a person why they're being detained?
Yes.
Well,
that's the standard procedure. The police don't tell you nothing. You see all those people being shot by the police and they being arrested or detained, and they're like, "What I do? What I do? Put your money back. Quit fighting. Put your money back. Quit moving. Quit resisting." They don't tell you what you did. So yeah, it's standard procedure. Come on now. And you a criminal. You're a career criminal. You know they don't tell you shit. Come on. I've never been in any criminal trouble at all. And even I know they're not going to automatically tell me what I'm being detained for. Like, seriously, that's procedure. They don't tell you shit.
But we did not tell you. That's incorrect, and it's misleading to the court.
Yeah.
You were informed you were being detained for prowling, loitering, disorderly conduct of that nature.
With a sandwich in your pocket.
Can I finish, please?
That's
I
right.
just didn't bring up the parade part of it.
I love that.
For prowling, loitering, disorderly conduct of that nature.
Is that
I just didn't bring it. Can I finish, please?
He's saying, "Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Let me talk. Shut the fuck up, bitch." That's that mom. Shut the fuck up. All the black kids that been in the church with their mom and grandma, they know this. They know what this means. Shut the fuck up. I can be something to cry about. Shut the fuck up. We know this. And you from the South, you know this. You have seen this. That's bad news when this come out.
I just didn't bring up the parade part of it.
Why not?
As I stated in earlier testimony, it was very fluid and chaotic, and a lot of information wasn't yet known. So I was waiting to receive more information.
Did you state in your early testimony if that was standard procedure or not?
It's standard.
So with every detainee that you've ever detained during your career, 18 years, right?
Yes.
It's standard procedure to not tell someone being detained what they're detained for.
As I had stated in my earlier testimony, Mr. Brooks, I explained to you you were detained for prowling and loitering and disorderly conduct. Based on the lack of information on the parade, that was not brought up. So what I can clarify for the court at this point is that in situations where so limited information exists early on, it is standard not to convey that information to suspects.
And what do you mean by it's standard?
I mean that I don't tell them because I don't have all the facts yet, and I'm not looking to necessarily accuse them before I know the nature of what they did or didn't do exactly pertaining to that incident.
So
look, Carp would be a good he'd be a good T-1000 if they remake Terminator. He'd be a good Terminator. I could see him taking over the role as a T-1000.
it would be fair to say that it was not a fact as far as the information you learned to that point in the investigation.
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
So at that point in the investigation, it wasn't a fact.
Objection. Same question.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
At that point in the investigation, the information you had at that time, you weren't sure about.
I guess which part?
All the information that you had up until that point.
What?
Okay, about the prowling or parade, I don't understand which part of it you're talking about.
He don't know.
All the information that you've obtained at that point in the investigation, you weren't sure about. As you just said, you don't try to assume guilt or anything like that until you have all the facts. So at that time,
He's so stupid.
at that point in the investigation, is it fair to say that the information that you had obtained so far, you were not sure about?
Bitch, they were sure it was you. They were sure it was you. Listen, how is it confusing? You trying to question identification when you're literally pictured in the vehicle with the window rolled down, running over people. Come on, man. Oh, you weren't sure? They were sure. It was you.
I wasn't sure if you were the driver initially,
Uh-oh.
but it was believed you were involved.
It was you, nigga.
And you knew that to be fact?
Yeah.
Yes, the information being provided was that you were involved.
So it'd be fair to say you knew that as a fact.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna not allow him to answer that. This jury will determine the facts of this case. If you want to ask him his opinion, you do that at your discretion.
He said fact. He said fact.
You asked the
But
question,
you
sir,
said
so
fact.
He brought it up first.
I'm going to strike the question from the record, and Mr. Brooks, you're directed to rephrase.
I will rephrase, but I do not consent to being called that name for the record.
Noted and overruled.
No one cares. Yes, it was Magical Marcus and sociopathic Stephanie that were in the vehicle with him. Or one of them was driving the vehicle, but we couldn't see them because of the tents that was on the windows. So because of the tents, we couldn't see sociopathic Stephanie, psychopathic Stephanie, or Magical Marcus. We couldn't see either one of them. Pretty clever. Pretty slick.
You stated that there were some loitering and prowling allegations. Why
what?
To your knowledge, were those ever charged? Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No.
Uh-oh.
And do you recall why not?
No.
Again, he is the police officer, not the prosecutor. The prosecution, the district attorney, is going to determine what the charges are, not the police officer. He can recommend charges, but they have to determine, the DA has to determine if there's enough probable cause, enough evidence to prove whatever charge they're going to charge him with. So, I mean, you could say, yeah, we want to get him for, having a 16 hooker gangbang, if that was a crime. I mean, in certain places in the South it is. But I mean, you have a 16 hooker gangbang, and that's a crime on the books. The DA has to be able to say there is enough proof that I can charge this, and I can prove this in a court of law. Again, all you got to do is just look at Law and Order, like 1 or 2 episodes, or LA Law, or Matlock, and he would at least know that the DA makes the charges, not the police. Hell, look at Judge Judy. Huh? And shouldn't you be happy you didn't get extra charges? Shouldn't you be happy that they let some of the shit that you did go? It's like when you get stopped by the police and for speeding, and they say, well, I could have got you for, reckless endangerment because you were 70, 80, 90, and 75, or 90 and 45. I want to get you for speeding. No, you need to get me for what I'm supposed to be charged for. Why? How come you didn't get me for no seatbelt and for the broken tail light? How come you let those go, but you got me on this one? just, I mean, like, dude, I've never seen a person like, how come I didn't get charged a 77th charge with me hitting Eric on the 20th? Well, we couldn't prove it. Well, how come y'all couldn't prove it? What's the reason why y'all didn't charge me for it? That's the dumbest crap I've ever heard.
So why did you constantly tell the detainee that they were being detained for loitering and prowling if you in fact knew that there was another reason why they were being detained?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. That's the form of the question and assumes facts not in evidence.
Look at this. Hey, China. Welcome to everybody who's in the chat. Welcome. Make sure y'all pressing the like button whether you're coming in or out.
What was the significance of the FBI being present?
The significance of the FBI presence was the early on concern that this was a terrorist style event.
You embarrassed, huh?
You said that this was a terrorist element. And what is the this? Can you explain what the this is?
What's the this? Yeah, I put that in the Dusty Darrellism book. This, D-I-B, T-H-I-S-T. This. Or it could be this too. Yeah, it could be this too. That could be it too. D-I-S-T or T-H-I-S-T. One of the two. This or this. Put that in the Dusty Darrellisms.
When you drove your vehicle through the parade and struck people.
Which at the time you stated you did not know is fact, correct?
No.
That was still being investigated, yes, but I know that's what occurred now.
Now versus then.
What?
Initially, it was unknown if you drove.
That's what I was
stated.
That was the question.
But
shut up.
The investigation showed that you were the driver of the vehicle.
Yeah. Bitch.
And initially, you didn't provide that information, correct?
Correct.
Oh, you got him. You got him.
So do you know if the FBI continued their part of the investigation?
Eventually, the investigation was strictly run by our department.
And do you recall why that decision was made?
My understanding is there wasn't a terrorism link.
So, so basically, they were trying to figure out if this was a racial motivated crime, and that you just had your heart set out on terrorizing white people. They realized, no, you're just a black dumbass, and race had zero to do with it. You would have ran over anybody because you're a narcissistic asshole. So that's why the FBI left. Said, okay, this is just a dumbass. Put in $0.5 and he just ran off because he didn't want to be arrested. He's a dumbass. So, ain't no point of us being here. We can go on about our business. Y'all got it. That's what that meant, dumbass. He is. This is what he's mad about. He was lied to.
I'm sure throughout your career, you've done lots of interrogations. Are there usually multiple officers that do the interrogation, or usually just one?
Come on now.
It can depend on the circumstance. It's not always more than one, but it can be.
And what would you estimate would be the normal procedure for interrogation as far as law enforcement wise?
Again, for you to be asking these questions means that you already know the procedures that the police partake in when they're doing a interrogation, how they do when they have a person in custody, search and seizure. They would know all of this before they ask these questions. There will be a reason why they will be asking these particular questions, because you found something in the procedure, in the execution of that procedure, that was wrong. But of course, dumbass ain't did that. He didn't did any of that. He's just making up shit as he goes along. He wants to be Johnny Cochran, but you ain't quite there. You want to be Rob Kardashian, but you ain't quite there. You want to be Jose Baez, but you're not there. You're not there. Y'all know Jose Baez. That's the one that got Casey Anthony off. That's Jose Baez. Welcome to
I really
everybody
can't
in the
speak
chat.
to that. I think every department probably has their own potential way of doing things.
Oh, by the way, I am playing a drinking game every time that Darrell says detainee or suspect. I take a sip.
Up until that point in your career, when you interrogated the detainee, had you ever conducted an interrogation with FBI present?
He's so stupid.
Not prior to that day, no.
This is Walker's job. They don't do that crap over there. There's some good white folks. They mind their business.
You made reference to
Come on.
car key being found. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did you yourself find the car key?
Uh-oh. This is
No, I did not.
This is important.
Were you told by other law enforcement?
I guess told what exactly?
That a car key was found.
I was not specifically. Your items that were located on you during the search were turned over to Detective Stern, and the car key was one of those items.
And bitch, you mentioned the car key in your in the interrogation. You mentioned the car key itself. You said it should have been on the grass with my phone. You mentioned it. Dumbass.
And to the best of your knowledge, you didn't have that information at the time, correct?
At which time?
At the time that the detainee was detained in the substation.
Thank you for that clarification. Go ahead and answer.
Detainee.
I just want to make sure I guess that I understand. So you're asking me what I knew about the key, or if I knew where it was found at the substation? I don't understand. Can you clarify that, sir?
I guess the clarity that you may be looking for is what was found and brought into the substation?
Okay. The Ford ignition key and other items that I alluded to in my earlier testimony include a photo ID and credit cards with your name, or debit card, credit and or debit cards with your name on them.
That you did not search and find yourself, right?
Okay.
That's correct.
Because unless the police themselves, that particular officer themselves, do the search and seizure, they have to do all of that stuff. It didn't happen. So if another officer does it, but you didn't do it yourself specifically, it didn't happen. It's invalid. You can toss it. Let him go. Y'all, let him go. Hey, Reef, let him go. Welcome,
Did you
everybody.
conduct any searches?
I don't recall if I did or not of your person.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know where certain items were found at the time that you learned of there being items found, correct?
No.
No, as in?
No, as in opposite of yes.
No, I knew those items were found on you in the search. Maybe not the specific pocket, but I knew the officers found those items in your possession.
Were you at the scene of the search?
Oh.
No.
Let him go.
So how do you know where they were found?
Because they were turned over to Detective Stern as your property.
How do you know where they were found, though, if you weren't at the scene?
Oh.
Because I was aware officers searched you.
Let them go,
and it's
y'all.
not reasonable to believe they were randomly in the grass at the house you were at in a city that you've indicated you're not familiar with.
Let them go.
Can you strike that last answer from the record? I didn't refer to any house, grass.
You asked
City.
an open-ended question. His answer will stand. Your request is denied.
That bitch.
So it'd be fair to say that in the question, I did not mention a house, grass, or city. That'd be fair to say.
You didn't mention it, but I know you were found at a house in the city of Waukesha.
Oh.
And I know you're not familiar with Waukesha because that's what you told me when I interviewed you.
Ooh.
Can you strike that last answer?
Request is denied.
On what grounds, Your Honor?
You dumbass. That's a
You asked the question. He answered it. If you want to limit, ask leading questions.
She's
and
telling
direct
you.
him.
Direct him.
That is your right.
You made reference to the house where the detainee was found, the grass, the city.
Yes, AO. Yes.
Could it be possible that that's where they were found? The items that you are referring to?
So stupid.
No.
Uh-oh.
Even though it'd be fair to say that you were not present.
Correct.
Uh-oh. I'm dead. I'm deceased.
You made a lot of reference to the
Welcome to all of y'all who entered the chat. Make sure y'all smash that like button on your way in or out. And for those who just got here, I am playing a drinking game. Whenever he says detainee or suspect, take a sip.
the body pain and having to be checked at the hospital and being medically cleared. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, we took you to the hospital for clearance.
Are you yourself a doctor or have any training in the medical field?
What?
No, sir.
So it'd be fair to say that you cannot know how a person's body is feeling.
Oh, so he was mad because Carpenter said that he was basically faking his injury, even though we all know that he lied and it wasn't nothing wrong with his shoulder because didn't nobody knock him down on the ground.
Fair to say?
He mad about that.
I can't explain exactly what another's body's feeling. Correct.
So it'd also be fair to say that there's a possibility that you can be incorrect about assumptions made to pain reference. That'd be fair to say?
But bitch, you said that your shoulder was hurting because the police threw you down on the ground. The police didn't throw you down on the ground. So where was this phantom pain coming from? Where is it coming from? So I'm gonna need a couple of refills. I can't do a couple of refills. I'm a lightweight. But you said that you was all in pain because you got slammed by the police. That was the initial part of your story. You got slammed. You didn't get slammed. So where is this pain coming from? Is this pain coming from where Stephanie and Marcus came from? Out your ass? The Tankia came from? Out the crack of your dusty stank ass?
I think that depends on the circumstance. In this specific circumstance,
you was lying.
You told me.
The last follow-up if he wants it.
Okay.
Judge had to help you.
Next question.
Look at this. Look at this.
You made a reference on one of the exhibits. I'm not sure
One of the
exactly which one it was. It was the first interrogation
The exhibits.
in the police holding room in the hospital. In that exhibit, you made reference to the FBI being present because you were short staffed. Do you recall that?
Uh-oh, he got the card.
I don't recall exactly what I said, but I recall acknowledging their presence. Yes.
And you made a reference to short staff. Can you explain what does short staff mean?
That's possible.
I don't recall if I said that or not.
I don't know if it's exhibit 172 I'm referring to.
The exhibit.
Can you pull up exhibit 172, please?
You refer to the photo of the identifiers and the items found?
Is that
That's
172?
172, yes.
Well, I don't think, is it 81 then I'm referring to?
81 is the audio recording.
Okay, it's
I'm
81.
sorry, 81 is the video and audio.
Of the,
Is it just the audio? I was right the first time. It's
okay, I think it's 81.
like the audio recording from the hospital.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there a part you'd like to direct the state to when they pull it up?
Because it's the audio,
Come on.
I'm assuming it'd be probably as soon as the defendant is brought into the room.
It was
not the alleged defendant, the defendant. Gotcha.
played starting at 4 minutes and 25 seconds through 14 minutes and 25 seconds. Do you want it started right at 4:25?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. The state would please assist with that.
How long would you like it to be played?
He don't know.
Do you know how long you want it played, or do you want the whole thing? The
I don't-
same clip?
I don't need the whole thing played. From what I recall, the point that I will refer to is pretty early in that.
Well, how about we start at 4:25 and then you say pause, please, when you want it to be paused by the state.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
I see right here, Darrell. I will grab you. I'll tell you.
It's Darrell?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Darrell. I'm Jeremy Wojciechowski, I'm the FBI. FBI, yeah. that's my partner.
FBI.
I'm Mary. Yep.
They're just kind of helping out because we're so short-staffed tonight. So,
Thank you.
It's paused at 4 minutes and 56 seconds. Go ahead.
From hearing the audio on this exhibit 81, do you recall saying that the FBI was present because you were short-staffed?
that is my voice. I don't recall saying it in the moment, but that's my voice.
That is your voice.
That is me talking.
So from your recollection, do you recall being short-staffed at that time?
Yes.
Don't ask why.
Can you explain what the short staff mean as far as at that time, what would short staff mean?
My God. What does short staff mean at that time? That was a real question, y'all. Why would they be short? Wow. I don't even need to even go into any detail to comment on that. Wow. People ran over hundreds of people. That's why they were short-staffed. My God. Oh, welcome, Private Eye Posse. Welcome, everybody who just entered the chat. Welcome. Thank you for spending your New Year's Eve with me. Welcome. Make sure y'all smashing that like button on your way in or out.
That we were just very short on resources with what happened
There you go.
down at the parade route and the mass casualties and the amount of officers it took to secure that location. We were very short on people.
And you
People were
made
called in off
reference.
duty.
You made reference to the short staff being the reason why the FBI was present.
Yes.
Well, he didn't want to say, they wanted to determine if you were a racist piece of shit or not. So that's why the FBI were there. He didn't want to say that. So, I mean, I can't really fault him for not divulging that the police and the FBI were there to determine whether or not he was a racist piece of shit. May not be a complete racist, but he definitely is the piece of shit.
Is FBI usually present in the situation of short staffing?
Ah,
No.
mhm. Come on, look at
Put that off, or do you
Yes,
need
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure if you needed it, it's up.
It's the hardest
Sometimes
he's
I
ever
think
worked in
it's
his
too-
life. It's the hardest he's ever worked
Yeah.
in his life or anything. Except for beating bitches. He worked hard on beating bitches.
And you made reference to recording the interrogation on your phone, correct?
Yes.
And why would you use your phone to record an interrogation? Especially one of this magnitude.
Because the camera in the room didn't have audio capability.
And were you informed of that? Or let me back up.
Back
When were you
ass
informed
up.
that the camera that was in the room did not have audio?
I don't recall exactly. Prior to the interrogation.
And who were you told by?
Hospital security.
Was that the first time you had ever used that police holding room in that hospital?
No.
So it would be fair to assume that you were aware that that room had cameras.
Yes, I knew it had cameras.
And have you ever conducted an interrogation in that room before that evening?
Interrogation, no, but I'd use the room for other purposes.
So what prompted an interrogation in that room that specific evening?
He's so freaking stupid.
Well, as I explained in my earlier testimony,
Yeah.
the situation down in the downtown area, Waukesha, where the mass casualty incident had occurred was very fluid. It was still unfolding at that time. We were learning more and more and more about what occurred. We decided to start the interview at that location to see if you'd be willing to shed light on for us as to what you did or did not know. And again, I'll go back to statements I made earlier. There's a risk inherent with every transport. I didn't know where your ultimate final location was going to be that night. So to now start bouncing you from facility to facility to facility unnecessarily was just something we made the decision not to do.
And at some point, the detainee was moved to the Muskego Police Department, correct?
Yes, you were moved to the Muskego Police Department later in the evening.
And when did you learn that that would be a location that the detainee would be going to?
Detainee.
We made the decision to try to use that location after the first interrogation attempt.
I'm sorry that I didn't hear the last part.
I'm sorry, after the first interrogation attempt.
I know he does.
First interrogation attempt. How would you define attempt?
What?
Well, when we were at Waukesha Memorial Hospital that night in the police holding room that we've discussed, I read you your Miranda rights verbatim from the Waukesha Police Department ran a statement form. And at that time, you indicated you didn't wish to speak with me.
That's right. That's sure
So
did.
it would be fair to say that the Fifth Amendment right was exercised at that point.
Uh-oh.
Right to silence.
Under the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah.
So
he got it. Look, he got some cooking. Can y'all smell when the bitch is cooking? He got something cooking.
acknowledging now the fact that the Fifth Amendment right was invoked not to speak, or as you say, the right to silence.
Right.
Why did you continue to record on your phone?
So we are trained at our police department, when you do an interrogation, the recording is to be left on pretty much until you try to effect transport. So typically what we would do is, if our building hadn't been under construction, and when we'd been able to get you back to our police department, where in that situation we may very well have transported you, just because we'd have had a municipal lockup there and we could have held you for the night. But that again was difficult based on the fact that we didn't have that possibility at the time. So if someone's in an interview room and at our police department, we'll leave that, even after the interrogation's over, we'll leave that video running until we come.
Private Eye, he is not pro se, he's pro per. Okay? Make sure you get that straight now. He's a sovereign citizen. He is not pro se, he's pro per.
Come back and remove the individual from that room.
Even once a detainee has invoked their right to silence, you still continue to record. Is that a standard practice of your agency?
Yes.
Yes, it is, for as long as they remain in the room.
That's right. Dumbass.
And so when did you start recording?
Before you got in the room.
Are you talking at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Correct.
Prior to you entering the room.
So you started recording before the
Yeah.
detainee entered the room,
Detainee.
and you said you keep the recording on until they leave the room.
Correct.
So would it be fair to say that
You're an idiot. Yes.
there should only be recording while the detainee is in the room?
Detainee.
No.
Uh-oh.
And you did say for the record that that's standard procedure in your agency.
In regards to the interview rooms at our normal police department, which wasn't available at that time. Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you were not at the normal police department?
Yes. However, with the audio, I was still trying to make sure I followed the policy to the best of my ability.
Can you show proof of that policy?
Uh-oh.
I don't have it.
So it'd be fair to say that
Thank you. Come on.
there's no way to determine if that truly is policy if it can't be proven.
It can be proved.
Grounds.
Sustained. As to the form of the question, it's argumentative.
Yeah, done.
How can that policy be proven?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained on relevance grounds.
Do you know where that procedure is located in your agency rules?
Do you know?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor?
Relevance grounds. Relevance.
Relevance, bitch.
Not
Quit looking
relevant.
confused.
Next question.
It's not relevant?
No, keep going.
Is you? Yeah, you got it.
Later, outside the presence of the jury at our afternoon break, but for now, keep going.
I follow, Your Honor. I apologize.
Cause he's like, I got something cooking now. I got this under control now. I found out what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make it about the police work and not following procedure. The procedure that I don't know, but they didn't follow whatever the fuck it was.
So once
I'm
the
mad.
detainee was taken to the Muskego Police Department, that would be a pretty standard police department. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And a second interrogation also took place at that police department, correct?
Yes.
Were you live from
Any reason why the first interrogation couldn't take place at the same police department that the second one took place at?
Well, the first interrogation again wasn't at a police department. You know, Muskego was utilized as they had a lockup facility, so we interviewed you there.
Come on.
Around what time was the detainee taken to the Muskego Police Department?
I don't recall the exact time.
And you also stated that another law enforcement officer.
I apologize for the interruption, but I just want to make sure my jury is in good shape. If you want to just take a moment to stand, it's a little slow, I think, for them. So we're just going to stand for a minute.
Judge Darrell said, I don't give two shits what's going on, what you're talking about. I know you're talking about nothing. And I know this jury is probably bored out of their minds watching you sit there and read back and forth. They're probably sleeping. I'm gonna let them stand up for a little while. And you know, all you're gonna do is just stand there anyway and look stupid. So, you know, no harm, no foul.
Again, my apologies for the interruption.
Come on, Fredo. I knew it was you, Fredo. we know it's you.
Anyone on my jury need a break? Are we good? I'd like to keep going.
Come on, Fredo. Let's do it.
Okay. No response to that. They said they're good. All right. We'll sit back down. And again, my apologies, Mr. Brooks.
What's all of this weighing back and forth?
Yeah.
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 All right. We'll sit back down. And again, my apologies, Mr. Brooks.
What song? Y'all wonder.
Hopefully you know where you were.
Y'all know what song that is going through his head? He humming to something. We're gonna be going back and forth. Time to go to trial, bitch. Time to go to trial. Time to go to trial, bitch. Time to go to trial. Or maybe it's, you know, fuck the police. I don't know, but he listens to something in his head. Nobody does this in real life. No, not a normal person. They don't do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was another law enforcement officer who actually did the transport of the detainee at that time, correct?
Detainee?
Yes.
And you stated earlier in testimony that you and your partner followed behind that transport. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I'm assuming at some point that you
Locked up.
will actually strike that.
Locked up.
You stated to being present during the booking process into the Muskego Police Department. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So why couldn't interrogation be conducted at that time?
Which would have been
more ideal, considering that you said there was a lockup. I forgot how you referred to it, but basically like a room that the detainee could be secured.
Well, you had been talking about at that point when we arrived at the facility with you that you hadn't eaten all day, you hadn't slept, so we wanted to give you an opportunity to eat, sleep, clear your mind, and refresh yourself.
And what bearing would that have on interrogation?
Come on, dude.
Well, I mean, you said you hadn't eaten, you hadn't slept. So I think a person is more focused when they're fed and they're rested. So, you know, we wanted to give you the opportunity to do that.
In your opinion, how would that have affected interrogation?
See, this is how you know that he flunked out of school. You should know that it's better. You can concentrate better if you have rested and you have eaten. You have a hard time concentrating. Any of us know that taking exams in the past, that if you're hungry, you're not thinking about immediately the responses that you're trying to, you know, mark down on your exam. You're like, shit, I'm hungry. Oh, what I need. When I get out of here, where am I gonna go to lunch? You know, maybe me and my friend, we can after this, we can go by Applebee's or Ruby Tuesday, and I want some nachos. That's how you know he ain't been to nobody's school for real. That's how you know. So yeah, you need to be rested and you need to be fed. And that way you should get a better, more focused response. Duh, bitch. Duh.
I'm going to excuse the jury right now. So if our jury, we could stand for the jury so I can take up a legal issue, please. All rise.
So I got to stop this shit right now. Oh! Well, if he don't have it, he got it now. Oh, we got it now. Oh. Look at him. Look at him. Ear hustling. Hold on. Let me get back over here. Look at him. He ear hustling. Now he can't hit now. Look at him. Ear hustling. Look at him. He's seeing what the prosecution doing.
All right, thank you. Be seated.
Ear hustling
So
hard.
I take up two issues right now. One is when I paused earlier and told Mr. Brooks I would allow him to.
Ear hustling hard.
It was regarding the policies. I want to know, as the proponent of the evidence, why you think that's relevant. And then secondly, the questions I believe that you are asking related to the interrogation, unless you can convince me otherwise, go to a legal issue that this court has already determined.
Hey, Vicki, welcome.
But I'll hear you out on that. I didn't want to make an assumption, but I also didn't want to have you question this witness about what really are legal issues that this court previously addressed regarding the admissibility of the interviews.
Well, to the first one,
Come on now, don't
about the policies.
Yeah.
That's relevant because
Thank you, Gina.
I think it should be stated for the record why he left his phone recording after he acknowledged that the Fifth Amendment right to silence had been invoked. At that point, interrogation is supposed to stop completely.
Well, I understand what you're saying from a legal perspective, but that doesn't mean the recording had to stop in and of itself at that point. He did provide an explanation on the record.
His explanation was that it's policy, right?
He answered the question, why do you believe having a specific policy and him testify about the specific policy is relevant to his testimony?
Well, I believe that if that's in fact policy, it should be proven. It should be proven that that's a fact, that is a real policy. For all we know, he could just be saying that it's a policy. And at that point, it makes him continuing to record after the Fifth Amendment had been invoked.
Well, right now, you assume facts that are not in evidence, sir. And so you're the proponent of this testimony through your cross-examination. And so without something more, sir, I don't.
That thumbnail is courtesy of Reddit. And so I thought that it was cute to see him doing his little thug thing on the thumbnail. Okay, so like just enjoy it. Okay, and have a good time. Have a drink.
Don't see where there's relevance as to what the specific policy is.
Can you see what I'm getting at, though, Your Honor? If he's saying that this is a policy of his agency, he should be able to prove that that's policy. Because at that point, if there's no way to know that that is the correct procedure that they use every time, then
You're,
why?
again, making a lot of generalizations that I don't think are accurate as to what he said. This is a trial, sir, where the allegations in this case are that you drove through the Christmas parade, right, and caused death and injury to a number of individuals. There's also those other charges related to the bail jumping, the battery. And frankly, his conduct isn't on trial. We're not here about a police misconduct trial. I'm not saying that some of this information might not be relevant.
It's not relevant. So yeah, he would have needed to have said, when you invoke the Fifth Amendment, say, my right to remain silent, I'm not going to say anything. Okay, you don't say anything. But then if you start back talking, all of that information, when you voluntarily begin talking, that's admissible. So yeah, you say, I access my right of silence. I need my attorney here. That means you shut them dick suckers up and you don't say anything else. If you start talking, that whole Fifth Amendment shit goes out the window because you have waived your right to silence because you started talking.
His credibility, things of that nature. But you have to, again, you're the proponent of this. Why do you believe those policies relate to an issue of fact in this case or otherwise go to your defense?
I believe that is relevant because it can show that at the very minimum, that first interrogation and anything related to it should not be admissible as evidence.
That's a legal determination that I've already raised. Your attorneys represented you at that time.
But nothing from the first interrogation counted because you didn't say anything. You declined to speak and they stopped the interrogation. It's that second interrogation that got you, not the first one. First one is irrelevant because you invoked your Fifth Amendment right. But I'm wondering if he thinks that when you say, I want to invoke my Fifth Amendment right, that means that any interrogation afterwards, irregardless of the day, is inadmissible because you invoked your Fifth Amendment right to silence. I'm wondering if that's where he's trying to go with this. I'm confused. But it seems that's what I think that is in his mind, right? Y'all tell me if I'm wrong.
Time, they made a variety of arguments. So to then make this trial about that interrogation, it's not relevant
at all.
The whole trial,
but the issues are legal issues that this jury will not be answer. I've already ruled on the admissibility. That's a legal determination. So I'm not seeing the relevance to those specific policies, and there is simply no requirement that the state or this witness has to prove those policies. You are representing yourself. Hold on, let me finish. You're representing yourself. I'm not aware of any subpoena that required him to bring those policies with. So that would have been on you if you felt it important to cross-examine him on those policies to require that. I'm not aware of that. Have you done that?
It would have been on him to read. See, he hadn't even done the basic reading the reports and reading the testimony. He didn't even do that. What are you doing in your cell all day? You don't have time to read for your own defense with 1,300 years looking at you in the face. You don't even bother to read nothing. Look at him.
Obviously, it was going to come up.
Did you issue a subpoena ducus tecum to this witness to bring with any of his policies
How
related to
can I do that
interrogation?
myself, Your Honor? How can I do that from a jail cell?
You were given all of those blank subpoena copies, sir.
You had subpoenas, papers, and you got this shit right here. This book, this pristine book of the code and the rules of procedure and the criminal code. All of that is right there.
And you could have filled that out in a way for this witness to require. You didn't do that.
So who would have served him?
The state would have. They served your other subpoenas. But be that as it may, that's not what we have here. So I believe that your line of questioning is on a topic that's not relevant to the issues in this case. So I'll give you one more opportunity. Why do you believe that questioning him about the policies are relevant to your case?
It's relevant to the case because why would he be recording before people are even in the room and then after?
Well, that's argumentative, sir. So that's
the
not a
Fifth
legal
Amendment-
basis.
Once the Fifth Amendment is invoked, interrogation is supposed to stop. Period. There's supposed to be no more recording, no more questions asked.
That's not true.
That should be the end of the whole interrogation.
He's so dumb. Toby one. I want to see how much of a nerd that you are. This is just a Toby one. Toby. Peace is a lie. There's only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. And through power, my chains are broken. That's for you, Toby one. Tell me, what am I, Toby one? I want to see how much of a nerd you are.
These are legal issues that you're trying to raise before the jury. I've already dealt with the admissibility, so you've not provided a legal basis to further question this officer about policies related to the interrogation and the recording. He has answered questions. I gave you some leeway on that, and his answers are before the jury. Certainly, you'll be able to argue the meaning of that or the lack thereof during your closing arguments if we get to that point. Let's move on, though, to this issue about why I excused the jury. And again, I believe you're questioning him about legal issues that aren't relevant, but you're the proponent. You want to question him. What's the legal basis you believe I should allow you to continue with that?
What legal basis are you referring to?
I believe you.
Oh, hold on. This
legal issues that aren't relevant, but you're the proponent. You want to question him. What's the legal basis you believe I should allow you to continue with that?
What legal basis are you referring to?
That's not Jay Prince. That's just a random guy. Jay Prince is black. He's you cannot miss Jay Prince. He's very unattractive. He's got a dark brown complexion, and he's got shit locks on his head, and he looks ashy. So that's not Jay. You can't miss Jay when he pops up. You can't miss his ugly ass.
I believe you were attempting to elicit information or evidence, testimony from this witness on issues that are not relevant.
Is that referring to the same question?
Not the policies, what I just stopped.
I'm a nerd.
The testimony for, because I don't want to create issues in front of this jury related to legal issues that are not before them to determine.
And is that referring to the question about the policies?
No. You were asking him, why did you stop? Why did you not question him further? Meaning, why did this detective not question you when you got to the Miseducation Police Department? Why did they wait till the next day? I stop because I know the law on this area, and I know that
That's
when
right.
a subject invokes their Fifth Amendment, or when you're a defendant in state, it's the 14th Amendment, but nonetheless, right? You have rights under the Wisconsin Constitution as well, but that because you only invoked your right to remain silent, they waited to question you until a sufficient amount of time had passed, in addition to the other reasons. I'm not going to let you question him in front of the jury about that specific thing. Or at least I'm cautioning you that I'm stopping it because I don't see where that's relevant. But if you keep pressing him on that, you're going to open up the door to him saying, because I was following the constitutional requirements and giving you a break in the questioning so that I could, get a.
Look at ugly. Oh, he is so unattractive. That mucinex snot ball nose of his. He is so in the nails. Oh, the nails. And you know that mask stink. Y'all know that mask stink to holy hell. Y'all know it stink.
A statement, I believe, would be admissible later on. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
With all respect, Your Honor, I don't think he would have said that.
My concern was we were headed down that path. So if there's some other
reason, Your Honor, I don't think he would have said that.
Hold on,
my concern was we were headed down that path.
Y'all, he just said, I don't think that he's smart enough. This dumbass said that Detective Carpenter wasn't smart enough to understand about interrogation. He said, I don't think he's smart enough.
My concern was we were headed down that path. So if there's some other reason you want to question him.
The 14th Amendment would have been referring to the having an attorney present.
I'm sorry, say that again. So
you said, when you stated that you know the law in that area about the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment. What were you referring to on the 14th Amendment?
Come on.
I'm not going to explain that any further, sir. Let me just ask the state if they see this.
Attorney Bailey, that's exactly what I was getting. Attorney Bailey, that's exactly what I was getting at.
So I don't know what happened here. This is part of the stream. Court law and crime. I don't know if they did something and cut whatever out. So I don't know what Bailey said for him to be like, that's not me. That's the stream. I just want to point that out to y'all. Oh, here we go.
All right. Well, you understand it's my job to protect the record too. So I want to make sure that, all right. So with that understanding that you are questioning this witness about why they didn't take you to Muskego for the first interview, is that where you're wanting to go with all of this?
That was the question.
All right. Well, I might have misunderstood, but in any event, it gave us an opportunity to talk about the other thing. So that's okay.
So is that a fair question to ask then? Just because I'm confused now if I'm even allowed to ask that question.
Bitch, you've been confused.
The issue sometimes, sir, is there's either
came at the womb.
Sometimes the questions aren't as artfully worded as they could be. I know you're doing your best.
No, it's not.
I like to look at it this way. Questions that are a sentence at a time, meaning a thought at a time, because then they're not compound, are the easiest for a witness to answer. And when you start bringing in other things, it can be confusing, and then I might not understand, or a party or a witness might not understand what you're asking.
Understands is him.
So looks like it's one of those situations where I was a bit unclear. It's been clarified. If that's the line of questioning that you are going to go, then that's fine. Then I would allow that. I'm not going to stand in the way of that. If the state objects, I'll obviously that's a different story. Then I'll have to rule on it. But I think we're all on the same page now.
And just for the record, Darrell, I will be objecting. I don't want there to be, just because I think this has been asked and answered. He was taken to Waukesha Memorial Hospital for medical clearance. They want to minimize the number of times that he's transported, and they needed the information sooner rather than later. So I will be objecting as to asked and answered. I just didn't want to, we asked the question that the court suggests, and then I object, and so I do want to put that on the record just so the court's prepared for it.
Understood.
The question of why wasn't the first interview conducted at Muskego Police Department
that was asked
not been answered?
That's a
I'm
lie.
gonna let you ask that question. So even if they object, we'll put everyone on notice. So because I think it's reworded a bit differently. So I think it's fair. I'm gonna let you ask that. All right, let's bring the jury back out.
Yeah, straighten your big boy suit. On your big boy suit, baby. I mean, he's like, I look good in this big boy suit.
I might have to get me more water.
Ready. I knew it was you, Carlo. I knew it was you. Got to answer for Santino, Carlo.
You
think you could have fooled a Corleone?
Run through this one.
All right, we'll make sure there's another one. I can't see the head monitor. It's got or don't have.
Thank you.
You can't fool a Corleone. Look at him, he working hard too. All I have in this world is my word and my ball. Break them for nobody. First you get the woman, and first you get the money, then you get the power. I mean, get the power.
All right, thank you. Everyone, please be seated. And Mr. Brooks, you may continue with your questioning of this witness.
You get the woman. Let it go. Let it go. Another Quaalude should love me again.
And do you recall why the first interview was not conducted at Muskego Police Department?
Oh, Lord. Have mercy. Second question.
Yeah. So in regards to the first interview at that point, as I kind of stated in my earlier testimony, we didn't know exactly where you'd end up. Muskego didn't become an option and something we thought of as a final place for you until after the first interrogation was attempted and was over with.
I love it.
Do you recall if you made that determination yourself, or was it your supervisor or something of that nature?
Objection relevance.
Ground.
As to where they were going to take you?
Yes.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Go ahead.
I discussed it with Detective Casey.
And at that time, that's when you learned that Muskego Police Station was a viable location.
Yes, that's the point at which we made the decision.
Had you ever used that police station before in any of your investigations before that evening?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I had not, but when our department first closed, that was given as an option for us, being we didn't have our own municipal lockup.
Chris, I'm telling you, I'm thinking that he watched something on TV. He watched like Murder, She Wrote or LA Law or what's the other one? Law and Order, something like that. He watched it over that weekend, and the attorney was saying grounds, because remember the first and the second day he was playing attorney, he on his little jail outfit. He wasn't screaming grounds. When we got to day 3, that's when he started screaming grounds, grounds, grounds. So he watched something on TV, and whatever he watched, that's what he determined with the way that an attorney is supposed to act. He's supposed to scream out grounds, even though they are telling you what they're objecting to. That's the grounds. But he watched some old fashioned show. That's all I can think of, Chris. That's all I can think of. Grounds.
And do you recall around what time you started to conduct the second interrogation?
Yes, 12:11 p.m. on the 22nd.
And do you recall how that interrogation started?
Yes, I explained to you I had more information about the domestic, and that's what I was looking to speak to you about.
Do you recall making a statement that we all know how women can be? They're crazy?
I do.
And what did you mean by that?
It was just additional rapport building that I've talked about in my earlier testimony. Speaking to you on a person-to-person level, quite honestly, it wasn't a judgment I generalized towards all women in the world. It was just wanted you to feel comfortable talking to me as a person. I felt we had rapport. I felt I could tell the night before you were comfortable speaking to me. And it was just a continuation of that.
See, he knew that you were a misogynist. He knew that you were a bitch. And so misogynists and bitches like to congregate together. You know, when you have 2 or 3 misogynistic bitches together, there is a demon in its midst. So he thought that, you know, you would be able to appreciate the misogynistic qualities of his language and feel like you were at home. And apparently that strategy worked because you thought he was a misogynistic asshole like you are.
So it'd be fair to say that that comment doesn't reflect your opinion of women.
Correct.
I'm not gonna hold that against Carpenter.
Why did you feel that would have been necessary to build a rapport that you stated that you already felt that you had?
Because it was just being relaxed.
He's playing a long game.
I was relaxed. I didn't want to make you feel unnecessarily nervous. We had been, you know, talking to each other in the casual conversation from the night before, very civilly, very openly about non-custodial topics. And I was just continuing to go along those lines. It was.
So you know how people, if there's a group of people together and they, what am I trying to say? I've been drinking. People are, you know, there's a group thing. People in groups, they tend to, for some reason, share the same belief because that one person who might think differently doesn't want to be called out for thinking differently. So you go along and you agree with what people are saying because it just seems like it's easier and then you want to fit in and belong. Carp was playing on that. He was playing on Darrell's need to belong and to be understood. You know, it's a classic thing. That's how you handle people sometimes. You have to make them think that, you know, you're on their side and that they're not the odd one out there, not weird. So you're just going to go along with it just to make it seem like it's normal. I mean, this is like psychology 101.
Wasn't anything other than to just communicate with you on a I guess, stiff level.
I knew you beat bitches. I knew that you beat bitches.
And do you feel, would it be fair to say that other comments could have been used to keep the detainee at ease?
Detainee?
Objection vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Baby, he know about.
Is there any other conversational tools you could have used to keep the detainee at ease?
Detainee?
Objection, same.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Perhaps, maybe.
So it'd be fair to say for the situation, you felt that the conversational tool you use would be more appropriate at that time?
So ask that one more time, please.
You felt that, would it be fair to say that you felt that at that time, the conversational tool that you use would be more appropriate for the situation?
I don't know that I was really thinking about appropriateness. Like I said, I was just conversing you on a normal person-to-person level. Was my intention.
He knew.
So it would be fair to say that you assumed that would put the detainee more at ease by starting the conversation with along those lines?
I wanted you to be relaxed. That's not anything that I did just specifically for you, Mr. Brooks. I always want people to be as relaxed as they can be. I want them to feel comfortable to talk to me if they are willing. It doesn't change the fact that ultimately I have to read Miranda. But I always want all the people I talk to feel comfortable and be willing and know that they can talk to me if they want to.
Speaking of Miranda, do you recall reading the Miranda rights in the second interrogation?
Yes, he read the Miranda
Yes,
rights.
I do.
Do you recall how long into the interrogation before you read the Miranda rights?
Objection.
Grounds.
Objection, misstatement,
Grounds.
and mischaracterization of the evidence.
Grounds.
Grounds.
Well, sustained is to the formal question.
It would be fair to say that the second interrogation was pretty long. Would that be fair to say?
Well, bitch, you lied for 5 full hours. You lied for 5 hours from the minute your ass hit the seat. You was lying, and you was lying till they handcuffed your dusty ass and snatched that picture out your pocket. You was lying the entire time. Lying, gaslighting, obfuscating. You did it all. You did it all.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when in the second interrogation you read the Miranda rights?
Your Honor, I am going to object again to the form of the question. The interrogation began. The court made a finding as to when the interrogation began prior.
I'm going to sustain the objection as to the form of the question. It calls for a legal conclusion. Next question.
Did you immediately start the second interrogation with the reading of Miranda rights?
No.
No, that is not the first thing I stated to you. First, I explained to you what I was wishing to talk to you about.
And do you recall how long you were in that explanation phase of the interrogation?
Maybe around 15 minutes, 16 minutes.
So it'd be fair to say that you didn't read the Miranda rights till somewhere after already interrogating the detainee for 15 minutes at least.
Detainee.
Grounds.
Misstatement.
Sustained. Calls for a legal conclusion. Misstates the testimony as well.
You read
Next question.
you read the Miranda rights after 15 minutes.
Yes, thereabouts.
Do you recall why you didn't start the second interrogation with the Miranda rights?
Because he didn't have to.
I'm not required to read them immediately, so those first 15 minutes were verifying your personal information, explaining that I now wish to talk to you about a domestic involving your girlfriend, and then I read them before asking you any specific questions about that event.
Sure did.
Would it be fair to say that you had already obtained personal information the night before?
I had, but I didn't have it in front of me, and I have to recomplete the whole Miranda sheet. So I had to refill out the top form of the sheet, which is your name. So I had to verify that.
So it'd be fair to say that you had obtained personal information that you didn't bring with you for the second interrogation?
Why would he need to bring it with him? He's gonna see your bitch ass again. He's like, I don't need to bring this piece of paper. I can just do it again tomorrow. I'll see this dusty, broke ass bitch again.
I did not have your information written down at that point. Yes.
Do you recall why at that time you didn't have the personal information that you
Because he's
had
gonna
already
see you
obtained?
again.
No.
No, as in
I don't recall why.
No, as in the opposite of yes. See, there's no yes, no, no, as in the opposite of yes. So, do you remember? No, I don't remember. So, no, as in not yes. Child, I wish I could have been on the stand. I would have got kicked out. I've been like, I can't. Like, Judge, I can't do this. I can't do this with a straight face. I can't. Ain't enough water, ain't enough mimosa in the world for my mouth to not just say what I wanted to say.
Why I didn't have it.
Oh, Marcus is real. You know what? On his arm or hand is with Momo or Moo or something like that. I don't know if that's Marcus, but somebody said that the tattoo was in honor of his deceased friend, and being a melanated goddess, Momo or Moo, whatever the hell, that seems like something that would be a Marcus nickname, but I could be wrong. But it seems like that's a Marcus nickname.
And you said you started off the second interview with information about
he drove a tan Toyota.
Domestic allegations. That'd be fair to say?
Yes, after reading
Okay.
Miranda, if that's what you're asking.
No, I didn't.
Right. I don't know what are you asking then? Just so I'm clear.
The question was, again, you started off the second interrogation with domestic allegations.
Yeah.
Yes, that was part of the beginning, explaining to you those allegations that had come forward. Things I didn't know about the night before.
Any reason why you wouldn't explain
the real reason?
The real reason why the detainee was being detained?
Detainee?
At that point, the domestic was part of the real reason why you were being held in custody.
Marcus was amusing.
Did you have any more knowledge about the incident from the previous night at that time?
Are you referencing the parade aspect of it?
Yes.
At that point, yes, I did.
And why wasn't that information given to the detainee at that time?
Detainee?
As I explained in my earlier testimony, the idea behind the second interrogation was I began with the domestic abuse issues, questioned you about those, and then moved into the parade aspect of the investigation.
And why not start with all the information you knew?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Relevance. That's the grounds, fool.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
For those that who may have just gotten here, I am having a drinking game, and anytime he says detainee or suspect, I take a sip. So y'all know I'm feeling real good because I've been sipping a lot.
Why would you not start the second interrogation with the information that you knew?
In regards to the parade?
In regards to all the information that you had at the time?
Well, as I stated again in my earlier testimony, as we began the second interrogation, I explained it was about a domestic with your girlfriend, Erica Patterson.
Uh-oh.
But again, I can't give you all the details because part of gauging truthfulness and avoiding I'm not leading you is not telling you every single thing. I told you she alleged there were physical injuries, but I can't really tell you what they were because I want to see if you're going to be honest and tell me what they were. Additionally, telling you what the injuries were as far as Mr. Patterson could cause you to create a lie to avoid those. And it's the same issue with the parade.
Did you speak to the complainant of the domestic allegations at that time?
Objection. The use of the word complainant.
Sustained.
Complainant is a term for a civil matter. So you would not use a complainant as like, again, that's a civil matter. Like respondent.
The form of the question.
Had you spoken with Ms. Patterson about the alleged domestic allegations?
Mm-hmm.
I did not.
So it'd be fair to say that you, at that time, didn't know if they were true or not.
No, that wouldn't be fair to say.
Uh-oh. Don't go there. Don't
And
go
why would that not
there.
be fair to say?
Well, hold on. It's for this jury to determine the facts of this case, including the domestic allegations. So I'm not going to let a witness comment on his belief or not on any other witness's testimony or information. Fair enough?
I apologize.
All right. Next
No.
question.
He didn't just open the door. He bust that wide open.
Had you at any time
Bruce Lee style, bust it open.
before the second interrogation spoke with Ms. Patterson?
No.
You made reference, I believe it was in both interrogations, to reading. It was in reference to the Miranda rights, stating that
He was such a good boy.
if I was at home on my couch, do you recall making that statement?
Yes.
And what do you mean by that? At home on my couch. What do you mean by that?
He's so stupid.
Well, Miranda is strictly custody based. So I could interrogate you or question you about a matter in which you were a suspect at your home, and I would not be required to read those warnings. Being we were in custody, we were at the Miseducation Police Department. You've been handcuffed, you've been transported. Custody was obvious. I'm required by law, therefore, to read you those rights based on you being in custody.
You made a reference to that. That's a requirement by law. In custody, you have to read those by law.
Yes.
Relevance for this hearing.
I'm going to sustain that objection. I believe it's also been answered.
Hey, Delilah.
So
welcome,
next
welcome.
question.
Do you recall if those Miranda readings are to be at the beginning of interrogation?
No, it has to be done during interrogation.
Asked and answered as well.
Sustained. It has. It also calls for a legal conclusion, which is not appropriate. Next question.
A big boy. You been so good tonight. You been so
In
good.
the first interrogation, you spoke of the detainee being detained for loitering and prowling. Did you make reference to that in the second interrogation?
Mm-hmm.
No, I did not.
Any reason why?
By the time of the second interrogation, the primary focus had shifted to the domestic incident between yourself and Erica Patterson, and also the parade, because by this point I had more information about the parade and that incident specifically.
So what happened to the initial loitering and prowling allegations? Why were they discarded?
Discarded.
At that point, they were not the primary concern. Eventually, the interrogation came to a stalemate, so to speak, and we didn't discuss it. The primary concern was the domestic issue between you and Ms. Patterson, which at the time I began to start the first interrogation, I didn't know anything about. And then the fact I now had more knowledge on the parade.
So do you recall who made the decision for the loitering and prowling allegations to be discarded?
I think that mischaracterization of the testimony, the fact that it wasn't charged isn't on this officer.
I didn't say anything about it being
Assumes
charged.
that's not an evidence for the other reasons indicated by the state. I'll sustain the objection.
Just for the record, I didn't say anything about it being charged.
Yeah.
Understood. My ruling stands, even with that.
He's stupid.
So would it be fair to say that in both interrogations you gave different reasons why the detainee was being detained?
Oh, detainee.
The explanations that I explained you did change. However, again, the domestic was not known at the time. So that circumstance changed a bit. That became something that was of importance to us. Domestic abuse is taken seriously. And again, there was more knowledge about the parade.
I don't know why you would ask these types of questions. Make sure y'all pressing that like button, whether you're coming in or out.
Would it be fair to say that because of the change
Just get down,
in information between the first interrogation and the second interrogation that can be misleading?
Objection calls for speculation from whose perspective?
Wow.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Come on, get your live right.
Is it fair to say that someone who is being detained would perceive that as being misleading when there's two different reasons why they're being detained that was told to them?
Objection, speculation. This witness cannot know what is in someone else's mind.
Calls for speculation.
Look at, hold on. Dang it. Oh, well, I'm trying to.
What is in someone else's mind?
Calls for speculation.
Look at Jason Statham. He like, God, somebody please put me out of my misery. This is freaking torture. I'm ready to slit my wrist right now for this to be over. I'm so sick of this shit. I'll be glad when they get this over with. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this little demented Keebler elf. I'm sick of this shit. Oh, thank you. Yes. For the fabulousness. Yeah. I want to do Bryce, whatever his name is, but he didn't act out in court, so it wasn't that entertaining. I'll find something else.
At any point in the interrogations,
yes,
did
Bryce
you
Rhodes, yes.
knowingly lie about the information that you had?
There was information I withheld from you, yes.
So it'd be fair to say that you lied.
No.
Characterizes this
Wow.
officer's answer.
It's argumentative, sustained as to the form of the question.
Just for the record, there is a point in there where you
Sustained
stated that he
form of the
lied.
question.
I don't know
Why
about
did you
Charlie Alex.
continue to withhold information repeatedly?
I guess at which point? Through the whole, are we talking about in the middle of the second interrogation at this point? What
Do both
are we talking about?
interrogations. Do both of them.
Well, there really wasn't a first one because when I got interrogation doesn't truly begin until I'm asking you incriminating questions potentially after you've agreed to waive your rights and speak, something you didn't do on the first day. On the second one, quite honestly, it goes back to what I've stated in my earlier testimony. I wanted to make sure the information I was getting from you was truthful. I wanted to make sure that I didn't lead you down a path of potential lies. And third, quite frankly, Mr. Brooks, I didn't believe if I gave you the information you were going to tell me anything.
Objection.
You made reference to the first interrogation saying that there was no waiver of that interrogation.
Objection.
I'm referring to what he just said at the beginning of the answer.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Grounds for the sustain.
Next question.
Next question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Substain.
Next question.
I can't get no grounds. Okay.
Okay. Oh, and he lives with his daughters, and I want to call my girls and make sure they made it to school and make sure this and that. Does my girls know I'm okay? So you're gonna be calling Georgia, and you're gonna be calling Iowa. That's what's missing live in Iowa. So you're gonna be calling two states. Oh, but they live with you. But one is in Georgia and one's in Iowa, and we all in Wisconsin together. Bye. What about Marquise Lloyd? Is that the dude from Florida who hacked his baby mama and tried to almost kill the son? Is that Marquise Lloyd? Or am I thinking about that's somebody else? I don't think that's Marquise Lloyd. That's somebody, I can't remember his name. He had those ugly locks that they like in Florida. Those that I wasn't talking about. I will remember the name of them. Those are called what are those shit locks called? Lord, I can't remember. But Ronnie O'Neal. Okay, that was Ronnie O'Neal. Okay. Marquis killed a black police officer and also killed his pregnant. Oh, okay. Aaron to the okay. I think look at that one. Marquis Lloyd. Okay. I think I remember now. Okay. Yeah, Ronnie O'Neal. Yeah. Ronnie O'Neal was crazy. What are those locks he has called? Those are called, they're not free forms, wicks. Wick locks. God, I hate wicks. That's a Florida thing. Those shit's ugly. Yeah, Ronnie O'Neal. Mm-hmm.
So you made reference to not being sure if you would. I'm trying to.
Come on, get your thoughts together. Get it together.
Trying to remember exactly what you said.
Because you didn't write none of them shits down.
You wasn't sure if you were going to get the information you were seeking?
Correct.
Wicks. Yeah.
And is that what led you to lie about the information you knew?
Objection mischaracterizes the testimony.
Grounds.
Okay, so bitch, the only person that lied was you. You lied for 5 hours. He did not disclose everything because you lied for 5 hours.
Argumentative, sustained.
Did that lead you to not be forthright about the information you knew?
Objection. Argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question. His words were that he withheld.
That led you to withhold information that you had obtained?
I'm sorry, did what part with all that? Can you restart the question?
He don't know.
Because you were not sure if you were going to get the information you were seeking, that led you to withhold information that you had obtained.
Correct.
Well, again, as I've stated in prior testimony, strong part of the reason I withheld information is I wanted to gauge how honest and truthful you would be. I think it's important to know you lied to me, and this is proven by evidence about your mother owning a vehicle. You know, you lied about coming out here in a tan, possible Kia. So there were lies that were told at this point. You lied about being body slammed by officers. That was later proven to be true.
Advise the jury of a couple different things at this point. Obviously, ultimately, the juror will determine the credibility of all witnesses and the weight of the testimony to give for any witness. So whatever any person's opinion about the testimony or previous statements or information from another individual, I'm telling you, is not evidence. You need to determine for yourselves what the facts are in this case. And the other thing I want to remind the jury of is that an accused has the right to remain silent, and when that silence cannot be used against him, since there was a comment earlier. To the extent that it was commented on, I'm going to instruct the jury to disregard that as well. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, continuing. So it just was that.
I'm narrative at this point. He's going to ask his next question.
Okay.
The state.
Carp said, I'm going on. Yeah, bitch, you lied. I'm going on. Continuing. No questions on the floor. Continuing. Yeah, you're a lying bitch.
Needs to redirect, they will.
You made reference to, well, let me back up from there.
Back that ass.
Is it standard practice
in
your agency to withhold information in an interrogation?
Yes. Damn.
Yes, it can be to gauge truthfulness.
And what do you mean by it can be?
So obviously, so a person understands what's going on, you'll give them the basics of why you want to question them, but you're never going to tell them every detail because you want to see if they're being truthful. You want to see what details come out.
And you was a liar.
So would it be fair to say by saying that it can be means that it's not all the time used in that fashion?
Oftentimes it is. Oftentimes there's information that I won't tell a suspect unless, it's something where I've actually caught the suspect in the act and we both saw the same things.
And you was calling.
But yes, typically if I want to make sure they're telling truth, if there's certain information I have, I will withhold that. I'll see if they're willing to provide that. And if not, at some point, confront them with that information.
You had a partner with you during both investigations, but
BOF both.
Referring to the second one primarily. With that officer had used the same method if they were taking the lead in the investigation at that point?
Objections, cause for speculation.
Sustained is the form of the question.
Would it be fair to say that the way you interrogate is your method specifically?
What is the point of this?
Yes.
So it'd be fair to say that that is not standard policy of your agency.
Correct.
Come on. Oh, look at him. Oh, he reading. Look. Head going back and forth. Look at him. With a little typewriter. Yeah, look at him.
You made reference to the suspect's
suspect
family. Specifically, I'm referring to the children. How were you able to come into the knowledge of the suspect's children?
Bitch, suspect. Didn't you mention your children? Remember? Because you said that you have your children in the back half of the week. And how much you love your children and you want to call and talk to your girls, make sure your girls is all right. You mention them first, bitch.
I believe I asked you about him.
Hell,
I'm referring specifically to where they lived at the time of the incident.
you said.
That was information that came afterwards. Well, actually, I
You
don't recall.
told-
I don't remember if you told me specifically where your older daughter lived that day or not.
He did.
Would be fair to say we saw
And daddy's
a
girl.
lot of the second interrogation. Would that be fair to say?
Portions of it.
Well, yeah, portions of it, but
yeah.
a lot of it.
I don't know exactly how much we watched. That's really, I guess it depends on your definition of a lot.
At any time, do you recall it being stated where the defendant's children lived?
You said it.
Not that I can recollect watching today.
Had you seen that video before today?
Yes.
The second interrogation?
Yes.
Have you seen it in its entirety?
Yes.
Yeah, you told us. He told them. He said it. Unsolicited. He said about his children. Crazy ass. Oh my gosh, come on with it.
Do you recall? Well, scratch that.
Back that ass up.
In reference to the second interrogation, in reference to finding the phone, did you ever find the phone of the detainee?
Detainee.
You asking if I personally did?
Yes.
I didn't know.
Do you recall where the phone was recovered?
Out your ass.
In your vehicle.
Your mama's vehicle.
Your vehicle, who are you referring to?
Your mother's red Ford Escape.
Uh-oh.
That you were driving that day.
Oh.
So it'd be fair to say it wasn't my vehicle, as you stated.
It wasn't your vehicle.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
It wasn't his vehicle.
And what was obtained from that phone, if you recall?
A bunch of lies.
I don't recall.
Do you recall asking for the code to get into the phone?
Yes, sir, I do.
At any time, did you learn at any time if the phone was able to be opened up?
I don't know if it was or not.
So what would be your reason to ask about the phone code if you didn't intend to open it up?
He's so stupid.
Mischaracterizes the testimony.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Did you yourself intend to inspect the phone?
No.
So why would you ask for the code?
I could have sworn in the interrogation they said that there's a guy who is working on the phone, and in order to not completely ruin the phone, it's better for you to give us the code so we can look into it versus him doing whatever voodoo trickery behind the scenes and potentially damage the phone. I could have sworn that occurred.
Well, because for the purpose of the investigation, we have people that are trained in doing that types of thing, getting into the phone, downloading the digital evidence if they're able. So having the code would assist them in being able to do that when that time came.
And do you recall if it was more than one phone?
You said it
that you
was
were
2
attempting to
phones,
access?
bitch. You said it.
Yes.
Did you ask for the code for, well, back up. How many phones were you seeking to gain access to?
2 hoes.
I believe it was 2.
And do you recall asking for the code for the second phone?
Yes.
Yes.
And then you made it a big thing, talking about, oh, the phone can't be used because it's only on Wi-Fi. And I think it was my mom's old phone. And because that wasn't your direct line. Remember, because you lied about that. You came in and you gave them the phone number to the phone that don't work. And then the other phone number was your direct number. Like, cut it out.
Did you inspect the second phone?
Me personally?
Yes.
No.
And lied about the codes. Yes. Hell.
And from your recollection, what would be the significance of the phones at that point in the investigation?
Well, it's really this digital evidence that could be inside. So as it pertains to domestic abuse, it's not known if there's going to be any phone calls between yourself and Ms. Patterson. Some of the data, location data can be relevant, although you were arrested in Waukesha. It still helps to show that data as well. So things of that nature.
They say it was dead.
We really don't know what could or could not help us until we try to see what's in there.
Come on. Come on. Either he farted or he is really, really hungry, because I heard his stomach or some noise in the background. Those are good mics. Look at him.
At any time.
At any time.
During the first night that you were with the detainee. And during the second day, which would primarily be the second interrogation. Do you recall there being any drugs and alcohol related to the detainee?
As in whether you were under the influence?
Yes.
No.
Well, bitch, you did say that you smoke weed like all the time, because you gave us a long story about how your mom works in the health field, says it's okay for you to smoke weed and not take your psychiatric medication. So your mom, who's a janitor, I believe, at the hospital, she has the authority to tell people that it's okay that you don't take your psychiatric meds. If I want to believe that you ever took any. And I'm questioning that.
We're not.
Oh, it's just a good old fashioned mimosa.
There were no signs of impairment that I observed.
But you admitted
you smell any alcohol?
No, sir.
You smell any drugs?
No, sir.
He smells your funk though. Your stinking ass can smell that.
Did you find any alcohol or drugs?
No, sir.
Oh, remember Erica was the alcoholic bitch, right? She was alcoholic, and then you did weed. Because you said if they pull my blood, they're not gonna find no alcohol. But you know, if there's some THC in my system, yeah, because I smoke all the time. Erica's alcoholic, and you were the pothead. Like it's in the. Let me just be quiet.
And during both those days, that
come on,
the night of the first interrogation and the time spent during the second interrogation, someone was always with you when you had contact with the detainee. Would that be fair to say? Meaning you never had interactions with the detainee by just strictly by yourself.
Detainee?
Not that I recall.
So it was always you and someone else.
I believe so.
Does it matter?
Well, you were always with your partner though, correct?
Well, I mean, he may have used the bathroom at a point. I don't remember. If I was ever alone, it was very short.
But from the best of your recollection, you were just never, for a period of time, just by yourself with the detainee.
Detainee?
The second day before transport, there was a period of time when Detective Stern stepped out of that interview room at Muskego. And I don't know how long it was just you and I in the room, but that's all I recall.
But nothing extended from your recollection.
No.
That's the same question 30 times. It's almost time for, do you know the plaintiff? Keep running out of questions. You know the plaintiff has to be a living, breathing human being. Come on with it.
And was it your belief at the time that you were set to conduct the second interrogation that you believed that without the FBI present, the detainee would likely be more willing to speak with you?
Detainee. Judge, speculation.
Grounds.
Oh. I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Was it your belief that the second interrogation without the FBI's presence, was it your belief that the detainee would be more likely to speak with you at that time?
He may answer. Go ahead.
Yes.
And do you recall how you came to that determination?
Yes, it was a sense of how I felt you interacted with me, you know, the night before. As I stated with you, or stated in testimony, you know, we had casual conversations. Part of those casual conversations were talking about sports you played, sports you enjoyed, the Packer game that day.
Sure did.
You seemed very calm, very relaxed. You are, and you know what you're doing right now.
You didn't give two shits about it.
Would it be fair to say that you can't say for sure how I'm feeling at this moment?
Not the question that was asked, and argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Would it be fair to say that at the time of that first interrogation, you weren't sure how I was feeling?
Wait a minute. Did he say how I was feeling? I know he didn't. I know he did. Did not say I. I know he didn't say I.
You weren't sure how I was feeling.
I know the hell you did not say I. What am I looking for? I don't even know. I was trying to get. Oh, yeah. I know he didn't say I.
At the time of that first interrogation, you weren't sure how I was feeling.
Really, bitch? Really? How you were feeling, huh? Huh? I thought it wasn't you. Oh, mouse. I thought it wasn't you though.
I guess I can't get in your head, but you presented yourself as being very calm and very comfortable.
Based on your observation.
Correct.
Ain't that some shit?
Do you yourself have any training in psychology?
No, sir.
I never understood that question. Hey, baby, she like, I'm trying to hold on.
And there was a point in the second interrogation when you were attempting to show the detainee a video.
Detainee?
Almost as if you was forcing it in his face. What were you attempting to show the detainee?
Detainee?
I was attempting to show you a video of when you drove your vehicle through the parade route.
Any reason why you were being so forceful in trying to do that?
Do that?
Well, I felt it was very important for you to see the damage that was caused from the incident. And Detective Stern made the statement as well. You were asking for more information, so we attempted to show you more information.
Would it be fair to say that the question of asking for more information was asked even on the first night during the first interrogation?
Yes.
What's the point? Yes, he's stupid. This is the dumbest dude on earth. Just keep putting yourself at the scene. Oh, my eyes itching.
Do you recall
come on,
making a report of
the
night that let me back up.
Back that ass up.
Do you recall writing a report of your interactions with the detainee on the first night and the second morning?
What?
Yes.
And did you write the report yourself?
So how it's done is I dictate it and then it is typed by someone else.
What do you mean by dictated?
So there's a phone system that I talk into and it's recorded and then it's later typed.
Do you recall who types it?
Does it matter?
One of our clerical staff, I don't know specifically who it was.
So you made reference to a phone. You gestured with your right hand and made a phone, I guess, symbol.
Hold on.
So I'm assuming that.
Oh gosh, this freaking mouse. Hold on.
That record.
Oh gosh, that's freaking hilarious. That's hilarical. This is him playing attorney, y'all. This is hilarical.
Specifically who it was.
So you made reference to a phone. You gestured with your right hand and made a phone. I guess symbol.
A symbol, yeah.
So I'm assuming that that records what's being said. That be fair to say?
Yeah.
Yes, when I'm speaking into the phone.
And at that time,
Phone symbol.
speaking into the phone,
Oh Lord.
were you stating verbatim? Was it off the top of your head what you remember, or did you? I guess what I'm saying is, did you speak into that phone based on a report that you had already previously written or had obtained?
Yes, Ian, he's that dumb.
Well, I guess I want to make sure I understand the question. Could you ask it again so I understand?
I guess I can be more clear.
Yeah, you can be. Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, by speaking into this phone, would that have been what you recalled at the time, or would it been based on a report that was already written by you or someone else?
Okay. There was no prior report, so that what I speak into that phone and what is typed is my best recollection of the events at that time.
That's gave you a little clarity. I knew what I was trying to say. I just couldn't.
Shut up. Mother likes you. Say what's on your mind.
So at that time,
Say that
when
shit
you
verbatim.
spoken to the phone,
The phone.
you hadn't yet filed your report at that time.
He's filed a report.
Correct. As I'm talking, I'm completing it. So it goes into a recording and then it's later typed.
And then is it filed after being typed?
Yeah, eventually it's sent to court.
Do you recall if that was, I'm guessing that would be the night of the second interview or sometime after that?
He's so stupid.
Yes, it was the night of the second, after that interview had been completed.
After that second interrogation, had you learned any more information additionally that you didn't have during the first and second interrogations?
What?
Yes.
Here he go.
And did you put that into your report?
I believe I did, if it's the one thing I'm thinking of, yes.
Do you recall how many reports you filed in relation to this incident?
I think 4, maybe 5.
Why so many?
Well, you have to understand that after the second interrogation, the investigation wasn't simply complete. There were additional things that need to be done, and additional things I assisted with that led to other supplements being done.
The defendant.
And do you recall? Well, let me back up a minute. You said
that ass.
4 or 5 reports?
I believe so. I don't know the exact number.
Do you recall when the last one was completed?
Does it matter?
I believe in June.
And would the June report contain additional information that you didn't have in November of 2021?
Yes.
I don't recall either that or clarification. I'd have to see the report, I guess, to know exactly what.
Oh, thank you for the cash out.
You don't recall what you reported?
Not exactly.
Do you recall what you reported in the second report?
Not exactly. No, I believe. I don't want to speculate.
So it'd be fair to say you don't recall what you reported in any report except for the first.
That is the one that is most clear because it was such a substantial piece of what I did in this investigation.
And that was the one when you spoke into the phone and it was recorded and then typed.
Well, they were all done the same way.
All reports are done the same way.
Jesus in heaven on the throne. On the throne. So that's why I had to break it up. He had this dude on here for.
And do you recall coming to the Waukesha County Jail to serve any warrants in relation to this incident?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember what they were for?
Yes, it was a search warrant for your jail property.
And do you recall what that jail property was?
Property that would have been turned over to the custody of jail when at the time that you were. So personal belongings.
And what would personal belongings refer to exactly?
Are you asking? It could be anything you had with you. Are you specifically wanting to know what I seized?
Yes.
Your red T-shirt that you were wearing on the 21st and 22nd of November, the blue jeans, as well as socks.
And do you recall why you needed to seize the clothing?
Yes, the determination was made to go back and seize the clothes as it's the items you were wearing during the event.
Idiots.
The parade event is what I mean by event.
There you go.
Would that be the only reason why you needed to seize the clothing?
There was also possible DNA evidence, but I do not know how that came back.
Did you yourself inspect the clothing?
I just retrieved it from the property, put it in a bag, and brought it back to the police department.
Do you recall if you seized anything else besides the clothing?
Not from your property at the jail, I didn't.
And do you recall if that was the only time you came to the Waukesha County Jail to serve a warrant?
What's the
Correct.
point
That's the
of
only
this?
time I recall.
Do you recall when that was?
November 30th, 2021.
So roughly about a week after the incident?
Yeah, your permanent home. Yeah.
9 days.
He's incriminating himself.
And you made reference to bringing it back to the department. Did you learn who would be inspecting the clothing?
No, I believe it would have gone out to the state crime lab.
Did you obtain any additional information from the state crime lab?
I don't believe I received any information from the state crime lab personally.
How much longer is this? Oh Lord.
I want to go back a little bit, specifically to
About 20-some minutes.
the night of the arrest. When did you arrive on scene to Elizabeth Street?
Shortly after you had been taken into custody.
When you arrived, what did you see?
Can't recall exactly. I believe you were already in the back seat of a squad car.
Where you belong.
So at that time, suspect was already detained.
You were detained.
Suspect already.
Suspect
detained.
is you, Darrell Brooks.
Yeah.
Can you strike that last comment?
That was his response. He will stand.
And did you?
Uh-oh. I love it.
Darrell Brooks.
Suspect was already detained.
You were detained.
Suspect already.
Suspect
detained.
is you, Darrell Brooks.
Was
I
already
love it.
detained.
You were detained.
Suspect already.
Suspect
detained.
is you, Darrell Brooks.
Can you strike that last comment?
That was his response. He will stand.
And did you do any search of the area at that time?
I did not know.
And what did you do from that point?
At that point, myself and Detective Stern were assigned to follow Specialist Mark Howard, whose vehicle you were ultimately placed in, and follow him to our substation where you were taken.
Do you recall?
Oh, Lord.
Well, let me back up. Do you recall seeing a lot of different law enforcement there from different jurisdictions?
Yes, I do.
And what else do you recall about the scene as far as law enforcement personnel?
Basically, just that they were there.
Do you recall any weapons being drawn at that point, or?
I did not see any officers with weapons drawn when I arrived. There were officers with rifles across their chest, but they were not pointing them at anyone.
Uh-oh.
Any distinct vehicles to your recollection
Vehicle.
utilized by law enforcement?
Just squad cars, marked squad cars that I recall.
Do you recall seeing a vehicle that was
Vehicle.
more like a ground rover type vehicle?
Ground Rover. What?
No, sir, I don't.
And so once you came to the scene, learned that the suspect was in custody,
Suspect.
you followed the other officer to I'm guessing the police station or whatever it was.
The substation.
Substation. I'm sorry. Substation.
Idiot.
Yes.
And what information did you have at that time in regards to the investigation?
The information, again, was still very limited. That you'd been loitering in the area, would receive calls, and that you were identified as a possible suspect that was in the vehicle.
Did you yourself receive those calls or any of those calls?
You mean as in like the phone calls?
Yeah, in reference to the loitering.
No, those went into dispatch and then they were broadcast over the police radio, which I heard.
And did you immediately respond to that radio call?
Wait a minute.
Yes, I made my way to that area.
Hold on. Dang it.
The area of Elizabeth.
Hold on. Y'all heard another thing in his Darrellisms, spawned. I wonder if they have it where it says spawned.
You immediately respond to that radio call?
Spawned. Okay? Put that in the Dusty Darrellisms, spawned. Not respawn, spawn. Yes. Yeah, spawn. Yes, yes. Or ASPOND, spawned. Uh-huh.
Yes, I made my way to that area.
The area of Elizabeth Street.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what time that was?
It was right around, took place over a few minutes. 5:30, 5:35, getting a little after 5:30.
Hey, warrior woman. Welcome, welcome.
And what time did you arrive to the scene?
I don't know the exact time.
I want to go back to the phone really quick.
Back that ass up
in
to the
reference to the phone.
Mm-hmm.
In the exhibit that we were shown,
Mm-hmm.
made reference to not wanting someone else to claim the phone. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
What reason would someone else claim a phone that isn't theirs?
Could be their own reasons. One thing we have to do once we have possession of property, we have to make sure that we release it to the appropriate person. So that would be important.
Is it fair to say that all property obtained from a detainee is sealed?
I guess, what do you mean by sealed?
Like placed in a sealed bag, pursuant to whoever's the property belongs to, it's sealed.
Typically, we would take property and probably put it in a paper or plastic bag. We don't necessarily seal it and then place it in a locker.
Would you write on the bag who the property belongs to?
Well, if it's personal property and it's going to be returned, it would go in a locker, typically that's associated with their cell. But if it's evidence, it would go, to a different place. It depends on the type of property you're talking about.
Oh, Melissa, he got a lot of experience with his property being sealed by police. He got a lot of experience. He's been committing crimes coast to coast of this great nation, coast to coast, for 20 years, at least 20 years. He know.
Would it be some type of identifying something to identify the property to the owner of the property?
Yes.
When you came to the Waukesha County Jail to serve the warrant for the clothing or personal property, as you stated it,
I was helping you.
Was that property sealed?
Oh, okay. Back to sealed.
It was in a secure room.
Was it sealed?
Like the bag it was in? No.
The bag was just wide open?
Wow.
I don't recall if it was wide open. They have it in a property bag that I don't remember the exact conditions of it.
Wide open like your booty hole.
Did it have any identifying name on it or a birth date or?
They utilized a system in which they looked up your name and the bag had a number.
In your
The
book,
number
you
was
know.
associated to your name. So they were able to find it that way. And then, I mean, once I got in the bag, I recognized the clothing as your clothing.
So it'd be pretty fair to say that the system that they use is pretty easy to identify what property belongs to whom.
It seemed to be. To get the specifics on it, you'd have to ask them, but I mean, they looked up your name, hit a number, and your bag came right across.
Right there. You hold you.
Does your agency use a similar method?
No.
And what method does your agency use
You're so stupid.
to identify a property?
My agency would simply, well, we're not a large county jail, so we only hold about 5-6 people at a time. We would take personal property, put it in a paper bag, put that paper bag in a locker that typically would correspond with the cell number that you were placed in. And then your property would also be documented on an electronic form. So we knew it belonged to you.
You made reference to not being a large county jail. Are you referring to the holding station?
Did you say Waukesha?
Our standard department that we're back in now has a municipal lockup. Correct. It's very small.
So it'd be the holding station.
They call it the police station, the booking room.
Police station, substation, holding station.
Yeah.
Don't get no attitude because you're the one over here arguing semantics. Oh, substation, holding station, it's the same thing. You over here arguing semantics with the man. Shut up.
Correct.
Oh, thank you, Private Eye. I'm about to start giving out some of my new people mod sticks.
At any time during the second interrogation,
Damn.
were there any other law enforcement watching the interrogation from another location?
Yes, there were.
Can you explain why?
Well, again, the FBI was present in a different room because we still did not know whether there was a terrorist nexus to this incident at that point.
Oh, thank you, Private
Is that the
Eye.
only other law enforcement that was watching the interrogation?
That's a nice view.
There may have been some of our own officers. I don't know how, if they were moving around the building or I don't know what they were doing.
So it'd be fair to say you can't recall if
Correct.
You should see, keep it cool. You should see, keep it cool.
If at that time there was still uncertainty about the nature of the incident to the point that the FBI still were kind of involved at that point, any reason why they wouldn't accompany you and your partner for the second interrogation as they did with the first?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Relevance 90611.
Uh-oh. Here it come. Club 90611 in the house.
Is there any reason why the FBI can induct their own interrogation?
Objection. Calls for
Grounds.
speculation.
Sustained.
Come on now. Come on now. Let me messing up now.
If you knew at that time that you and your partner would be conducting the second interrogation, why did the FBI need to be present?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Asked and answered. Next question.
Answer.
It's sustained.
You said asked and answered.
You've asked why the FBI was there multiple times.
30, 50, 11 times.
90611. Just move on.
Shoot. Come on. Oh, this was painful. Come the hell on.
Is it standard procedure for other law enforcement to watch interrogations from another location?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. You may answer.
He may answer.
I wouldn't say it's standard, but this wasn't also a standard incident.
So the magnitude of the incident is what prompted the change?
That's right.
Yeah.
Do you recall who made that determination?
Bitch, you made the determination because you the one that did it. You ran over 100 folks. He didn't do it. You did it. That's what makes the determination. You running over 3,000 people. Like, what?
Objection calls for
Grounds.
speculation relevance.
Yes, do you know? So overruled. The witness may answer.
Nothing like this.
So I'm sorry, just so I understand the question correctly. Why the FBI is the question why they'd be there at all?
No, that wasn't the question.
What is it again?
The question was pertaining to standard procedures.
Okay.
And I believe the question was
You asked who made the determination to allow for other agencies to observe the interviewer.
You.
Thank you, Mom.
Thank you, Anna. Huh? You did, Hope.
I don't know exactly. I only know that the FBI became involved due to the terrorist concern, so that's why they were there.
My question wasn't
Bruh.
towards the FBI. It was law enforcement in general. Just to give more clarity, the question was, did you know who made the determination for other law enforcement to watch from another location?
Dude, come on.
No.
Were you at any time aware that there would be other law enforcement watching the second interrogation?
Who cares?
I knew the FBI was coming back, yes.
Did you know if there would be any other law enforcement outside of the FBI, like from your agency or anything like that? Were you aware that they would be watching as well?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Not that I knew of.
But you do recall other law enforcement outside of the FBI being present?
Yeah, so we had an officer based on you being in our custody that had to stay in the room with you, their jail area for the night. I don't know how much of the interview that officer was or was not present for from another location.
We've all lost brain cells, Shannon.
Do you recall leaving out of the interrogation room during the second interrogation?
Yes.
And at that time, did you speak with any other law enforcement?
Yeah.
FBI.
Come on. Tie it together.
And do you recall what those conversations were about?
Not specifically, no.
Come on, ask him here, say.
Do you recall if there was directives given by the FBI?
Objection hearsay.
Grounds.
Yes, do you know? Not what they were. You may answer.
I don't recall if they gave directives.
Oh, thank you, Monica.
Do you recall your partner stepping out of the interrogation room at any time?
Yes.
Do you know if they spoke with FBI at that time?
If my partner did?
Yes.
I don't know.
But we know that when he stepped out the room, that's when you tried to sneak on the phone. We remember that, don't we? You tried to sneak on the phone when him and the partner stepped out the room. So I don't know why you're bringing this up.
At any time during the second interrogation, did
Uh-huh.
the FBI leave?
Not that I know of.
So to your recollection, they were there the whole time.
I believe so, yes.
You snuck on that phone. You're like, I could be anywhere else but here.
And you, I want to go back to the phone for.
Come on, basic duty.
You made a reference to the kind of code on the phone. Do you recall what that was? In reference to the phones that you were intending to access.
You talking about, there were two, one of any one phone specific? You talking about the iPhone?
Yeah, the iPhone. I'm sorry.
Yes, you gave a pattern code.
And what about the other phone?
No code was ever provided that I recall.
I gave you the code. I gave you the code card. You lied to me, Carp. You lied.
And do you recall if those two phones were placed in evidence?
Dude, come on.
Yes, they would have been.
And did you place them in evidence?
I did not.
Do you recall whom?
Doesn't
I
matter.
do not.
During your
Come on.
investigation,
Uh-huh.
let me back up.
Yeah, back that ass up again. But you lied to me, Carp. You lied.
You made reference to the suspect being involved.
Suspect.
During that initial information that you received, did you receive information that there were multiple suspects at any time?
What?
We're talking about the parade incident at this point, yes, no?
The parade incident, yes.
Initially, yes. So, and I've covered this in prior testimony as well. It was very chaotic early on, and there were reports of possible multiple suspects, yes.
Here we go. Magical Marcus can take the stand. And Psychotic Stephanie. Get them in the car somehow.
Just about does it. No further questions.
How much redirect if any?
I have some. I would think I could get done in 10 minutes.
All right, I'm just gonna have my jury stand for a minute. I need one too. And anyone else in the courtroom may do that.
Like I did, man. Y'all can tell me shit. I did that shit. I did it. Come on, look at ear hustling. Look at him. What they said about me? He cared about me. But I did this. I did that shit.
Thank you.
I'm the smartest
Have a
motherfucker
seat.
in the room.
Exhibit 174, which has previously been admitted into evidence. Do you recognize this form?
Objection.
Overruled, the witness may answer. It's been testified to previously.
Yes, I do.
Sir, if you talk to the same person 3 different times while they're in custody, do you have to fill out a separate form each time you talk to them?
Objection.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
3 times.
Yes.
Would you have to fill up that top portion of the form each time?
Yes.
That's all I need for that exhibit. When we talk about, do you recall Mr. Brooks' questioning of you with regard to the recording
Objection.
made by your cell phone at Waukesha Memorial Hospital during the first meeting with the defendant?
Objection. I don't consent to being caught that night.
Voted. Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I recall.
Are you familiar with the term excited utterance?
Yes, I am.
Leading.
Oh, overruled. The witness may answer.
What is that?
It's when an individual, whether it be Mr. Brooks or any individual, begins making statements on their own accord in not response to a question. Typically, an utterance may reference why they're in custody and the situation that you were either questioning them about or preparing to question them about.
Is it important to capture those types of utterances on tape or recording?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, it is.
Would that be a reason to continue recording after an interview's been ended?
Objection. Answered that already.
Overruled. The witness
Answer
may
that
answer.
already.
Yes, it would.
With regard to the 2 phones, you indicated that someone else located the phones in the defendant's car. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in order to access the contents of a phone, if it's passcode protected, do you need the passcode to enter it?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
It makes it easiest. The men that do that, the men and women that do that do have ways around it, but it makes it much more difficult without it.
And would it be fair to say that there's not all software can enter into all phones without the passcode?
Objection. Speculative.
Sustained as to foundation.
Have you had experience in your position as a detective seizing phones off of defendants?
Yes.
And have you had opportunities to turn those phones over to your forensic unit to have them analyzed?
Yes.
When you don't have a passcode or
this is my little sock gremlin, Paisley. And he's named Paisley from, I'm a Prince fanatic, a Prince lover. So I named him, after Prince's house, Paisley Park. So that's my little Paisley right here. He's 1. He'll be 2 in March. March? He'll be 2 in March. It's my little buddy, my little Paisley. Or I also call him Munchkin. That's his nickname, Munchkin. And Stock Gremlin or Chaos Gremlin as well.
or swipe pattern, have you received those phones back with information that they were unable to be accessed?
Objection. Asked the form of that already and answered.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I have.
So if you're not provided a code or you're provided an incorrect code, there's a possibility, or are you definitely getting into that phone?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled.
No, there is certainly a possibility that we would not be able to access the content.
You had talked about on cross-examination your reports that you dictate over a phone line. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Those you testified were based upon your recollection?
Correct.
Do you take notes during interviews?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I do.
Do you use those notes at all when dictating your report?
Yes, I do.
The defendant asked you about multiple suspects, you having information about multiple suspects. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
Did the defendant ever tell you that there was anyone in that car other than him driving it and possibly Erica Patterson?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Uh-oh.
No, he did not.
And finally, you've been a law enforcement officer in Waukesha County for approximately 18 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who makes the charging decision when deciding what charges get issued in a criminal case?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
He looks so annoyed.
The prosecuting attorney at the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office.
You don't decide on the charges?
No.
Objection. Relevancy.
It's overruled.
You asked this question.
We can forward what we believe is appropriate, but we don't ultimately make the decision to charge.
So when Mr. Brooks asked you, what am I being charged with? Did you have any ability to tell him that?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Noted. Overruled. You may answer the question.
No, ma'am, not with 100% certainty, no.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Detective, you may step down. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as Detective Carpenter is stepping off, I will read the instruction that I've read to you every day, but it's important that you hear it again. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case in this room. All for a mobile. If you do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you and understand this reports or listen to their computers, electronic, any refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on
Job well done, son.
any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, in person, electronically, or by any other member of your household, but you may not do so. It's improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me.
Get them sharp eyes. If jurors do not
comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. And while I still have you here, I neglected to tell you one thing about an exhibit that was received.
Da.
You're right, 82. Had 81 in the brain.
Oh.
Thank you, everyone. We are in recess. We'll see everyone at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
All right. So I have put down my link. If anybody wants to come up and chit chat with me for a little while, you can before I end the stream. But yeah, that's Oh, well, while I'm waiting to see if anybody wants to come up, I'll play some Linus Wallace real quick. I know people say, "Oh, I love your what is it? I love your hell, I can't even think. The cartoons, the illustrations. That's not me. That's this guy named Linus Wallace who does it. I can't draw. I have no talent to do anything. Let's see. I guess we'll do the that one.
Oh, face that way. Face that way.
It's the shoulders.
Oh, nice and easy on you. There you go. All right. All yours. You okay?
No. It hurts bad.
Your shoulder?
Bad.
Well, it's gonna be sore, man.
Yeah.
But at least you know nothing's broken, right?
Nothing broken. Well, why do I keep having this throbbing, burning pain if there's nothing wrong?
I know the shoulder's struggling.
Bad.
Shoulders worse than the knees, though?
Absolutely. I know something is wrong. I know. I know something is wrong. My shoulder hurts too bad right now.
Sure.
I'm sorry, man. It hurts so bad. I'm getting teary eyed. Like seriously, I know something is wrong. And I haven't get any Tylenol. I haven't slept.
Sorry about that. Tylenol, that can just be their procedure. And
right. No, I was just asking because you just asking.
You know, you've already figured out you're not an idiot. You're not a dumb man. You're a smart guy.
Right.
No, he's not.
I see that.
Help us understand something. Where were you going, Darrell? So these parents
I
know
want to understand
why their kid got hurt, just the way you want to know why your kid got hurt.
So a
I
kid
want
got
to
hurt?
believe a lot of people did.
A lot of people got hurt.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Darrell, you were there.
No, I'm saying a lot of people got hurt.
Yeah, there's people hurt, man.
Like that?
To me, it's a pretty good injury if a doctor's got to check you out or you got a broken leg.
Yeah, so what do you call my shoulder? I'm just making a joke, but yeah.
Well, I'm not laughing because there's nothing funny about this.
No, I was just saying. No, it's not. It's never been that. Dude, I don't take my life as a joke. I was just making a joke about my shoulder when you just said, you know, if it's a serious injury, if you got to get looked out. And I was just saying I had to get looked out, but they didn't say it was serious. They treated it like, oh,
let's say spend the night.
You're the guy in cuffs, so it's hurtful.
Can I show you something? That you? That's you.
Nah, I ain't got no it look like whoever.
That's not you.
That's not me.
That's not you.
No, I don't. Darrell. That's
Darrell. That's you.
That's you, Darrell.
Why you say it like that, man?
Because we talked about the honesty piece. You keep telling me that you tell the truth when you did do something. You take responsibility when you do something.
Now, I just want to say this. When you said it wasn't the end of the world type thing, it is. It's over for me.
Yep.
It's over. Can't see your family. Can't see nobody. It's no guarantee you're even gonna see tomorrow. I go to jail right now. I go to prison right now. At my age, there's no guarantee how long I have to be in prison. There's no guarantee if I ever see my mama again because she's getting up there. I used to think that when I was a lot.
I just wanted to point out really quickly how wonderful Linus Wallace is. The mama in the video had on a green coat with this fur trim, and then she has like reddish, pinkish hair. I just think that's just so genius that he had that, you know, that attention to detail.
Stronger than what I am, you know, because my mom used to always tell me, you know, you got my strength, you're strong, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing that you go through that you can't get through because you have my strength. But it's like, you know, I struggle with a lot of times feeling like I'm a failure. And like, it's probably a lot of times where I probably shouldn't even be here. I've made a lot of mistakes, you know, a lot of mistakes. Almost 40 years old, and I'm still going through case after case after case. It's almost enough to just be like, the hell with it. And you got beautiful girls out there that you want to see grow up. My sister never got a chance to see her kids grow up. She passed away.
And you tried to kill her kids,
what do I
too.
have to live for? To sit in prison? Like, who would want to have their last moments in a place like this or in a cell somewhere or in a jail somewhere? If I had to sit in jail right now, my life is over. I know y'all probably just think, oh, he's just talking. It's crazy, man. I can't believe, man. I can't believe this is how my story ends, dog.
Anyway, you guys definitely need to subscribe to Linus Wallace. I know a lot of you have, but this is his channel here. Let me see if I can share. Where's the share button? I'm out of practice. Let me just go back to this.
From the company that brought you Alec
Yeah,
and
here we go.
Dolly comes another special toy. Prison Playmates is proud to present our new prison pal, Dolly Brooks. Dolly Brooks comes with over 30 fun, quirky phrases.
I do not consent to or agree to being part of that name.
Oh, Dolly, nobody cares.
Objection. Hearsay.
Dolly Brooks also comes with a unique set of accessories like the big boy suit, the reversible mask, and his important documents.
Get your facts straight. No, I'm not going to sit here and let somebody be inaccurate on the record and lie on the record.
Oh, Dolly, you're right. I forgot about the documents in this special box for just $15 extra. Are you happy that I mentioned them too, Dolly?
I just want the truth to be told.
But that's not all, Dolly, because for the first 500 orders, we'll also include these special shock shackles, absolutely free. What do you think about them, Dolly?
It should be noted that I had a shock device on my ankles. It is a fact. I was told that.
Okay, hold on, Private. I got you.
Which I know how a
Awesome.
shock device looks because I've been through this before in Milwaukee.
Dolly Brooks is endless fun for all ages. You just never know what he's going to say next.
Can we move on to subject matter jurisdiction that hasn't been proved for the record?
Just remember, if you order now, you can get Dolly Brooks, his extra courtroom set, and the shock shackles for just $25.99. Don't wait. Call now.
I accept the value in time for value.
To order your Dolly Brooks, just
I
call
love it.
867-530. That's 867-530. Call now.
All right. Well, welcome, Private Eye. Let's stop screaming. How are you doing today? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, hey.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you. I'm looking pretty cray-cray.
Oh, it's all right. Look, I've been drinking, but it's okay.
Not much.
Well, nice to meet you. That's the first time I've seen you over here before, right?
My first time. I'm very into true crime, but I've just never seen your channel before.
Oh, okay.
Love it. You are
Thank
so
you.
funny. So
Oh, I
funny.
appreciate
Love
it.
it. Love
I
it.
appreciate it. I'm
Is
glad
this your
you
first
guys
time?
enjoy.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Is this your
No.
first time to watch the Darrell Brooks trial?
I've been watching Darrell Brooks from when the trial was live.
Yes, girl, yes.
I'm addicted to it. I'm a Brooksaholic, and
I have seen it, like, this is my third time watching it with you now, and I can't get enough. It's so
Right.
funny. He is just unbelievable.
I watch a lot, so I can't watch the Law of Crime one because there's too many breaks and pauses. So I watch Mushmouth Joe's streams because he cut out all the breaks.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, if you just look into
Mushmouth Joe?
Mushmouth Joe.
Okay.
And so he's got playlists of the Darrell Brooks trial, and it's you can just let it play, and it has all these stupid breaks out of it. Now he does add some comedic little points into it, but again, it's a fairly a good stream to just just play and have on, and not have a whole bunch of silence.
Right, absolutely. Have you how long have you been on YouTube?
Oh Lord, I have been on YouTube since I started making videos, I should say, since 2019. And I was a troll. So I was doing a lot of troll content. I wasn't doing anything like this. So this is all these people that you see in this chat, these are a completely different audience. And the mods that I have are from when I was doing my trolling. So those are my old people.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
When you
So
say
everybody
trolling,
else is new.
give me an example. Like, what do you mean trolling? What do you mean?
So there was a young lady that I used to troll. Her name was LaTanya. And so what I would do is she would go live and she would say a bunch of crazy stuff. And then I would, critique her live, do commentary like I'm doing with this. But then I would also, we had people, behind the scenes planning a story, like she's trying to figure out our real names and whatnot. So we would be like, okay, well, tell her our name is this and this and this. And then she would go live like, yes, I got these motherfuckers. I know exactly who they are. And this is their real government names. We just plan all type of crazy stories. And we just, watch her and laugh and drink. And that was pretty much it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But the the crowd that I rolled with back then, they're really vicious individuals, and they're the type of people who will, like try to find out, where you work at, where your husband or stuff works at, and try to get you fired, get you the police called on you. Just
they sound like the solid Scientology people. Whenever you leave Scientology and they go after you,
yes,
you better watch out, right? If you say
yes. So I had to break away from that whole little group, and this Darrell Brooks thing was just entertaining. I said, well, I'll do some commentary on that one, and I didn't think that people would still be watching Darrell Brooks over a year later.
It's just like, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, there's really no other case that you can actually watch somebody in the kind of true form and idiocracy that this man, if we can call him a man,
right,
is doing and was allowed to do, and to watch the judge. I mean, she was pregnant during the whole trial, and she was pregnant the whole time. And can you imagine just being pregnant and having to go through, and the patience of a saint, this woman, and to make sure that she did everything so perfectly that he wouldn't have any chance for appeal. And I don't believe he does. So, pretty crazy. So getting back to what you meant about, prior, and as far as your channel, and I do mod for a couple of, I love true crime. The channels are very strict. Nobody's even allowed to cuss in one of them. I mean, I have to they automatic. I mean, so what I love about your channel is, I mean, it's kind of a mediocre, it's not like so crazy, but yet it's not, so rigid that you can't, cuss a word, and have fun. Yeah. So that's really, I mean, when I hopped on and discovered you, it was like, wow. And I was having such a good time. So thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
I've actually never come on camera. I have a couple videos that I've kept private. I've thought about it and I would love to do it. So coming on with you is it's really been, I mean, this is cool. I'm surprised I even said yes to that. And other people can actually see us as well right now, or is it?
Yeah.
That's so cool. Hello, everyone. I can't see you chat, so I didn't know for sure, but so it's been a blast. And so this is number 25. Are there just a few more then, and we'll have a verdict on this? Are you going to continue to the very end?
Well, yeah. Well, you know what it is I am, my plan was to be very linear and do it from like day to day to the very end. However, it doesn't really work that way sometimes. Sometimes I have to be inspired. So sometimes when I don't be on for a little while, I'm just not inspired. I haven't thought of anything different. And so, like me and Carrie and like J9 Eve, that's how you pronounce her name, we all share subs. So like I may think about doing something and then Carrie may do it. And it could be exactly what I'm planning on doing. So then I have to be like, okay, well, let me see what I need to do now. And I have to just think about, what calls out to me.
Absolutely. And I love that. I do have one lady that I watch, and it started out that she was just talking about the Adelson trial, like the Dan Markel murder I was telling you about. But she also does, her sister was murdered when she was younger. So she also does, survivor things and poems and just talks about her autistic brother and all different subjects. And so it's kind of cool to venture away from the crime a little bit and talk about something a little softer. But I don't know. I was just wondering what are you interested in doing next? Because you have got it. You got it.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, you draw us in and keep us here. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Well, I was doing the Flint City Council meetings, and people are not. If you look at the views of my videos, my Darrell Brooks videos, and that's pretty much for all of us though that are covering this. If you look at mine, Carrie's, even Mushmouth Joe's, anything outside of Darrell Brooks does not get the number of views and hits that Darrell Brooks gets. So
sure,
this is pretty much what y'all are interested in. So I'm just giving you what you're interested in. Now I do have other things that I show, and that's more of a niche type thing for those people who are interested in it. But the numbers are for Darrell. That's clearly who you guys want to see.
If you do want to consider pivoting over to the Markel case, and the reason I say that only is because that's where all the numbers are right now in this community, in the true crime community.
And who is it again?
Dan Markel.
Dan Markel.
He was murdered on July 18th, 2014. It's taken 10 years. They've got the hitman, the driver, the middle woman, and now they're going after the Adelson family, which is the millionaire family that actually hired the hit. They did it for their daughter. They wanted their grandsons to come back to South Miami from Tallahassee. So now the mother, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Charlie Adelson was the son, the Adelson son. Now his mother's 74, and she got arrested trying to flee to Vietnam. So 10 years later, they're still going after each and every one. So this case is so intriguing. And what's really funny about it is, if you kind of take a look, they're playing all the jail calls. So they had jail calls from the mom with the son. So that's how they got her, talking about fleeing. And jail calls are really and funny. And he's really funny because he's such a narcissist. And he was a periodontist. And so he just thought he was going to get away with it. And there's also that the FBI did a bump, and they also have calls from before he was arrested where they tap the phones. So you can also get his pre-arrest calls. They are absolutely, I mean, I can just see you talking about, I mean, I can just see you playing them and the commentary that would be similar to the Darrell Brooks, and it would just be so relevant because it's right now. Donna's, his mother's next, he was just convicted and sentenced to life without parole. His mother is going to trial again. She's supposed to go to trial next May, but her next hearing is actually December 9th, I believe. So it's going on like right now. But if you go over, like, just to give you an idea of someone to go watch, we just had a live, his name is Jury Trial Mentor, and he's the one that's kind of strict. You're not going to have a lot of cussing and stuff, a little bit different crowd, but he used to be a prosecutor. And so he has his take on some of the jail calls. And then there's a couple, and once you get to there's a couple other channels like Deep Dive True Crime is one of them. And he'll do some cases too, and different, but it's pretty interesting. But once you kind of start looking, you'll see that that's the case that's really hot right now. And you could probably double your subs in like a matter of a couple of days by covering that trial. Awesome. But hey, I would love to mod for you anytime. You just let me know. I'm a housewife and I get bored a lot, so I'm always right here. And I just love talking. But anyway, yeah, so glad you invited me on.
Please, I'll put my link down for anybody else who wants to come up and chit chat for a little while.
Else come on?
I don't do this too often, simply because I try to not keep y'all for any longer than like 2 hours.
Absolutely.
Because it becomes tedious.
Oh, I mod for one this morning. It was a 4-hour live. My arm was about to fall off.
I really don't have anything to where a person has to really do mod for, because I push somebody out quick and kick them out my chat.
Oh, absolutely. I can tell, yeah. And a lot of times, like the girls were saying, they were talking a little bit about what a mod does, and it's not only just to keep the trolls out, which that helps, depending on how many people you have. We had about 3,000 in the live last night, so it was just it was like it was just flying, and we had a lot of defense, like trolls from the defense team coming on, trying to just and a lot of sexual stuff going on. I don't want any of that. So it really, but I noticed on there just really wasn't much to worry about. But a lot of times, what the mods can do is help promote your channel, get more people to like, subscribe, get questions coming in for But you're just so good at it, man. You don't really even need anybody I can see, but it'd still be fun.
Yep, all of you guys who have not subscribed, because I know a lot of y'all aren't subscribed. I need you guys to subscribe for me and to share my screen. Please and thank you.
Auntie.
Please and thank you all.
Absolutely.
Let's see, Mystery Science was on the line for like 4 days. Oh, really? But I don't know what I would talk about for like that length of time. Have a good night, Suzanne. I don't know what I would talk about for that length of time to be on for days on end.
I think it what happens is the chat just starts going, and there's so many questions about the particular whatever you're talking about that you don't even really need to. You don't even really need to. It just becomes kind of a like kind of like what everybody was doing today, this evening. As you were going through the comment, they just stop on them, just kind of elaborate a little bit, and then it just kind of turns into more conversation. And it's, why am I using my hands so much? It's really cool.
I'm not looking forward to Sarah Boone. I'm waiting for Sarah Boone.
Suitcase Sarah, that's a good one.
So I have 2 streams about Sarah. I did her interrogation. That's on the channel. And I also did a Master Bitch Theater where I was reading the letter that she wrote to the judge. So, I'll play some little music in the background and I'll, try to read it in her voice, go all Karen, like she would do. So, yeah, it's on the channel. And then I got some Jodi Arias.
Jodi Arias, yes.
Yeah. So I may circle back to Jodi Arias at some point in time. But, and then I was doing Leticia Stalk, but that didn't get any like real hits because that's sort of it was a real heavy trial, about Gannon.
A really funny, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine.
Really funny interrogation. You can watch it on Jim Can't Swim, or you can also watch it just as the interrogation. But it was an LAPD officer, Stephanie Lazarus, that got
Stephanie Lazarus. Yes,
4 years after she killed the girl of her ex-boyfriend. That one is one for the books, and the behavior panel, and so many people are still. It's like always stays relevant because I think that every upcoming detective will have to watch that to learn what they need to know.
Another case study
to see
thing.
Someone lying and just completely, obliterating the interrogation and hanging themselves so quickly, because that one was, I could actually just go to sleep listening to that. That girl's so funny. And if you just like, she talking about all her friends, Shamita and 2 Dianes, and I'll have to check my pictures. But no, I mean, that's what she says in the interrogation. She's so funny. That one's a good one. But
I fall asleep to Darrell on Mishmack Joe streams and Jodi Arias.
The Darrell rant.
Yes.
I'd seen you from the beginning going through these, because that Darrell rant, I'll bet you the comments were epic.
I gotta do the whole Darrell rant. I gotta do that one too.
The whole rant. That'd be
whole 15-minute rant. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I gotta do that one next, probably.
Absolutely. So where are you in from? I'm in Texas.
I'm in Alabama.
All right. Southern ladies.
Yep. Land of idiocy.
Sometimes I get irritated with Texas and some of their things, but
look, Tuberville is my senator. Okay.
Who's that?
Tommy Tuberville.
Oh my God.
Yes, Tommy. Yes. I didn't vote for him, but yeah.
Skirt.
He was a football coach. So the only reason why he was even elected was he's a football coach and name recognition. He's a we got the Iron Bowl, Alabama versus Auburn, and so he used to be Auburn's football coach.
Okay.
How he became a politician, I don't freaking know.
Ooh, I gotta stay away from those politics. I will get myself in trouble.
Look, I try not to venture into that because it's kind of heavy, so I try not to really steer that way. But
can you see my fishies? Okay.
Yeah, see your fishies. Yes.
The light's kind of not. I really have bad lighting, but can you actually see the fish, or just?
I can't see the fish. I see the tank, but I can't see the actual fish.
Oh, I want to see.
What kind of fish do you have?
These are blue parrot polars. Probably can't see them now either, huh? You see them?
Not really. We can just see the tank.
Yeah, they're so cute. They're black and white stripe.
Okay.
They're called parrot they're a cross between a cichlid, an African cichlid, and a convict cichlid and a blood parrot.
Okay, I don't know what any of those things are.
I know, right? I have 7 aquariums.
Okay.
I have 7 tanks. Yeah, I have a 55-gallon, a 50, 2 30s, 3 6s, and a 3. I have bettas.
Okay.
Glowfish. I have glowfish.
Okay.
A parrotfish looks kind of like a goldfish, but it's a little different, and its little mouth stays open, which looks like kind of like a parrot's beak.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. They're so cute. Yeah.
Now, when my uncle passed some years ago, my mom wanted to take care of his fish because he loved his fish. So he had, I don't know what kind of fish they were, but it was about 3 or 4 fish in this tank. And he used to get it professionally cleaned and everything. He loved these fish. So one day I left and came home from work because I was still living at home with my parents. And I think it was like 4 fish. Well, it was only 3 fish in the tank. Because, because I just saw a floating head at the top of the tank. I was like, whoa. Like, what?
I hate when that happens.
And so this one fish continued to eat all the other fish. And then there was some sort of illness that the fish had. And it ended up like decomposing. And I think it was it. And died. But I mean, that fish ate all the fish.
That's not good. No good.
At all.
Like a piranha.
I was like, wow.
I lost an African cichlid recently, and what happened was, sometimes when you walk by, they get a little bit spooked, and they'll kind of just swim really fast. Well, I had a wooden piece of decor in the tank, and bless his little heart, he ran it and just rammed himself into it and couldn't get out.
Oh.
And him died.
Oh, I see got a little dog in the background too.
Oh, can you see him?
I saw him walk by.
Come here, Ben.
I saw his little booty.
If I can get him to come on. Up. He doesn't think he's so fat. He can't even do it. Up. Oh, cute.
What kind is he?
Up. He's like, I can't get up. He's so fat. I don't know if you can see him. Come here. Can you see?
Not really.
My channel name's in the way.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. He's so fat. I don't know if I can get him up here. Come here.
Okay. There he goes.
He's huge. He's
like,
I want to sit in your lap, mommy.
Yeah, I'm scared of big dogs.
Well, no, he wouldn't hurt a flea. I got him from I had a 15-year-old Chihuahua.
Okay.
Named Lucy Bear, and she passed on my birthday, which is November 25th, which was on Thanksgiving Day, 2019. So I was just so heartbroken that I decided my daughter took me to the shelter.
Yeah.
He just spoke to me. I saw her eyes in him somehow. And so I rescued him that day. He weighed 60 pounds.
Ooh.
And he had kennel cough and was very emaciated. And now he weighs over 100.
Wow.
I'm glad and happy.
Yes.
So
oh
my goodness.
In the South, they don't have too many of these little things at the shelter.
Oh no, they don't. Hi, little Paisley.
Yeah, it's just a lot of hounds and what do we like in the South? We like
Bentley's a terrier mix. They actually said he was a pitty, but he's not full pitty.
A pit. We love pits.
Yeah, he's got hunting dog in him. He's not a pitty. Not mean at all. In fact, he loves kids. But no, you're not going to find that. Oh, but that baby.
You're not going to find one of these in the shelter.
I love that outfit too.
Yes, I'm one of those that puts some.
I would be, but
clothes.
He doesn't fit in anything. I'd have to have it specially made. He fits into a human t-shirt, a size. Yeah, he's huge. His feet are like this long.
Boop. I love booping his little nose. Boop.
He's
That's my little buddy. That's my little buddy.
so cute. And how old is he? You said
he's 1. He'll be 2
Oh,
in
he's
March.
1.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So look, somebody likes you.
Bentley's
So,
getting
he's still psycho.
Is she talking to you?
Hey, buddy.
That's enough. Okay.
Oh, come on. Aw.
Ball. Get your ball.
Think about much.
Oh, wow. You are looking at that puppy.
Mm-hmm. He said,
Jelly.
that's
Jelly
a little
belly.
snack. That's a little snack.
That's right. That's right. So, y'all, hey, happy New Year's Eve, y'all. It's officially New Year's Eve.
Yes, it is New Year's Eve. It's
Central Time, 12:56 here anyway.
That's right. Yep. Me too.
Right. I'll drink to that.
So yes, happy New Year's Eve. Well, happy New Year. Yeah, happy New Year's Eve. Yeah. I'm gonna be good and in bed. Well, he won't let me. He won't let me rest. He jumps in the bed. So my husband will.
Oh, mine too. Mine too.
Yeah.
Takes up half the bed.
Yeah, my husband wakes up in the morning time and Paisley sleeps in his crate. He does not sleep in the bed with us. He hangs out with me for a while. Then I'll put him up and he'll go in the bed, in his bed. So in the morning time, my husband will, let him out. Paisley comes to the bedroom door. He starts whining. He puts on the door like the police. So
Puppy police.
yes. So my husband opens the door and then he jumps up the steps and then he jumps like on my stomach. And then he'll start, like nibbling on my finger, trying to get me to wake up and stuff.
Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
I was like, can y'all bring me some coffee first before y'all do this?
So true, so true.
Bring the coffee first. And then he's like, hey, we're here to wake up mommy. We're here with mommy.
They're the best alarm clock ever. Best alarm clock ever, whether you want it or not.
Yes, he is a great alarm clock. He's sweet. He'll come and he'll, lay up next to me and then he'll roll up with me to rub his tummy.
That's exactly what Bentley does. And also the way he wakes me up is he stands up and you know how they do the turnaround thing to get comfortable, but 100 pounds of it. So imagine that.
Yeah.
He does a little spin and plops, spin and plop. Like, okay, I'm up.
Yep. He'll jump on my pillow and then I'll hear him behind me. And then he'll hit me on the head.
Or he'll get the tail going. The tail start lapping me in the back. And then there's always that good warm morning breath too that they offer you.
Thankfully, I have not smelled Paisley's breath. It hasn't been anything that's been like,
Good. Yeah, he doesn't have terrible breath, thank goodness, but it is warm. It's very warm.
Yeah, yeah, that warm, yeah.
Thank you so much, Bentley. Good morning.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he heard me. I said his name. He likes to be in the spotlight. I'm sorry, baby.
Yeah, Paisley does run the house. This is Paisley's house.
That's right.
He runs the house.
Mm-hmm. He sure does.
Aww. And so you only have that one dog, Bentley?
Yes, ma'am. Just that one.
So he likes to talk back a lot.
Come here. Get up here. Oh, you're going to hurt me. Wait, easy. Come here.
And y'all, hasn't Paisley been good? He's not barked at all this stream.
Paisley's an angel.
Paisley usually goes nuts in the stream.
They can't see you. You have to get up. No. Don't do that. Never mind. He can't handle it. He doesn't get it. It was so strange going from a 7-pounder to him. It's been an adjustment for sure.
Yeah, your girl can't do it.
But it's been 4 years, and I always said I wouldn't. My father wouldn't even allow pets in the house at all.
Mine either.
Growing up, and so then I had that one trauma, and so this has been. I've always been scared of big dogs, but I mean, he's just a baby. And I now understand when people say that big dogs don't know their size. They really don't. He thinks he's this big. He doesn't realize that when he pounces on you, it really hurts. You're just like, ow.
He thinks he's this big.
Get off me. Right.
Yeah, he can fight with the when I take him to puppy daycare, he's
the best of them, right?
These dogs, and he's just right there with them. I'm like, okay,
That's
Paisley.
right. That's right.
Okay. Shh. Shh. Paisley's a little thug. That's my little thug.
Little thug.
He's a little thug.
Shawty got a thug. Shawty got a thug.
He has no fear.
No fear.
No fear at all. You know how dogs are afraid of storms? Not this one.
Oh, mine is. Oh, this one. Oh, yes. He turns into a big baby.
Not Munchkin.
He goes in the bathroom. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Nope.
In the closet. Sometimes the closet. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my old dog used to do that. He used to go hide in the bed or in the closet. Paisley? Mm-mm.
Well, that's interesting. That's really. What about fireworks?
Nope, not really. Nope.
No.
Nope.
That's pretty cool. That's good to know.
I
That's
think
good.
he gets annoyed with fireworks. He's not afraid of them.
Right, right.
He's not scared of them.
Bentley goes crazy. He feels like it's like there's bombs going off or something. He just can't stand it.
Yeah, Paisley is a special little dog. I always said that God gave us the dog that would suit our temperament. I didn't know, that there was a dog quite like Paisley in the world, but I don't see him being with anybody else. As his
I'm telling you, it's soul to soul. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And because when I saw him, I was grieving, and I just thought I didn't know how I could ever love a dog. I knew I wanted him, and I brought him home, and it was strange because he even knew that I couldn't love him as much right away because I would cry, for Lucy, and he would just lay. I'm almost crying thinking about it. He would just lay with me and just not leave my side.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like he just knew, pretty soon you're going to love me the same, Mama, and even more.
Mm-hmm.
And I do because it's a different love, but
it's
crazy how they just, people, for when people say, oh, it's just a dog, don't even say that to me. It's not a dog. It's my baby, and it's part of my family.
Yeah.
Family member for me. I don't have any grandkids, though. Got 2 daughters that are grown, but I don't have any grandbabies. So
okay.
He's my baby.
Yes. Oh, I don't have any children, and this is my baby.
There you go. There you go.
And so, I had a dog before, but I got him when he was like a year old. I've had Paisley since he was 8 weeks old. So I guess the way that I bonded with Paisley is different than the way that I bonded with the other one. Like I love the other one, but I would say that my love for Paisley is like this was a child of mine. Like
different.
It's much different.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah,
I really feel like this could be a child.
Mm-hmm. It's just something that it's.
I didn't buy the other dog Christmas gifts. I didn't buy him Christmas gifts. Paisley, Christmas gifts. He's got a stocking. He's got a drawer of clothes. Like he's an actual person.
He's got it all. This guy, he's got a whole corner. You just went to get a drink of water, so you'll probably see him come back in like right there. Well, I can't even point the right way. I'm backwards right there. Oh, and there he goes. There he is.
Yeah. That's him.
Okay, what do you want now? There's Fatso.
Oh, he wants some attention.
He's like, wow, Mom, what else? What do you got for me? You got any snacks? He's always hungry. That's enough. Snacks. He's always hungry. I mean, always hungry. You heard the word snack.
Mm-hmm.
What does your baby like to eat? Does he get any table scraps?
Of course he does.
Auntie.
Of course he does. I mean, he puts those eyes on me. He stares at me intently, and he puts those eyes on me, and it's just like, here. But I don't overfeed him though. So if I'm eating like a cheeseburger, I'll give him, like the little hard fry,
right?
Or like the piece of the hard piece of the meat. But I
Little
don't
piece
like
of meat. Uh-huh.
right. He's a
Yeah.
diva, so he eats he loves greenies. He loves his little training treats that he still eats. And then he likes these cookies. These cookies that look like actual human cookies. They smell like them too. You would think they were real cookies, but he loves those.
I have this homemade dog food that I make for Bentley because, I mean, he has kibble, but you know, it's just not that good for him, and he likes to eat a lot. So we came up with this homemade food, and you put kibble and yogurt, peanut butter, all the veggies, some protein, just whatever you want, you know, just the whole refrigerator. It doesn't matter. And then you freeze it. You flatten it out in Ziplocs and you freeze it.
Okay.
And especially in the summertime, he loves it. And then you just peel out, just literally just split it open, and it's just this flat piece, and he just takes it and goes outside it's like a doggy popsicle.
Okay.
But I'd read about it, how if you slow down their eating process a little bit, well, for a bigger dog that needs to lose weight like him, not yours, but it helps them to, you know, spend more time, you know, with the chewing and having to deal with it, and a nice treat for him. And so I started out like buying those little pops, and they were so expensive. I was like, I can't afford these. The little peanut butter doggy ice creams.
Night,
So
Blanco.
What's that?
I was saying, telling B Blanco good night.
Oh, good night, everyone. Sorry, I'm boring. Anyway, but I found out making that homemade stuff was really cool. He really loves it. So I'm gonna just have him just be able to pull it out of the freezer and give him some.
Well, Munchkin is a diva, so he's a grazer as well. So we'll put food out. He may not touch it. He might touch it. It just depends.
Same
and
here.
So after it's been sitting out for so long, he's definitely not going to touch it. So he has to actually watch us change out his food. Sometimes I have to actually hold the food in my hand for him to eat the food out of my hand, and then he'll go and eat his food.
Oh, you have him spoiled good.
He is a diva. I don't know where he got this from, but he is a diva.
Yep. That's
He
the
is
way I
such a
like it.
diva.
That's the way I like it. Spoiled diva dogs.
He's very spoiled.
They're just so sweet.
And you know,
I can't imagine my life without them.
Right. I imagine not having Paisley, and he's spoiled and I spoil him. My husband spoils him too. We spoil him. We want him to, you know, have a nice, happy. I want him to grow up to be a grumpy old man.
Well, people say, why are you feeding him so much? You're killing your dog. I'm just like, quality, not quantity. If that comes to it. I mean, larger dogs don't even tend to live as long as smaller dogs.
That's
people
true.
tell me the same thing about my Chihuahua. I fed her people food and, you know, spoiled her like that her whole life. And people would say, she's not gonna live. She lived 15 years.
That's a good age.
I figure, you know, I mean, I don't know. He's just my baby. So yeah, he's pretty bad. He's telling you right now he's the king of the house.
I feel you.
Hey.
He's doing a lot of back talking.
He is back. Yeah, he's backing that ass up, isn't he? Aren't you? Oh, God. That didn't come out right.
It's all right.
Stop. Stop. Oh, he's bossy. He's bossy. Very annoying when he starts getting really needy like that. I might have to get off of here. He might need to go out. I'm not sure.
Yes, possible.
You go outside?
He may need to potty.
I think he needs to potty. I'm not sure.
He might need to.
How often do you do these live things?
I try to do either once a week or once every 2 weeks. But if y'all don't see me, then usually I've gotten sick or something. And so I was sick like this last 3 weeks.
Oh, bless your heart. Like with the flu and stuff, there's a lot of stuff going around.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck it was. I went to Tennessee to Gatlinburg for the week before last. And usually, because I'm really paranoid, I don't like being in a group of a lot of people. I'll have my mask when I'm around a bunch of people. But this time, I did not use my mask at all. So we came back on that Monday. I went to work on Tuesday. And if you don't know, Black folks do not like the cold, right? So the temperature dropped really, 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 it dropped. And I was not going to go to work that day. I was going to work remote, but we were having a Christmas party. So I wanted to go to the Christmas party. So I drug myself in, it was like 30 something degrees.
Oh.
So I woke up and my stomach was already upset. I had, I let one go. So I was in the bed trying to, collect myself to go to work. I finally made it into work, and I was able to keep, food down and whatnot, but I had no appetite. So my nose was congested and my throat was scratchy, and it just got progressively worse and worse and worse and worse throughout the day. And so then the next day, I was just like in the bed, like, oh my God, I'm dying. I can't move. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. So I was in the bed for like 3 days. Just
oh wow. That's no fun.
Yeah.
Oh goodness. Yeah. I when COVID first came out, well, February 7th, actually 2020. February 7th was also National Heart Day, which is very ironic because I had actually a fatal heart attack. I actually coded on the CT table.
Oh wow.
I've never seen in the movies when you code, they get those things and they have to hook them up and then they shock. They actually had to warm those up. So I was out for almost a minute. They zapped me back. Then they put a stent in my heart, and it runs in my family. My father's got like 5 stents.
Oh wow.
He's had 3 heart attacks and I've had 1 now. But so I was about 52. I'm 57 now, but I was 52 when that happened.
Good.
3. Thank you. I can look better, but this is what I have to do. No. But yeah, so I died and I figure, and so COVID at that time, they didn't even know really. I mean, they knew about it, but we didn't know about it. Okay.
Right.
And so I'm not sure that I didn't have it, that it couldn't have, because a friend of mine had just had pneumonia and was in the hospital. And I think to this day she had COVID. So, but what happened was, since I did die technically, or almost die, if you want to look at it, I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die if I got COVID. I just knew I was going to die. So I was like washing my mail and getting delivery and wearing a mask everywhere and freaking out on everyone. And then the whole politics thing entered it, and Trump, and it was so hard. And so it's taken me literally almost 4 years to be able to just now go to the grocery store and not wear a mask. Because now when you wear a mask, they look at you like you're crazy because you have a mask on. It's like,
I don't care. I'm wearing my mask.
And that's what I was just about to say. So now I'm going to go get my booster again, which I am a little late on. So I've been vaccinated and had both boosters, and I don't care what anybody says. I feel better because technically I've never gotten COVID. I don't know if it has anything to do with that, but I just feel that since I am higher risk because I have rheumatoid arthritis and a lot of, physical things, and because of my heart, that if I did get COVID, then hopefully I wouldn't die. So that was kind of my mindset about it. And so, yeah, but now I'm just, the fear, and people say, faith over fear. I know, but it's easier said than done when you're so scared to die. And you're just like, I'm afraid. And so but then I thought, at the same time, what quality of life do I have? I have to get out. I can't just stay in this house anymore.
Right. So, I believe in science. So, I believe
science.
I believe in science.
Absolutely. So get that booster, get out there, get that mask on. And like whenever someone sneezes, I just run.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
I have a sneezing phobia. I don't know about you. When someone sneezes around me, I flip. I'm like, I gotta go.
And if you haven't noticed that people have gone back to not washing their hands.
They don't wash, they don't cover, they don't care.
I'm so annoyed. Like, really? Like, come on. Gosh. Just wash your hands.
Just have a little couth. I mean, like, just
wash your hands. That's all. Look, you don't have to get vaccinated. Just wash your freaking hands, please. Stop coughing with your mouth open, please. Stop sneezing with your mouth and having your little germ-infested children sleep, coughing and sneezing with their mouth open.
I cook at home most of the time. I get a little nervous about going out to eat sometimes because I'm like, oh, nobody's there anymore. So what are they doing to the food? What are they doing to it?
They're in the back talking and breathing on it. That's what they're doing.
Breathing and not wearing gloves. And, you know, if you think about it, you know, anything can happen, you know, with the.
Right.
Yeah.
Scratching their head, you know, like, oh my gosh.
I'm such an, I wash my hands constantly because I cook a lot. So it's just a habit. Mine stay dry because I wash them so much. I'm paranoid.
Yeah. I have gloves. Like I don't touch the, when I get gas, I do not touch the pump at all. I'm got gloves on. I don't touch the ATM. I don't touch the ATM buttons. Gloves. I have a box of gloves that I use.
Hand sanitizer everywhere.
Everywhere. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. I do not play none of that.
When I go in the grocery store, I get those wipes and I wipe down my basket real good.
Both nasty. People are nasty.
People think I'm crazy that I avoid people in aisles. I go at times when they're not busy. And when I see someone, I will take off if they start coughing and acting a fool.
Me too.
I'm gone.
Yep. I'm like, I'll be over there. But don't take me with you. Yes, I'm exactly the same way. I'm the exact same way.
We got to.
I'm trying to make it. My husband works in the school system.
Okay.
So he has to always get his vaccinations. But I'm telling you, if a little child is sick around me, I'm telling you, those are like a child is like a biological weapon. Whatever illness that they have, it's going to magnify in my body. So if they have just like a cold or the sniffles, I'm going to get pneumonia.
And it's going to be hanging out their nose too. I mean, that's the thing about kids. I mean, they don't know to cover. They don't notice, you know, they just don't think to.
I'm going to be in the hospital fooling with a little child.
When my great niece comes over, I tell her, if you sneeze on me one more time and don't cover your mouth, I'm going, oh my God. And she'll come over and I'll just be like, get in the bathtub. As soon as she gets here, I'm just like, get in the bathtub.
Yep.
Because she's just, I'm just like, no, get in the bathtub. You're so funny.
Where Munchkin go? Well, he might have tried to get in the bed with my husband.
Where'd your baby go?
He might be on the sofa. He leaves me sometimes to go hang out on the sofa.
Pardon me one second. I'm going to get him a bone. You want a bone, baby? Come on.
So look, we talked about Darrell, now we're talking about dogs and nasty people.
Oh, I gave him a rawhide. He'll shut up now for sure. Oh, he's happy.
I know he is.
He got spoiled. I made caramel apples today. Oh, do you make black-eyed peas for your New Year's? For good luck? Got to make your black-eyed peas, no?
I'm not a typical Southerner, and I don't like soul food.
Oh.
I don't like any of it. Like the only soul food that I would like is chicken, but black-eyed peas, collard greens.
I don't really like the greens too much, but I do love black-eyed peas. But it's supposed to be for good luck. I don't know why.
I don't know either, but I don't eat it. I hate black-eyed peas.
My husband said, "Oh, make me some sauerkraut." I was like, "Oh, hell no."
Make sauerkraut?
Not making, he said something about we got to eat sauerkraut. I said, "Oh no, we don't. We're not making that in this house. That is stanky." No.
Ew.
Mm-mm.
So y'all are German?
He has a stepbrother that lives in Germany, actually.
Okay.
Okay. So he's got some German in him. But I'm mostly like English and Irish. But I was just raised mostly by my granny, who it was always fried chicken, black-eyed peas, pinto beans, just white cream gravy, and stuff like that. And so I just grew up, just making just a lot of stuff, nothing real Southern, I wouldn't say. I don't know, just like chicken fried steak, and just I grew up on, and then the basics too, just regular stuff. But I've just always loved to cook. It's just one of the things that I'm good at. So I just really love it. And it's kind of how I channel my granny, because when I lost her, I feel like I kind of lost my mom. My mom's, don't even get me started on that. My mom's, she got issues, but I try to channel my granny. And so I made pinto beans yesterday and black-eyed peas today. But
so if I'm going to come over to your house and I want you to make me a special meal, what is your number one specialty?
My signature meal?
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh. Oh wow, that would be so hard. There's probably I make you like a, oh gosh, that's so hard. Maybe a Mississippi roast. I could do you a Mississippi roast. You take a roast and you cook it low and slow, and just you put like a ranch dressing mix and some brown gravy mix and some of these little I forget what they're called, these little peppers, and just mashed potatoes, with like brown gravy and the biscuits and things like that. But I also make a really good Mexican spread too, like enchiladas, Mexican rice, that type of stuff. I can cook Italian. I can cook pretty much any. So I don't know. That's such a great question. I got to think on that.
Okay.
I don't know. What's your favorite? What I would say to you is, what's your favorite meal? And I'll make it for you.
Well,
what's your favorite?
My most favorite thing ever in the world to eat, and I can eat, well, I eat every day. Well, it's two things really.
Okay.
One is sushi.
Okay.
I love sushi. And two,
sushi or raw sushi?
Raw.
Oh my God, you and my husband would get along.
I don't believe in cooked sushi. That's gross.
Oh my God, no, I can't make that for you. No. Next.
Crab legs. Crab legs.
Oh God, my favorite.
I can eat crab legs every day, all day.
Here's what I did the other day. I don't even cook them though. I go straight to the deli at Market Street, and I have them steam it in Old Bay.
Yeah.
And I bring it on home and beg my husband to open it for me, and then I dip it in the butter. But I like it in salted butter. So good. Oh, that sounds so good.
I love me some crab legs.
That put me out of my league, lady. I don't know. I thought I could cook it, but I don't know.
Oh, well, there should be restaurants like.
That's so good.
The crab. No, I don't know if y'all have it in Texas. I don't know if this is a chain or anything, but I guess what the Crab Barrel, where they have the seafood boils, so you can get like the seafood is in the Old Bay with the potatoes and the corn and maybe some sausage, and they
I
give
don't
it
know
to you
like that anywhere near where I live, but I know what you're referring to.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. I've actually never even tried to cook one of those. I need to try one of those sometime. That would be kind of cool. You mean with the sausage and the shrimp and the crab and the corn and all that?
All that.
I think we have a restaurant around here. It's called Galveston Seafood, and they have that. One place you can get it.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
That sounds yummy, though. Yeah, that sounds yummy. Yeah. Do you like spicy food?
I don't like spicy food. I like to have just like a teeny bit of heat, just a little bit for just the flavor. But if it's hot,
that's me. I don't want it to overpower the flavor, but I do like a little spice. My husband, he likes it really hot. He'll just eat like they're called torreado, like a grilled pepper, and he just eats them.
Oh no, I can't do it.
Oh, so hot. I can't take it. So I make salsa homemade, but I make it really hot for him and then medium for everybody else.
Okay.
Now
my specialty, tell me. So it's gonna sound weird, but it is a white bean and kale and chicken soup.
Shut up! I just made Toscana from Olive Garden.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm into the cannellini beans too.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, and I love a big pot of butter beans too, but you mean the little ones, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
So you get the kale, and you get your little tomatoes and your garlic and your red onions and some little carrots and put them all together. And then the key though is the Parmesan cheese. You need to get some Parmesan cheese and put it in the pot while it's cooking.
Yes.
And then you get the rotisserie chicken from, Publix or Walmart, and you shred all that chicken, put it in there.
Auntie, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I need that
Yes.
right now.
And then get you some extra cheese. Like my friend, she's like, hey, it's cold. When you gonna make some soup? Because I made her some when she had surgery. And I started it when I was a vegetarian for like a year and made it as a purely vegetarian dish. Okay. So then as time has gone on, I've added chicken and other things in it to give it some, pizzazz.
Right,
so
right.
Now
I love to tweak a recipe.
I
love to tweak a recipe. I mean, it's great. That sounds so good. Okay, so you put when you say tomatoes, like Rotel, like tomatoes with green chilies, or you just
you can. I just get a can of chopped tomatoes. You can just get you some chopped tomatoes and put it in there. Diced tomatoes.
You said
put it in there. So tomatoes, and you want to get your red onion.
Okay.
Red onion, garlic, of course, lots of garlic. And you need some. You don't have to, but the I like what is it? It's red kale if possible, but regular kale is fine.
Kale, yes.
I love the red kale.
I'm gonna try the red kale.
I love the red kale.
I've had that once, I think, and I always forget about it. So yes.
Yes, so that kale, and then so you put all that into the little pot with your like 2 things of chicken stock, chicken broth, and then put in your cheese. You put in a lot of Parmesan cheese while it's cooking, and then you put your chicken in there, and you let it all boil together. It'll be ready in about 15 minutes whenever it's all said and done. Then when you get it together, you get it out, and you can make you some croutons or buy you some croutons, or maybe some like a little roll or whatever, and then get you some more cheese and put it on top. And it nice.
I got a little sour cream, maybe.
I've never tried sour cream, but I don't think that it would hurt.
Couldn't hurt, right?
I don't think it would hurt.
That just sounds delicious. Oh, it sounds so
really good. My husband loves it.
So it's almost like a chicken chili, like a white chicken chili.
Like a white chicken chili, kind of.
But better. But better.
Yeah. And it's nice and filling, and it's not fattening.
This
or
is
not
my
too fattening. I add a bunch of cheese in it, but it's really
I would say one of my specialties is probably just casseroles, all kinds.
Okay.
I love in the wintertime, I love to just experiment with different things. Also potatoes, so many ways. I made some homemade au gratin potatoes the other day. I saw it actually online, and you take the gold potatoes and you just like quarter them, and then you take a big muffin pan. I have one that has like 6 large ones, but you could use a smaller one, and you quarter them, and you just take with the skin on, because the gold ones have the soft skin, You quarter them, you just put them in the muffin tin, and you put a chunk of butter with garlic in it, and then you bake that for a while, and then while you're doing that, you cook some bacon, and then once that cooks for a while, you bring it back out, and then you put cheese and bacon on it, put it back in, and then when it comes out, then you add the sour cream and chives. So it's kind of like baked potato, kind of, sort of, but those are so good and so easy because they cook so much faster than a baked potato. Like if you're wanting, a good old baked potato, but it just takes so long. So you do them that way. You just pop them in, like 30 minutes later, you've got just basically a baked potato.
Okay.
I also did the au gratin ones to where you just like slice them, and then you add like the cream cheese and the heavy cream and cheese, and then bake that. Or do they call it scalloped potatoes? Au gratin, scalloped, something like that. But you do them in like a baking dish. Those are delicious too. I'm a potato head. Do you like potatoes?
I do, but not like that.
That's my downfall right there. Potatoes. Oh,
well, carbs are delicious. Carbs are wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
They're our enemy, but
that's where I got the second
so
chin
wonderful.
from. See this chin? Potatoes. That's okay.
Well, I had a double chin.
No, you don't.
I said I had. Let me show you how big I used to be. Let me go my gallery. You be like, that's not you.
Oh, girl, I've been a yo-yo in my entire life. The only time I've ever been really skinny was a time when I shouldn't have been that skinny. But yeah, no. So the older I get, the harder it is, and I'm just kind of stuck here now.
See my face?
Oh, you are beautiful, though. Oh my gosh, look at you.
But you see that double chin?
I see it, girl.
That's my face. It's freaking
How
huge.
long ago was that?
Oh, this was some years ago. Y'all can't see my face really. Here we go.
I see it. No, I can. You are beautiful. Your skin looks really light in the pic.
Oh, yeah. So I was in a fashion show.
You have beautiful skin, by the way. It's your complexion is.
Thank you.
I'm lucky this light is probably too bright for me right now. It might be doing me even more of a favor than I realize. I don't know. Hopefully. But yeah, you are beautiful. You yes.
Oh, thank you. But yeah,
so what did you do to lose weight? Did
you
what's you I don't consider that big, but compared to you now, yes, you have lost them. How much have you lost? Like, what did you do?
So I lost about 40 pounds. At my highest, I was at 163. I was 160 in that picture.
Are you how tall are you, if you don't mind?
5'3".
Okay, I'm 5'9". Okay. So
I'm a little shorty.
My peak weight, what I should be is like 155 to 165, which I would be bony because I'm super big boned.
Yeah.
But, I weigh about 200.
Okay.
Right now. So I'm about a size 18.
Okay.
So, but even when I was younger, I was never really, really small. I mean, I've always been, like I said, a 14. I'd be a rail at a size 14. So
really, okay.
Because I'm so tall,
like that.
I can kind of carry it. Yeah. But I think that what I did was I dieted so much when I was younger that I screwed my thyroid up. So I have hyperthyroidism, and that's part of the reason why that I have the autoimmune stuff too. Which
my mom has that.
Does she? And I also got Graves' disease in my eyes, but they didn't protrude that much, only a little bit. So sometimes it's not the same as hyperthyroidism, but it's related to it. Do you know what Graves' disease is? It's related to your thyroid, and what happens is your eyelids go back. So it makes your eyeballs look like they're popping out.
Yeah.
But they're not. So mine didn't move that much. So you can't really tell.
Okay.
But they moved enough to where like I can't wear contacts or anything because my lids are a little bit off. But they got that under control. But so they had to kill off my thyroid with radioactive iodine. And then now I take thyroid medicine to replenish that thyroid hormone. Mine was Synthroid, yes. And so I lost 65 pounds, girl. I was a size 9. And I weighed 140. And I couldn't gain weight, and I didn't know what was wrong. This was almost 24 years ago. I was diagnosed. And I just couldn't gain weight. I was like, what is going on? So it was from excessive dieting. And what happened was my thyroid just went out of whack.
Oh, wow.
Like legal, like not drug dieting, but like legal stuff, like diet pills. And back in the day when people were taking all that crazy stuff, in a bottle that just had so many.
Epinephrine.
That's it. That's the word. That's what I was trying to think of. Yes. So, yeah, it did me in. So now I've just learned over the years that if I can't lose it naturally and by just changing, I'm trying to just change my lifestyle a little bit and try to eat a little bit better, lay off the potatoes, of course, and things like that instead of worrying so much about just being thin. And I guess, thank
Mhm.
goodness for my husband, because he loves me the way I am. He
That's
would
important.
never want me to be unhealthy
Mhm.
and diet that way, just to be skinny.
Yeah.
But it's part of your, nobody wants to feel fat, or I mean, I don't know, say fat, because people can't help it. And even people that are skinny and say, oh, you're so skinny. And that can be offensive to some people to
It's
say that,
annoying.
you know what I mean?
It's
So
annoying.
I don't mean that in because, but I just want to just be me.
And when you say fat, you mean you don't want to feel bloated and unattractive.
Right. And
Lumps and
feel like
bumps and
self-conscious all the time, or like
yeah.
for people to say, oh, she's a glutton, or she's unhealthy, and I also don't want to be I don't want for that to be a factor, like with my cholesterol's high already and things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's hard not to want to eat a big old steak and tater.
Look, I was pre-diabetic.
My husband is right now. Is that what caused you to start?
Yep. Because my father is diabetic, and so I know that if I'm pre-diabetic, that's going to happen. And so my doctor said, you have to lose weight. Okay.
So you just changed your diet. What did you? I mean,
well, if I have to be completely honest, I was having difficulty losing weight because I was having issues with my hormones. Okay. So last year there was this drug called Mounjaro, and that they had a coupon. You can get it for $25 a month, up until like June of this year, June this year, I think. So the doctor, if I go to a weight loss doctor, he put me on like, well, hey, since nothing has worked and you've been just steadily gaining and you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, you're eating right, you're going to the gym, you're doing all this, try this. So I tried some Mounjaro.
Okay.
And so that has been the only thing that has stuck was the Mounjaro. And so I have been off of it since June, May, April, one of them. I weaned myself off of it, so I'm not on it.
So it's not something you want to stay on indefinitely, and you
don't
want to get off of it all at once either. So you weaned yourself off, and
because it was the coupon was going to run out. Otherwise, if I was going to still try and take it, I would be paying like $1,300 for the medication. And as you can see, I don't need it. So
you sure don't. Wow.
Not, one of those who wants to be, delusional and want to be like, this big. I just want to not have diabetes. So I did lose a little bit more than I had intended on losing, but the goal was to, lose as much as possible and then gain when I start back eating again, I can have a buffer, right? Or put on some muscle when I go to the gym.
A little bit of breathing room. Yes, ma'am. Well, that's just fantastic. So I'm assuming you don't count calories, but you just have changed your whole eating lifestyle, just what you eat and
I just eat when I'm hungry. I listen to my body, and so when I'm hungry, I eat, and when I'm not hungry, I don't eat.
So you don't fast or anything. You're not trying to.
No, I'll do none of that.
Do you eat several small meals a day? I know they say that that's supposed to be the ultimate way, like just little like protein snacks. And
my doctor says I need to eat like 6 times a day. However, I don't really eat that much. So I'll have a smoothie for breakfast.
Okay.
And it will take me forever to drink it.
That's my hardest time to eat in the morning.
Right. And so by the time I finish my smoothie, it's time for lunch. I'm typically not hungry for lunch. So I'll postpone my lunch to like close to the end of the day. And then I'll eat my lunch. And I might not eat anything for the rest of the day. It just depends on how hungry I am.
That's really, I think you hit it on it, the nail on the head. Don't eat after like 6.
Oh no.
Here's another thing that of course, I've read all the diet books, Atkins, I've read them all.
Mm-hmm.
They say that if you eat all of your carbs, proteins, desserts, start all of it at once, at the same time of day, approximately, that you will stay in ketosis and or burning more often and better. Are you familiar with that at all?
Not at all.
And so, and the way I kind of do it is kind of like what you do, except for it's not a smoothie. It's more like coffee and water. And then I'll eat like a small, like a kind of a like a snack, just something to get me going. Like it might be half of a chicken salad on wheat or just something, some fruit maybe or something like that. And then when I do eat my dinner, I'm like, okay, keeping that in mind, I'll be like salad, protein, starch, and then dessert right then. If I want something sweet, which I'm not a big sweets eater, but if I do, I'm like, do it right now. And if it's all within that hour, it's supposed to, it hasn't really helped me, but sounded good. Sounds good. Yes.
Yeah.
Supposedly that's really supposed to be a thing. So I don't know, but I was whatever you, and that miracle thing, is there now that say that, what's that's called again? That's
Manjaro.
Now you said your insurance covers it?
No, not for me.
Oh, you had
I had a coupon. It was a coupon.
And you were able to take it for a year with that coupon?
I didn't do it for the entire year. I think I did it for like 8 months, I think.
And then you have to go to the doctor and then with the coupon?
No, so you go to the doctor and they'll prescribe it for you. And so they'll just send it to the pharmacy. And there's a coupon that they run the prescription with, and it's $25.
Do you think that is it like a kind of a stimulant type of thing?
No, it's sort of like Ozempic and those.
Probably not be okay with my heart then. Maybe it might be okay. I don't know.
I know it's a GLP-1, and so it's the medication that the diabetics are supposed to take, but it also, the side effect is weight loss. So basically what it does is, so basically what it does is it pretty much kills your appetite, or it makes you feel full longer, and then your digestion, it takes a long time for your food to digest out of your system. So if you've eaten something, it feels like you haven't, you're just not hungry. You're supposed to feel a little bit of hunger and then eat, but you really don't feel that need, that food noise, that desire to just eat just anything sweet. It's just not there anymore.
Right.
So, it's helpful. It's a good tool, but for some people, it can also lead to disordered eating. Because I was in, some groups on like Reddit, and folks would be like, "Yeah, I took my injection and I'm hungry." Like, yeah, you're supposed to eat. So it can cause disordered eating if you're not careful.
I think my hardest thing is like nighttime eating.
Yeah. So if you took Ozempic or any of that stuff, you wouldn't have that.
But you don't think it would keep me awake?
It shouldn't, no.
I asked my doctor. I go to my cardiologist on the 3rd. I'm going to ask her. I'm just going to run it by her. Just because I've been kind of struggling to get a little bit of weight off for a while, and I just kind of, gave up. And
you might need to go to a nutritionist or a bariatric doctor.
But I don't want to do anything, that's unhealthy, that's
right.
But you didn't find it to have any bad side effects or anything, huh?
Well, I'll say this. As far as side effects, the only negative side effect is because I was not eating as much as I needed to, and I wasn't taking vitamins. I had vitamin deficiency, and so that did cause me to have some of my hair shed. So I had some hair loss.
Yes.
Outside of that, I didn't have any negative side effects.
My thyroid meds cause that. My hair just is so dry and brittle. It just breaks off and comes out in clots sometimes. And so, yes, I'm very familiar with that. So yeah, that's true. I have to step up the vitamins a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk to my doctor about that. Can you spell that for me?
Yeah, it's hold on. It's either Mounjaro, Manjaro.
Manjaro. Okay.
You should see the commercials. It's
write it down.
It's just like Wegovy and Ozempic.
Oh, right. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know it. Okay. Manjaro.
So Manjaro is the other one.
Okay. I'm gonna.
It's the different peptides. There's the semaglutide. That's the Wegovy and Ozempic. And then there's the tirzepatide, and that's Manjaro.
Okay.
So they're both GLP-1s, and but it kind of it's a little bit different. People say that Manjaro is a bit more effective than Ozempic and Wegovy.
I've heard of Ozempic for sure. Yeah, heck, who knows? I may be to the pre-diabetic point. I hope I'm not, but I know my husband's doctor did tell him that not too long ago, that he's kind of borderline and he needed to kind of cut back. So, but he's not a big sweets eater, but so I really don't know what his is stemming from. He drinks a lot of beer, that's for sure.
That's it. The beer.
And, smokes like a chimney, cigarettes, beer, he used to drink Red Lines, but now it's Red Bulls. And yeah, this guy's got more vices than I do. And yeah, so.
And it's harder when we get older. I mean, like our metabolism just.
And he is stubborn. He is stubborn. He's got a health thing. He's got a thing called polycythemia vera. And what it is when your bone marrow makes too much blood. So it's constantly making blood, and it's thick. So it makes him tired all the time. So he has to have his blood out like every couple months. They have to, it's kind of like chemo-ish, but because it can turn into leukemia if it gets bad, because the white count gets so high. So it has to sit there for hours and just they pump blood out into these bags and don't put it back in. It's not like, plasma, but when he drinks beer, he can have more energy. So he works from home. He's a regional manager for a wind company.
Okay.
So he's constantly on the phone, conference calls, and this and that. And so he drinks. He'll start drinking in the afternoon because he just gets so tired from the sluggishness of it all.
And so the beer gives him energy.
The beer gives him energy just enough to where he can function. Just like a drunk thing, really. But yeah, it gives him energy. It's crazy. But when he doesn't, like on a Saturday, he just doesn't want to do anything. He's just like.
So do you think if he had more physical activity, like he would go and walk for like 30, 40 minutes, would that reinvigorate him?
We've talked, it's so funny you say that. And thank you, because we just talked about that. And we talked about taking Bentley, because I can't really walk him because he just takes off and jerks me around. He's so heavy. And I was telling my husband that if we could just start with a block at a time, just we're in a cul-de-sac. We've got a sidewalk and everything. So it's not even like we couldn't do it. And so we just talked about that as soon as it like warms up just a little bit, how we really like to, without making it a New Year's resolution that we won't keep, you know what I mean? Realistically. Yeah. So it's been hard for me. I think for him, he just doesn't want to get out in the neighborhood. He's kind of a homebody, and doesn't really like, he doesn't want to be seen, out walking, and I'm just like, honey, no one cares. No one cares.
Right.
Who cares? But yes, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. What did you think? You said your husband's a teacher?
He's not a teacher. He does, he's an IT nerd.
Oh, okay. Fun.
But he still has to be in the school sometimes. So, yeah. So, but he is
he works from home as well?
No, he doesn't work from home. He goes in the buildings. But he is he gets up at 4:15 every morning to go to the gym. He is very, very, very disciplined and dedicated. I have not been as much. And so I said I was going to start back being more consistent when the new year starts. I'm just going to be lazy for the rest of this year, and I'm going to, actually start doing right.
Let yourself have that time. It's like, I agree with that.
It's like you're no different than a New Year's resolution person. I'm like, oh, don't call me that. I'm not a New Year's resolution person.
No, nothing like that. Well, it's just too much pressure to put on yourself. If you put these expectations that you, and then to me, if you can't keep them, and then you feel like, it makes me feel like more of a failure rather than just baby steps. And you know what I've learned is this is a great thing, and I can, for anybody, instead of making the New Year's resolution list, what I like to do is, and even around the house stuff, I go and I do, and then I write it down. What I did, not what I'm gonna do, so I have to mark it off and do what I did that day. Yes, I did this, and then I can still mark it off if I want to, or keep sort of a running list that kind of continues. So it's not like everything on this list has to be done, but I can do a few things and then move on, carry it over, and kind of, I don't know, I'm just a list maker, and I'm sort of visual. Like some people, when they shop, they use it like a digital list or maybe on their phone. Whereas I want to write it down and mark it off. Just get some sort of feeling of accomplishment. And so that helps me a little bit, just kind of keeping a little bit more track of it. Because if you're doing all the wrong things and you write it down and you read it and you're like, oh wow, I woke up and I went to Burger King and then I went by Dunkin', and then I got the double latte, and then I came home and I ate this. And so then you start really kind of seeing what you're doing, Same with spending. I don't know if, like, I'm trying to work on my finances too and getting that whole budget in order, and just everything that I do in my life that I said, oh, if I can never be a housewife, and then once I get older and once I'm going to get it all together, and it's to say that. And then even as you get older, it doesn't mean that you have it that much more together than, anybody else. You know what I mean? Though, when I say that, it's like still learning and still growing, even at this age.
Oh yeah.
So
you stop growing when you are in the casket.
Yeah, that's what and that's another thing too. If you stop moving, you'll stop moving. It is true, because I am so out of shape that you're just such an inspiration. And so, yeah, I think that I'm about to turn over a New Year's leaf.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Resolutions, not resolutions. Just
you're gonna visualize it, and you gonna have a plan. You're gonna go down the yellow brick road to what you visualized.
That's right. Absolutely.
You claim it, you say it, and you claim it. I tell people this all the time. You have to make sure that you kind of watch what you say, because things that you say tend to happen. So you have to always, like when I was working at this job that I hated, and I was on the phone doing the contact center. I used to be so depressed and I would cry. And because I hate being on the phone. And I used to write little notes to myself, like, I am going to find me a job that I love, that is for me. I'm not going to be in this job for any longer than a year. I would have to talk to myself every day.
I love that.
And yeah, I mean, I got the hell on. I found a job.
Like a job I had. I finally quit.
Yeah.
I had to hit rock bottom though. After this man was such a chauvinist. He treated the men different than the women. And I worked for him for about 4 years. And the day I finally left, he came in the front office, and I remember I was writing my notice. I was going to give him a month, and I was typing it out. He had taken my office away from me. I was the office manager too. He was just that type of person, and he would pit everybody against each other. And he loved to say the phrase henceforth. He walked out that day, and he looks like Mr. Bean too, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And he would come out, Mr. Bean walks out. His name was Rodney, which is also my ex-husband's name. That's another story. So he came out and he said, ladies, henceforth, I just read all your personal emails and listened to all the phone calls. And henceforth, there will be no more personal phone calls, and you will this and you will that and blah, 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 blah. And I was sitting there literally writing my resignation. I was going to give him a month because I'm going to be stupid and burn a bridge. I needed I was a single. I mean, I had to have the job. I mean, it wasn't like I was rich or anything. I went back, effective immediately. I don't know what hit me, but I thought to myself, okay, this is like working for the devil. God does, I mean, if there is a God, he does not, this is not the work he wants me to do. I am not going to be this man's bitter. I will not be his cult member. I will not follow him anymore. He will not talk to me this way. He will not. Back. I said effective immediately. And then I said, to the owners, his wife, and thank you for all your prayers and blah, blah, blah. I am leaving. This is a direct result of his behavior. I feel like I need to find another job where I'm more appreciated and where I'm blah, blah, blah. And I printed it. He was standing there too. And he kept looking at me like, what is she doing? Oh my gosh. I printed it, went over to the printer. He was still standing there with his hands on his hips. Like, what is she? I just folded it up, put it in an envelope, walked right past him, and went to his daughter's office, who was also my boss, and handed it to her. I said, if you'll give a copy of this to your father, I would appreciate it. And I said, it's been wonderful, but I've got to go. And I walked. It's the best thing that ever happened to me. Had that not happened, I wouldn't have ended up managing an IHOP.
Okay.
Making $1,000 a week. I had no time to spend, working 80 hours a week.
Okay.
I got death threats there, ended up leaving there and
going IHOP?
Yes, ma'am. And going to an IHOP. And going to a Tamales, which was a Mexican restaurant.
Okay.
At 40-something years old, carrying Mexican food around. The owners of a car lot here came in there and said, lady, what are you doing here? Do you have a day job? I said, no. Do you want to know why? They created a position for me. I went to work for this Chevrolet place. Not a month later, I got with my husband, who I'd known for 20 years. His wife had cheated and left him. He was traveling. Literally, we got together. He came to town. We fell in love. I'd always wanted to be with him. In the back of my mind, I would never have done that because we weren't wasn't his wife. But I just always thought he would just be, if he ever got single, I was going to marry him. It was just a pipe dream. Yes, I did. And we got together. He came to town. We fell in love. We were inseparable ever since. A month later, I just gotten insurance at this job. A month later, he said, you got to quit your job and come on the road with me.
Okay. So he's a truck driver?
No, he was at the time, he was a wind tech.
Okay.
Wind turbines. So he was just a lead at the time. He wasn't a regional. He was just a lead.
Okay.
In order for us to see each other, I had to quit my job and go on the road with him. So we would just stay in like Staybridge hotels, like suite hotels that have full kitchens for months at a time. We were on the road. And so I would drive his truck. He left his brand new truck with me and left and said, I'll be back. And then next thing you know, I'm up to Amarillo and the rest is history. 2 years later, we got married. That was we got together in 2014. Yeah, less than 2 years later, we were married, and it's been nearly 10 years now. So as of about 3-4 years ago, no, maybe 5 years ago, we got off the road, and he's been working from home ever since. But yeah, I retired after 35 years.
See, this is what I'm talking about right here. This is what I'm talking about. You stop too much, let the video play. I told you people that this is a commentary channel. So I'm going to stop to talk. Okay? Like, y'all get on my nerves. Like, seriously. Like,
I'm glad I can't see the chat because I'm here, but I can't see anything.
That's good. You don't need to see it. Nobody's saying anything anyway, but this person here, V-Dub. I'm just saying before I block
I see it now. I was on private chat. Oh my
okay. I'm saying before I block them.
Girl, is anybody saying anything bad about me? Are they saying I'm ugly and stuff? Because I don't care.
No, everybody's been nice. Everybody is on their best.
Oh, y'all are so sweet. I see you now. I see you. Girl, it's my first
But
time
yeah,
on here, so you
I'm
know.
going to say what the hell I want to say, and if you don't like it, I've already told you, hit the X at the top of the screen. Okay? So I just wanted to just throw that out there because I'm getting ready to block you out here. I'm tired.
Be your own mod, girl. Get rid of V-Dub. V-Dub, bye-bye.
Oh, V-Dub gone. He about to be
Bye,
gone.
be gone. Be gone.
He's out of here. Remove. Oh, let me hide you on this channel. I'm going to you
Sorry,
on
I
here.
can't see the chat. I could have been commenting this whole time. Be Blanco, ladies. It was fun. Yes, it was. Happy New Year. Y'all have some big pups. Oh, I love it. I love it.
Annoying.
Spawn. Don't spawn to them. Just get rid of them. Don't spawn.
Oh, they're gone. V-Dub is history.
Don't spawn. I
So
do
it's
not
gonna be
approve of
hot.
the girl who judge. She stinks at her job. No, she doesn't, Just Human. The reason Just Human she had to do that is because she absolutely had to protect from appeal. She had to let Darrell Brooks go on and on. She had to make sure that there was absolutely no chance, because when they have a pro se or pro per, as you say, which is what he was, I don't exactly understand the difference. Do you? If you were going to try to,
there's no. Well, according to Darrell, the difference between pro se and
according to Darrell, I love it.
According to Darrell, pro se means that you're representing yourself, but you are subject to being under the same rules as a practicing attorney would be. Whereas pro per is him representing himself, but he can just say whatever the hell he wants to say, and there are no rules to constrain him. Now, that's not an actual real thing. Pro se and pro per pretty much means the same thing, but it's just something that sovereigns like to nitpick about. I'm pro per. I am not pro se. I am pro per.
Got it.
So it's nothing. It's the same thing. He's just an idiot.
I noticed Arthur Harris is saying something about taking those injections when you're not a diabetic. The thing you were telling me about, that's actually injections, or was that like?
Yeah, it's an injection.
Oh.
So I mean, you have to get tested, to make sure that it won't do anything to you.
I was actually
I was pre-diabetic. So
yes,
that's the reason why my doctor was like, well, try
Arthur,
this.
I wouldn't do it without a doctor's approval, and if I were not pre-diabetic. I was just talking about it in those terms. So I appreciate it though.
But as far as me like going now to try and get on it, I wouldn't do it because I'm not pre-diabetic anymore.
My cardio is trying to get me to do injections for cholesterol. That's why I was asking. Mm-hmm. There are some cholesterol injections, and because when I take cholesterol medicine, they're called statins, and they make me feel like dog meat. Mm-hmm. And so the injections kind of make it to where you really just, the medicine, once it's in you, you can't get it out. So it helps with your cholesterol, and mine is so high, it can, kind of puts me at risk for another heart attack. So I'm supposed to be taking it, but I despise it. I don't want to respond to it. And so I don't like it. But so that's why I was thinking, But
have you tried any herbal remedies for your cholesterol?
You mean like fish oil and that type of thing?
Uh-huh.
I do some of that. And are you referring to anything in particular?
Not anything particular, because I don't have a cholesterol issue. Mm-hmm. So I really wouldn't know, but
the omega-3 or whatever it's called is I take some supplements like that, and they're also really good for my eyes. But and then of course eating like fatty fishes, I think is good, and
that type of salmon is my favorite.
I love me salmon, yes, with some lemon dill sauce.
I eat it every day.
That sounds good.
Every day.
For sure. Rings. You want me to watch
it? Dog roll email. I love some of these names y'all come up with.
I call him Duh-rell.
Yeah.
But I like their Darrell. That was cute too. The Darrell. I love that. He's something else. Oh yes, the time when he was like staring down the judge.
Yeah. It's real like stalker vibes he gives off.
there was times and when I agree with the one person, that Kim, I think she was pregnant. I'm pretty sure she really was. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure she was. But anyway, the patience that she showed. I mean, there were times when I wanted to reach through and just be like, make him stop.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the prosecutor did too, but everyone, I think, overall understood why she was doing it. So,
I understood it too, and she was also auditioning to run for, because she was running for Supreme Court justice. So
yes,
it was some of that too. It was some of her auditioning.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Which is fine, She went and explained stuff a little bit more than I would have.
Yeah, she went above and beyond to the point of ad nauseum, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, it's good that she was thorough, and the point is, he's in prison for like 1,000 years.
I loved it when she would come back and say, "You are representing yourself, so I do expect you to." He'd say, "You just want me to get it out of nowhere, just out of the sky?" Yes. Just grab it.
Yeah, because if you were doing your job as an attorney, you would have read over this document, your discovery, and had crafted questions to aid in your defense, except for your defense was jury nullification. Like, that wasn't going to happen. The people hated you. It wasn't going to nullify, and you can nullify any law that you don't agree with, but everybody agrees with it, though. You did it. You were on camera. What?
I just it was the interrogation, and I watched it several. It's just comical, the way he was coming in and the way he started lying. He was like trying to figure out, did they know it was me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, I pretend like I wasn't there.
Yeah.
And the whole cross exam of his ex-girlfriend, the baby. Oh gosh,
yeah,
that poor girl.
He really wanted to punish Erica. Because, I mean, he blames Erica for all of this. So he wanted to punish
Can you imagine how he spoke to women in general, his the women in his life?
Well, I mean, the way he speaks to Judge Darrell, yeah.
Just watching him do that. I mean, can you just imagine with him even being in that setting and the way he was allowed to just, I think that's what pissed so many people off, was the way they felt like he was just being enabled by that. And he was, but he wasn't, but to think about how he was so used to just, pounding on people and, in their face with that.
He's exhausting. He's
garbage
exhausting.
talk, that manipulative talk, and that just,
he's exhausting. He's infuriating. Because, I mean, I can see that he wears people down, because I would be like, my God.
Talk about abusive, though. Can you imagine how scary? Oh my gosh.
Well, see, he would have been scared of me because, like I said, I'm small, but I'm not going to attack you directly. I'm going to wait till you fall asleep. And then when you fall asleep, you're either going to wake up in the intensive care or in the upper room. Them are your two choices. Put your hands on me. You waking up in the intensive care or the upper room. You can wake up 6 months later. I told my husband, I'm like, because he's 6'5", he's like, here.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, look.
Wow, that is so cute. Oh,
yes.
that is so cute.
I was like, I know I can't do anything physically to you because, I'll be like, I'm gonna grab you. And so he'll grab both of my arms and hold them together with one like this. It's like, are you finished?
Yeah, at the same time.
Are you done?
Pick you up with his
Yep. I'm like, look, I know I can't do this to you, but I said, but I guarantee you, fall asleep. See what happens. Put your hand on me, fall asleep.
My husband thinks it's so, he's always talking, because I'm so into true crime. And of course, I was a legal assistant for several years. I worked for, attorneys and the police department. So he's so funny because he says, you're watching all this true crime and stuff because you want to make sure when you kill me, you don't get, you get it right. I said, honey, I don't know. You better act right because you just never
You
know.
know, people really believe
I will
this.
do it in your. You. If I do it, I will get away with it.
Mm-hmm. But people believe that if people like true crime and stuff like that.
Because I have life insurance. When we were getting our life insurance, so I didn't mean to interrupt you. Just he's cracking me up. He says we got to have some accidental, and he was like, "What are you trying to do? Are you planning my murder?" I was like, "No, not at all."
Like 9 times out of 10, you're gonna live. I'm gonna live longer than you, so I need you to have adequate health. Life insurance, sir.
Even though I'm older than you, I will still live longer.
You're a guy, so you're gonna probably die before me.
You have more vices. Yes, you're going to.
So I just want to be able to dress and rest when you go. I want to dress and rest. But when I was in Tennessee the other week, I wanted to go to the Museum of Crime. It's a like the Alcatraz, that's what it's called. And it goes over the whole history of crime. It's got exhibits, and everything. It's really, really
I've watched
fun.
documentaries about Alcatraz. It's intriguing. Yes, I would love that. That would be.
So people are saying, like, we went out to dinner with other members of the family, it was a family trip, and they're like, "So, are you trying to learn how to be a criminal?" Like, no, it's just interesting. I have a degree in crime, but if I was going to be a criminal or a serial killer, I think I would just be one.
You have a degree in crime?
Criminal justice. That's my bachelor's.
Okay, awesome.
And then I have a law degree.
Really? That's fantastic. Oh, I mean, that's my dream. That was my dream. I never made it to college, but
okay.
I've been told I would make a really good lawyer. That's funny. That's funny. I love it.
My daughter uses the Ozempic injection. She has a liver problem. She's a doctor wants her to lose weight. She's not heavy. We have the liver work better. Yeah. I'm telling you, the Ozempic and all that stuff is
oh, so it's good for the liver. Oh, okay.
Now I'm not a medical professional, but according to what Cindy said, that is going on with her daughter.
Okay.
So,
I'm gonna talk to both my doctors about it just in general. Because I'm gonna be having some blood work done. And so I'm interested just to kind of learn a little bit more about it.
You said look, it's with 212 here.
212 here.
Yeah. And I think Munchkin has ran off. He's on the sofa. I think he fell asleep on the sofa.
My husband, we're so opposite. We have separate house.
You can go ahead and talk and share your story.
Oh, I was just gonna say, my husband and I, we kind of have separate rooms in the house or parts of the house because he goes to bed early and I like to stay up really late. So yeah, we just meet in the middle whenever we want, but he goes to bed at about 8 and I stay up till about 2 or 3. It's pretty cool though. It works for us. So we enjoy it. So where's everybody from out there? How many do we have on chat? I'm from Texas, West Texas to be exact. Where are you guys from? Cindy, it's 3 and you're wide awake. Where are you wide awake from? Arthur, you're a registered nurse and that's not true. What's not true? Tell me what's not true. I'm really interested to know. Cindy from New York, yay. Arthur's in Wisconsin. New Year's Eve. Can't believe it's already another year gone, y'all. 2023 went by really fast. Really, really fast. Arthur, what is it that's not true? Are you referring to the Ozempic injections helping with liver? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you are referring to. I'm definitely not a nurse.
All right, I am back.
Yes, sir. Arthur, I appreciate that. I certainly will. I definitely don't want to sit here and say that or even imply that I think that would be something that someone should just go and do or ask for willy-nilly. Absolutely not. I was just in that my husband is pre-diabetic and that I'm overweight, and I just thought it was interesting that she was able to lose so much weight and become so healthy and maintain it and continue to keep it off. So it's a miracle to me. So I was just very interested. But Arthur, I appreciate your take on that. Hey, Monica from Cali, are you back, Auntie?
I'm back. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Turn my camera off.
Turn it off. I could do that too.
Munchkin is in I put Munchkin in bed. He's in his crate now.
How did you get that picture on there? If I turn my camera off, what will it show? Just nothing?
Right. If you turn your camera off, it's gonna just have like a generic.
But I mean, does it put a generic picture? Let me try it and see what it does. It's just blank. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
How'd you get that picture on there?
So on your StreamYard, you should see a next to your name, you should see 3 little buttons.
Edit audio avatar?
Yep.
Got it.
Yep. And then that's when you can select the picture.
Upload avatar. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing it now. I may upload me a little pizza.
Okay.
Okay.
And then it'll show up just like this.
Okay. Okay. I love it. How about this one? Oh, did it work?
You don't. Well, you can cut your camera off. So you need to cut your camera back on.
I got to put it back on to put it on there?
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh,
yeah.
Now do it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see if I can make that work. And then hit open. Oh, why is it not working? I don't know why. I'm trying to do it, but it's not.
So you have to upload a picture.
Upload an avatar.
Okay. And so then when you get it, your picture, then you're going to hit the edit auto thing. Then you're going to select your picture, and then it should change your picture.
So,
like I'm doing.
Right. So I'm in open, and I got it from like an image, and then and then I just click open in the file. That's what I was thinking. And then I see. Okay. I got it. Oh, I just couldn't hit. Okay, I did it. Now I close my camera?
You won't close your camera physically. What you're going to do is you should see start camera at the bottom. You see start camera and stop.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hit the button where it says to start camera.
Okay.
There you go.
There I am.
That's it.
Got it. Yay. I love it.
Yep.
Oh, Monica. Hi there, beautiful at private. That is so sweet.
Yeah, there you got it.
Aw.
You got your StreamYard.
I love your little mousy ears. That's so cool.
Mousy ears.
Here in Waukesha, the parade was amazing. The community really stepped in. I'll bet they did. And you know what was great also is that, the conviction of Darrell, Duh-rell, was actually on the almost just before the first anniversary.
Yep.
I really wanted that to happen before. And so that was amazing that actually, did happen before, just before that. But yeah. Wow. That's crazy. So what's everybody doing for New Year's? Anybody got any plans for tonight? Are y'all going out, staying in?
I'm going to be in the bed.
You and me both. I'm actually we're doing a live. I'll be on a live. It's going to be about the Dan Markell case, the one I'm telling you about. That it's his name is Jury Trial Mentor. So I'll be modding for him tomorrow night, New Year's Eve. I think 8 Central's when he's going to start.
Mm-hmm.
Jury Trial Mentor. He's really cool. And so he's the one that I told you that he's a lawyer, a former prosecutor. And he's actually in Tennessee. His name is Carl Steinbeck. And his brother's John Steinbeck. But he's been on like Court TV recently and quite a few different programs. But he just recently kind of started going live quite a bit. Last night I did a show it was like rebuttal on the jail calls, but it's a really interesting case. So, but like I was telling you, just everybody that's jumping on in the true crime community is just their channels are just like doubling and tripling in like a matter of days just by playing the jail calls and going live and letting people everybody just wants to talk about that case so much.
Yeah.
But other than that, I would say the Darrell Brooks case is definitely at the very top.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of interest.
Yeah, a lot.
For sure. So it looks like it's going to the jury now, right? Is that what, just when your video is ending?
No, this was on day 9. So, yeah. So he's got another day.
Right. Still hasn't even started his case yet. This was
right.
Got you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's day 9.
Yeah. So, oh wow, this should be. So still quite a bit to go. So
yeah.
You said about every week or two you'll go on live and you put some more on. You just keep it going like right where it was.
Yep.
And the soap opera continues.
That's hey,
great.
Hey, Monica.
I've already subscribed and got the notifications on, so I won't be missing that.
All right. And so you have plenty of videos to catch up on. And then you have my other videos. Like I said, with what's her name? Suitcase like Boom and some other. I got some sovereign citizen stuff that I pulled from like the daily court shows that I have on there. I'm not really doing commentary on, but just for you to see sovereign citizen.
Yes. I can't wait. I'm going to go back and check it all out. Sarah Boone, Suitcase Sarah, she cracks me up.
Yeah, she's stupid.
She is. Those letters, it's as if she is the only person that in the world. Like, hey world, I am so mistreated. Listen to me, me. I'm just like,
And we were playing hide and seek. We were playing hide and seek.
I left it open. There was a whole finger opening. I mean, how could he not get out? I don't even understand. Oh, yes, what was it? We were playing hide and go seek. We were coloring.
Yes, coloring. Yep.
We
did puzzles.
And they were doing puzzles, the puzzles.
Yeah.
Yes. And she just doesn't know what happened. We were fine. I didn't touch him. I know I did knock the suitcase down the stairs, but other than that, I didn't touch him. I couldn't have done it.
All he had to do was open the suitcase. I left the thing open for him.
Oh my goodness, that's going to be a good trial. If
I'm looking forward to it.
Long enough,
right?
That's been a struggle for her for sure.
But who wants to? Who wants to be her attorney?
She was so hateful and just like dragged every lawyer she's had through the mud to the point where they just couldn't take it anymore. Like they just said, no way. I mean, there's no way a judge would allow that many attorneys to remove themselves from the case if it wasn't on her. You know, it's unheard of. So, talk about delaying your own case.
Hey, but I'm looking forward to when it starts because there's no way she's going to get on the stand. All the lies she's told. There's no way.
Do you know what? I'm going to have to disagree with you there. She's going to want to explain herself and respond. She's going to need to
that's true. Yeah. That's true.
She thinks she knows I mean, it wasn't intentional, Auntie. It wasn't intentional.
Right. I know it wasn't intentional. he accidentally got in the suitcase. I know.
He accidentally got in there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like when she said, "Oh my God, are you going to tell his family? They're going to know I did it. They're going to kill me. They're just going to kill me." Yeah, I bet they want to. You better be glad you're in jail because they probably were coming for you. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Just wow. Feel sorry for her son. He I don't know if he's better off or not.
I'm sure he's better off.
Wow.
Because Sarah does not seem like she was that great of a mom. And
no, she was talking about, I was supposed to get my son today. Girl,
right.
You're still drunk.
She's like, wow. So what? So what do we do now? What are we going to do now?
Yeah, what happens now? What happens now?
What's going to happen? Oh, yeah, they're going to tell you.
I'm about to tell you. Oh,
they're going to tell you.
Okay, those detectives, especially that female one, I mean, she had rage inside her for Sarah. She can't stand her. And she was almost having a hard time. They almost kind of, from a detective standpoint and having watched interrogations and worked for attorneys, yes, they had everything they needed because they had the video, but they almost kind of didn't even attack the interrogation in the way that I really felt like they should, because they were so pissed at her. You know what I mean? Like they just went at her. They were just, and so there was part of that could have gone a little bit differently. And I think they would have potentially gotten even more out of her, but they were just they were so mean and like made her feel, if they would have, and I understand, again, they didn't need to, be her friend and have her, explain, they didn't need to, but I just still felt like that was just a little bit unprofessional, the way they did it, a little bit of it, but it was overall a very interesting interrogation.
I don't think that they were unprofessional. I think that they were letting her talk, and they were confronting her on the.
I guess unprofessional is the wrong word, but do you know kind of where I'm going with that? Like, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but you know how they typically will go in and they just really, they sort of befriend, and they really sort of kind of want to set the stage, and start it out where the person will really want to talk and
yeah, like Detective Carpenter and
but they didn't do that at all,
right?
Like, at all. But like I said, I guess they just had enough where they didn't feel like they needed to. But I guess, yeah, I'm not a detective, so I don't really, or a lawyer, so yeah, I guess unprofessional was the wrong word, but yeah, they got her, that's for sure.
She got herself because she's stupid.
Well, yes. That was, yeah, she was like, do I have to watch this? Do I have to watch it? Oh, that's when I loved it, when the female, she said, well, don't you want to see what's on it?
Now, please, I can't take it. I can't take it. Like, really? You can't take it, huh?
I've already been so upset. I'm just so upset.
I miss him. I still miss him. And I'm here because I'm fighting for him and I'm supporting him. Like,
I did
really,
everything
girl?
for him. I loved him. I took care of him. I was there.
That's right, Queen. He was there.
You were there, all right.
All the way. You helped him to death. You helped him right into the cradle. I mean, to the grave.
According to the neighbors, she had a worse drinking problem than him, and she would drink and then get him
drunk.
riled up. Get him riled up.
She was drunk. She's a stereotypical Karen and a drunk. Yes. Nasty attitude.
Yes.
Bad wardrobe. Just bad everything.
Oh, girl. Yes. Can I get my Dr. Pepper and a cigarette? I really need one.
Right.
It's right there. It's right there on the counter. No, Sarah, no.
Okay, so what do we do now? So, I mean, you don't want to hear what I'm going to have to say. So what do we do now? Please, please. He was in the suitcase. I fell asleep. He's in the suitcase. I fell asleep.
Well, what time did you come down? Well, 12:30. It was after lunch. I was laying there for 30 minutes. I thought it was down there on the computer.
But it was not intentional. I did not intend to go to sleep.
How many times do I have to tell you it was not intentional?
Not intentional. No intent. No intent.
Not.
Oh, Sarah Boom.
Oh, Cindy, hey, every year we have a redneck Christmas, usually in January. All our kids and grandkids come in PJs. I cook a ham and turkey, and everyone brings food. Everyone buys each family member $1. I love that, Cindy. Yes, we actually used to call it Chinese Christmas, but I like redneck's good. Yes, I love that. That's a great idea, actually. Yes. Dollar gifts. Is it hard to find a dollar gift these days? You mean a $1.25 Dollar Tree? Where are you finding dollar gifts, Cindy? You still there, Auntie?
I'm still here.
Slow
I don't
ride.
shop at the Dollar Tree, so.
You do or don't?
I do not.
Oh, I do not either. That's why I said that. I was like, oh gosh, no, there's no bargains there.
I go where shopping is a pleasure. That's Publix. That's my place.
Publix? We don't have a Publix. Darn it.
Okay.
Darn
Well,
it. You said you're in Alabama?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes, I'm in Alabama.
We have Sam's, Market Street, Aldi, HEB.
We don't have that one.
We don't have Kroger's or anything like that.
We don't have Kroger's here either.
And we don't have Kroger or Publix or what's that other one? The other big one like Kroger that's more up north. I can't think what it's called now. But we don't have that. But I do most of my shopping at Market Street and Aldi.
Well, my husband, he likes to shop at Walmart for some strange reason. I don't go in there unless I absolutely have to. I'm Publix.
Publix sounds cool. I've heard of it. Is that like a Sam's, or is it like a what kind of a? Is it like just a kind of like a Market Street? It's got a lot of
traditional grocery store, but they'll have some more like sushi. They'll have sushi and stuff like that. Do you have Whole Foods in
No, not where I live.
But you've been to Whole Foods before?
I've heard of Whole Foods. I've not been.
Okay.
It's kind of like that.
Well, it's a step below Whole Foods.
Okay. All right.
But it's above Walmart. So it's like a Walmart, except it's clean and the registers are open. There are helpful people there.
Okay.
That's Publix. That's the difference between Publix and Walmart.
Okay.
And they're
Walmart,
more expensive
I just can't with Walmart. I used to go rescue betta fish from Walmart. Actually, I'm part of the reason that Walmart stopped carrying betta fish. I went all the way. I had 15 at one time. They were killing them. They would stack them on top of each other and they'd just be in there dead. And I went all the way to corporate and I got on a bandwagon about it for a little while. Eventually, I'm not saying I was instrumental by any means, but they did stop carrying. They still sell fish, but not betta fish. And so, yeah.
Okay.
Just went on a little tyrant there about betta fish.
Hey.
Walmart has no business selling any kind of fish, but it's a whole nother live show.
Well, Walmart has no business existing, period.
They are so horrible to work for, as well as and the reason you can't find anybody to help you is because they're so scared to stop working for long enough to look away.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be really, really close. I worked for a nonprofit, and there was a manager of our local Walmart on the board of directors of this nonprofit that I worked for. And so I would go in these meetings and I had to do the minutes. And so, but I got super close to this manager, and the pressure that the managers are even under is absolutely unreal. And I'm sure it's like this in other companies as well. But Walmart to me is, I don't know. I feel, I don't know. I just wouldn't want to work for them. And I just feel sorry for anyone that has to endure it, because I just don't think that they're good to their employees.
They are not.
I'm sure there are exceptions to that rule, but yeah, it's very political, and it's hardcore. It's hardcore. You can go in there at night and watch the stalkers, and they're running around with chickens with their heads cut off. Crazy.
Yeah. Well, I'm at the 6-hour mark, so it is time for me to put it to bed.
Wow, 6 hours. You go, girl. I so
6 hours.
enjoyed it, chatting with you very much, and everybody that's still on. And thank you so much for having me. And I'll be seeing you real soon. I'll be checking out your other stuff in the meantime, and look forward to your next live.
Thank you.
You too. Absolutely.
All right. Well, you have a wonderful evening. I thank you so much for coming up and chit-chatting with me for this time as well. It's been very interesting.
Well, thank you. You are as well. I hope I didn't talk too much and ramble on, but it was kind of my first time and actually putting myself out there. So thanks to everybody for not being judgmental. And
I'm glad you felt comfortable.
Yes, you are quite an inspiration. Quite an inspiration. Do you go by Annie, or is there another name that I can call you?
I mean, my Christian name is Miracle, so most people already know that that's my name.
Okay.
So you can call me that, or you can call me Auntie like other people do, or AMB. Either one. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, my name is actually Carol, but I go by CJ, and that's CEEJAE because I like it to sound feminine. And,
okay.
There's a story behind that I'll tell later, but yes, I go by CJ. So, but yeah, Auntie Miracle, whatever. I love it all.
All right.
And we'll see you next time. Good night, everyone.
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year.
Yeah. All right. Well, guys, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me for these 6 hours. We're going to have this New Year's Eve. Well, it was New Year's Eve. Now it's New Year's Eve. I hope everyone has a wonderful, happy rest of 2023, and that you have a wonderful, happy, and prosperous 2024. Okay, and I will be back with something else. I might just go ahead and throw up a live stream for you guys to watch or whatever. Or y'all know how I do. I'll be back when I come back. So anyway, you guys have a wonderful night again. Again, thank you for all of the new people who showed up. Make sure that you, if you have not subscribed, you go ahead and subscribe. And you make sure you hit the notification bell so you know any of my other streams that are coming through. And one more thing, and that is drums, please.
Drums, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a great time tonight. We have truly enjoyed ourselves, and we would like to thank you for being a part of the show and coming to visit this platform. Live on YouTube, Auntie Miracle